Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. Once again, a blessed morning has dawned, a quiet, sacred moment for us to gather as seekers of truth. We get together by the kind of yearning to hear, reflect, and live by these profound teachings of Lord Buddha. As always, I begin with deep reverence and gratitude, and humbly worship our noble teacher Buddothpado whose guidance continues to illuminate this rare, precious path that we are walking. To begin our discussion today, as is our tradition, read a few pages from the remarkable treatise called The True Dhamma Has Awakened. So these words are not mere letters on a page. They act like mirrors, helping us to see through the illusion and reconnect with the timeless truth within. So I warmly welcome each of you to explore our official website, that is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website, where a complete series of free available where this complete series is available for free. So there are 6 volumes, so they can be downloaded either into your mobile phone or the laptop. Then please read them attentively, and if you have any questions or doubts, you can bring up here, so you can ask directly, so we can discuss them openly. So it will be helpful for the other listeners as well. So currently we are focusing on volume number 6, and usually we read 1 to 2 pages from that, and it will act as some kind of a foundation to daily discussion. So I also like to remind we have another website, that is www.wisdomofasia.com website, a space designed for those who look life through a scientific or analytical angle. So it represents this rare truth or this Dhamma with reason and clarity, so that will bridge this wisdom with the modern day understanding, with the modern day findings. So those who are very much interested in scientific findings, so they are if they are so much involved in this modern day findings, so please go and have a look that please feel free to visit that website, www.wisdomofasia.com website. So uh, that will teach you how these modern science findings tally with this absolute truth. So it is very helpful for the most of people, especially who live overseas and the younger generation. So today's reflections, so 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 we have been talking about this awareness uh, in past few discussions. So awareness is not just a kind of another thought. So awareness that we talk here is somewhat different from the awareness what you usually hear from the other spiritual leaders. So most of the time, the spiritual leaders who teach about this mind may say to focus to your mind. So that is the awareness that they say. So how you can keep concentrating your to your own mind? Simply, it's with another thought. So so those leaders will teach us how to keep concentration, keep your attention towards the work you do. So we thought that is the awareness that has been taught by Lord Buddha. We thought like that. So as an example, we can say, so you say if you are sweeping the floor right now with a broom, so what most people say is just keep concentration on that activity. So this is the broom. I am sweeping. I am sweeping. So it will prevent other thoughts to flow into mind. That is true. But is that the same thing that has been taught by Lord Buddha? No. That awareness is different. Yes, for the initial stage of understanding of the mind, that may help. That may help. But the so-called awareness should come through the understanding the thought only. So it is different. That the awareness that is taught by Lord Buddha is different from the awareness that is taught by other spiritual leaders. So what Lord Buddha says is how when you the awareness that you gain after understanding the thought is the absolute awareness. So now comes the question, how you understand, how you see through this thought. So just looking at a thought or activity that you are doing at this moment, will it help for you to understand the thought? No, it will only keep your mind going from one thought to another. The fleeting nature will be stopped in your mind. You can keep focused on one thought. So that is not the thing. That is not the way of. That is not the awareness that has been revealed. That has been explained in the Buddhist doctrine. So if Buddha says You have to understand the thought. Then a kind of awareness will come up. So we have to find out how we should understand this thought. In order to understand a thought, you have to understand how thoughts get formed. First, you have to know what is a thought, then you have to know how it is get created. So, then of course, you will be able to understand these these thoughts are not real. In the absence of the actual existence of a thought, you will get some kind of a stillness within you, and it will help you to keep on focus on your faculties. So, so that is the awareness that Lord Buddha says. So, so when compared with the awareness, what other spiritual leaders say, and the Lord Buddha say, Lord Buddha does not suppress, instruct to suppress the other thoughts to rise, the rising of the other thoughts. So thoughts will come. So if you, so we'll take the same example. So if you sweep the floor at this moment, so you tend to you see the broom, you see how the dust get moved, and also you hear the sound of some birds, and also you might think some other things from your mind consciousness. So all things happen while you are sweeping the floor. So that's all right. But the awareness that you gain through the understanding will remain still. You know, everything are thoughts. So let them happen, or let them go. That is the awareness what Lord Buddha expected to have. So it can be only achieved through the understanding of the thought. Otherwise, keep watching at one single thought or two would not be helpful for you. So another kind of difference is there. What is the difference? So if you keep concentrating on one thought, accidentally, if some kind of an interruption occurs, what will happen? Another thoughts, so many thoughts come flying into your mind. So your awareness, your attention will be lost. The peacefulness, the tranquility that you achieve through that focus will be lost. But through the awareness that has been taught by Lord Buddha, that would never happen. Because even you have been distracted or disturbed at any moment, you know everything are thoughts. Thoughts have no such kind of a value. So everything you can let them to go, let them go. So the stillness will remain same. What happened, whatever happens to you, what is the activity that you are performing at this moment, you they won't interrupt your stillness, your awareness. The awareness will be remain intact throughout the activities or activities that you are doing, any activity that you are doing. So those are the differences of the awareness of other spiritual leaders and the awareness of Lord Buddha's teachings. So, uh, we'll. I like to read a few pages from the book that we used to read. So we are focusing on the volume number 6 of the series called The True Dhamma Has Awakened. Yesterday we read up to page 96. So I'll start reading from page 97. Uh, yes. Participant asks are advancing. This is also about the same question that has been discussed in the morning. You have experienced so very well how power can be generated through thoughts according to Madhya Sutra. So, what I why I highlighted the importance of understanding thought is to achieve the unshaken awareness. So, in order to understand the thought, we, I said earlier, we need to understand how the thoughts get formed. So, this discussion is very relevant to that. How you can understand a thought. So, participant asks Aranvase, you have explained so very well how power can be generated through thoughts according to Madhya Sutra. So we get thoughts according to the knowledge that we have been learning. Chakkuncha paticca rupecha uppatiti chakku viññānam. Within this stanza, also, as you have explained, this is the scope of it. Chakkuncha paticca rupecha uppatiti chakku viññānam. When we understand the truth of this by examining the two ends, which is existence and non-existence, the power is the concept of the self, and outside material world become powerless. Isn't it true that is only limited to thought? It is just a thought when we thinking of an outside world. The Narayan Maharaj replies, yes, it's accurate. So the way the participant explained was correct. So Narayan said it is accurate. Then participant says, I have another question. You explained this concept as this to an ordinary person. Reality is the outside world. You also brought out the concept of Madhya Sutra. You dotted the white paper and explained how things turn into a duality. Then you explained the concept of the telepathy system, Samanantara. So, does the Kamma Niyama occur due to the duality? Please explain if you think this is appropriate. So, participant asked a question about the duality in Madhya Sutra. How this duality works. So the duality, Aranvanse explains, the duality comes into existence because of the speed of the vibration that create the two ends. Aranvanse starts explaining the duality. The duality comes into existence because of the speed of the vibrations that create the two ends. When a spinner rotates, so you know spinner, when a spinner rotates, it rotates this way and that way. A power within is generated due to the process of the rotation occurs on both sides. This means within two opposite ends, that means plus and minus, a power gets created. So whenever there is some kind of different polarities get created, polarities in the sense plus minus, negative positive, north pole, south pole in a magnet. So we know different polarities, whenever there are different polarities get created, in the middle kind of energy get built up. So that is known, and that is explained in Pali also. Yo bante viditvana majjamanta nalipati. That refers to this process. Then things become real, and it is only an influence generated in the mind consciousness. So they, that is the way how the consciousness get created. Some kind of a power gets created due to this polarity, negative, positive ends. So in between there should be some kind of attraction or repulsion or whatsoever. So it makes you to feel some kind of a feeling. So that we call a consciousness. So these two ends exist only in the mundane plane. Ah, so Aranvasi says that these two ends exist only in the mundane plane. So we call there are two ends get generated. In the Majja Sutra, it explains well positive and negative ends. But these two ends get generated only in the mundane world. The liberation from this refers to Arya or supreme mundane plane. Wow. The liberation from this refers to Arya or supermundane plane. To perform meritorious deeds and non-meritorious deeds, the existence of the past, present, and future times are relevant. So, if you talk about the mundane plane, in the sense, if these positive and negative ends get created, your uh, past, present, and future will automatically get created. So you tend to feel something. You tend to feel something. So previously you felt something, and in the future I'll be feeling something. Likewise, all three time frames get created if this instant get created. So uh, the five aggregates and clinging to the sensual objects or outside world get created at that time. Wow, that is the point where five aggregates get created. That is well said in Majja Sutra. The, the five aggregates and clinging to the sensual objects or the outside world get created. how these things get created? Due to the duality, where there are positive and negative ends are there. So who has that polarities? A person comes from a mundane world. So when there are two ends, there will be energy developed within in between. So that energy will lead to create five aggregates. So if five aggregates are there, the clinging will be there. That will continue. So that is the sansaric journey. So it will never stop. So just like two fire, so it explains like this. Arenhouse explains it like this. Just like two fireballs on a stick that create the fire cycle, which is an illusion. These two ends of existence and non-existence creates the aggregates to circulate and create all types of illusionary things. So he gives a nice example: a fireball, a fire. So imagine there's a stick. On both ends there are two fireballs are there. So if you rotate that stick from the middle, so what would we be able to see? A circle, a fire ring of fire can be visualized. So but what was there? Two ends were there. So with the speed of the rotation from the center, you will see some kind of a fire ring of fire. So you can't, yeah, at in a if it rotates in a certain speed, you will not be able to visualize these two balls as separate things. So it will create some kind of a ring, fire ring. So is that fire ring is real? No, it has got created. Why it has been created? Because there were two fireballs and the speedy rotation. So with that speedy rotation, some kind of illusionary firing gets appeared. So can we, so likewise, the five aggregates also follow the same principle. So they were not there initially. It's get created due to the speedy occurrence of this uh, vibration or the circulatory movements. So fire aggregates in the sense the worldly perceptions, the worldly things. So can we say the worldly things are real? Worldly things in the sense that the creation of the thought. So can we say this is really existing? Does this fire ring really existing? No. If you stop the rotationary movement, you won't be able to see a ring of fire there. So the projection of the mind or the illusion of the mind gets created in that way due to the speedy occurrence of existence and non-existence, vibration. So to that we assign a name called vibration. Whenever there is a vibration, due to the speed of that vibration, the illusion gets created. that illusion is not real. The illusion is similar to the thought. So thought is not real. Thought in the sense. So if you see a chair in front of you at this moment, that chair is not real because it has been made. It has been created then and there due to the speedy occurrence of the existence and non-existence. So you tend to feel something is there, something is there. What is that? That is the chair. That is how, that is the way how these worldly perceptions get created. Actually, there are no such things. So how these things get created? Due to the activities of your faculties. So one might see a chair in front of you. If some animal comes, so he might not see the chair. He might see us empty space there because he saw her. Oh yeah. If you take an animal, its faculties do not create any kind of a perception from that vibration. So that animal doesn't see anything. So in similar way, so we see a colorful world. But unfortunately, the most of the animals in the animal kingdom do not see these vibrant colors because they do not get sensitized or get stimulated. Their faculties do not get stimulated from that particular vibration in that way, in as human when compared with the human eye. So we take an example, as an example, a cow only see the red color, and so everything in the world it might see through that uh, color, with that color. But we think we can see so many colors, but who knows, there might be animals who can see more colors than us even in the same object. The chair you front, so now in front of me there is a red color chair, revolving chair. So it is a red color for me. But if it, so when some animal comes here, it might see some kind of a different color in it. So that is its world. This is my world. So that's why we say the world that are created in our mind will be different from one person to another, one animal to another. So we live in our own world. How this world get created due to the through the capabilities of our own senses. So senses defines the scope of our world. So in an instance, if you are a blind person, the light factor will not be generated. So you still live in a world without the light factor. For I'm saying a person who is blind from his birth. So that faculty is absent. So there is no way of creating the light. There's no way of perceiving that that signal. But he still lives. This world is created with other four faculties. So likewise, the earthworm, it only has the skin sensor, but he still lives in its own world. He feels the hardness, stiffness, wetness, dryness, everything. He maybe the vibrations of the ground. He will, the skin sensor is capable of detecting all these things. That is its world. So likewise, what you have to understand here is we live in our own world. How this world gets created due to uh, the ability of the uh, faculties that you have will define your world. So that is the scope of Majja Sutra. What Majja Sutra says is, if something is there, a kind of what you call the sense of existence will not be preventable. So, so if you see a chair, other than the visual part, you have some kind of another feeling that it is really existing. There are two kind of signals. If you, as long as you feel something is existing, in the back end, the creation of the self will cannot be prevented. So what is existing is the chair. Who is seeing this existence is me. So all these things get created one after another at in this very moment. In this very moment, whenever a perception occur in any one of your faculties, if you feel it's real, even the light, even a flash come into your, when a flash come into your eye, so if you feel it's like existing, that is the point where you get created, the self get created. Absence of those perceptions, there is no chance of creating the self either. So that is what has been explained in the Majja Sutra. So I think yeah, we have few friends here join. uh, Dr. Kavindya, Dr. Sakuntala, and Surangika also here with us. So Teruvan Saranai is Kavindya. After a long time, we are hearing your voice. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Teruvan Saranai Ranvahansu, Namaskar Deva. Teruvan Saranai, our Dhamma friends. Yes, after a very long time. Yeah, I have listened to your explanation today. It's very well crafted, and then if I add something to it, everything happened due to the ignorance. So anyone who is in the mundane world actually doesn't know the truth. And that's why, like, and then people who really curious about the truth try to find the truth and then try to understand what Buddha said. Actually, the Lord Buddha explained the Four Noble Truths. The first thing is suffering. So, actually, it is not the suffering that we talk about in our daily life. So, this suffering is different from what we discuss as, like, let's say, a kid scolded by a parent and then kid feels sad. Or let's say an adult is mistreated by a friend or partner or someone and then you feel sad. This is suffering too, but this is not what Lord Buddha explained. The Lord Buddha explained the truth behind a thought. That's what Dr. Ravi explained actually. and then within that thought there is a burden or the extra weight. So this is suffering, and this is me, and this is karma, everything. So when someone try to find the truth, the uh, actual mechanism of a thought arise due to sensory faculties revealed, and then through this knowledge, the dhamma, the reality or the truth felt within the system, and then that is the part to the liberation of mind. So I think we can start the discussion from there, Dr. Ravi. Yes.
Yes, yes, of course. As you said, uh, the cause for this suffering is the ignorance. So, as long as you don't know this truth, so you will suffer. Why you suffer? You believe the thoughts are real. So, as long as you don't know the thoughts, this reality, you will suffer because you believe the thoughts are real. The whatever the thoughts bring along with it, so you tend to suffer. So suffer in the sense, uh, it will it will put you into the sadness, either to your uh, some kind of elated mood. So both things will be there in the thought. So yeah, so I think once you understand, I'm having this kind of a question. So if you understand this thought, what will happen to you? So I mean, would it only suffer your cease your suffering, or what sort of a thing that would happen to you? I mean, so so yeah, yeah. I mean, what kind of a feeling that you get after that? So neither you get suffering, nor or some kind of happy. So is that the thing that will happen? So, or you can live the normal life as usual, but without a burn within. So what sort of things, what sort of nature that you will gain after the understanding, after eradicating this ignorance? What sort of a nature that you get into? Yeah, can you? Yeah,
Yes.
there was
Right.
some.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. That's a very good question because I mean, like if we say that this is the truth and then this is how a thought arises, and you have to understand um, uh, the mechanism behind a thought, then one would ask like, okay, if I understand it, what will happen? So the first thing is when someone is in the wrong vision or mithya drishti. Actually, that is why we call what we call as the mundane path. And then when someone learn this, how the mechanism as a knowledge, then the person will come slowly to the correct track. So, but actually, the knowledge is not enough. You unwrap a thought and then just explore how a thought arises. And then, as you mentioned, the value assigned for a thought start to fades away. And this can be experienced within you because actually the value or the burden, extra weight assigned or arise with the thought, within a thought is actually the me or the existence field that existence field start to fade slowly, and then uh, actually there is I mean this path is the nibbana or the liberation of mind, the path to liberation of mind. Once someone understand this mechanism fully, we call that person as arahant. So there is no suffering or there is no self existence field to the arahants, there is no self within him, but the sensory functions uh, function without any disturbance until the death. As
mm,
an example, the thoughts arise. The eye function as the seeing things, and then the you will, I mean, the arhants will hear things, but there is no self to perceive the things outside or things, the thoughts. So that means the suffering ceases because there is no perceiver to perceive it. However, the daily functions function without any disturbance, and then I mean the actually if we see an arahant, we might not be able to recognize that person because the arahant will perform everything without any disturbance, and then only thing is with the understanding the suffering ceases. There is no existence feel, there is no soul in that situation through the understanding. That's what I wanted to add, Dr. Ravi. Yes,
yeah,
thank you.
yeah, that's, yeah, yes, yes, as you said, uh, there are two ways of getting into this path. So one might think I must stop this suffering. So, so like what do you call this ancient uh, story about this Kisagotami. So she went through enormous suffering after demise of his children. So she wanted to get the suffering out of his mind. So that means, so if the child was alive, so she thought it would end the suffering, but child is dead. So she wanted to stop that suffering, so get away from that suffering. So then people tend to uh, go into that direction. So some people might not have that kind of a suffering internally, but they tend to seek the truth. So at some point of his lifetime, he might feel, what is this? What is this world? Who am I? So what is the purpose of becoming here? So what are the things around me? The universe, the stars. So what sort of the creature am I? So likewise, they might have some kind of an inquisitive mind to explore. So those two people will definitely step into this path. So if you hear the true Dhamma, so because yeah, so so the question comes, why this? Who am I? So why should I suffer? So when compared with the others, I am suffering so much. So I have no money. So I have uh, no delicious food. So so I'm I'm uh, so I have lost those things. Likewise, they have their most of the people have suffering in that way. And also some people who have achieved, who have gone to the pinnacle, or the who have achieved um, such great positions in the world, might also deviate to this direction. So I'm in this position, so I have everything. So then what? Then he or she will see, what is the purpose of becoming here? Who am I? Likewise, so those, there are certain people, they will turn into this side of seeking the truth. So what Lord Buddha says is, be, becoming a human, or born, being born as a human is the purpose of knowing this truth. So can you add something, Dr. Sakuntala, to that? තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Uh, Peruan Saranoi.
තෙරුවන්
I pay my homage to R.N. Hanse. Actually, that was a very interesting discussion between two of you about the suffering. Uh, as you all already mentioned, I think suffering comes in different ways now. For a person who considers as the existing world is a real one, then the suffering always come from that outside material world. So that is the first level where the person always think that I suffer because of this. If your vehicle meets with an accident, or if your valuables are stolen from the house, uh, if a loved one dies, or if you suffer with a very serious illness. So always you feel, the system feels that the suffering comes from the outside world. So then you try to correct that so-called existing world to get happiness from the outside world. In other words, the sorrow or the suffering is projected out, which is actually completely mithya drushti, or completely the opposite way of Lord Buddha's teaching. And then when you sort of learn a little bit more about these teachings, you realize that the suffering is actually within yourself or within the system. That means the suffering is always created in the mind. So when you hear a word, I mean, when your ear, when the ear vibrates and a particular sound is created, and in the mind, within a fraction of second, a thought is formulated, and the thought will give the conclusion. This is a scolding. So your creation of sorrow or the sadness or suffering or whatever is created in the mind. So that is actually the first a part of this practical experience that we are trying to practice ourselves. What is designed by our R.N. Mahanse, or our noble friend. So the second step is you try to realize that this is a creation of the mind, and uh, the the third level is now when it is created in the mind. Again, the system tend to feel that there is a solid continuous mind, and there is a solid uh, sorrow feeling or sorrowfulness or sadness underneath, which is surfacing time to time. Now, sometimes we often hear saying that uh, this thought is coming up again and again. This sad thought is always coming up. So it gives the impression that this suffering or this sadness is somewhere hiding and coming up again and again. But the fact that it's a spark then and there, and it is another creation of the mind faculty, is something a groundbreaking type of explanation. And then you tend to open up the eyes and then realize, oh, this is always the mind. So this is actually very practical. Sufferings uh, or sorrow or the sadness, all these things coming up, created by the mind. And not only that, the if you sort of analyze further, uh, even if the suffering is not there in the mind, or even if there is no particular creation in the system at that point, there's a very fine feeling that there is something existing, which they describe as arupa, where there's no particular sort of shape or sound or identifiable form, but still that feeling of existence is there. That is that is also a part of the suffering. So suffering can occur in all these levels. But as you all mentioned, if you understand this process, how the thoughts are formed, how this self-feeling or self-existence uh, is created then and there, not as a solid thing, but as a process, as a spark occurring right at that point. And it's a continuous process, a row of sparks occurring one after the other, but it's collectively seen as one single suffering or one single thought. As long as you have this impression, there's no escape actually. So as Kavindya said, when you understand this process, how it happens, there is no controlling person. It is a part of the system, and the feeling of suffering is also part of that process. Now, sometimes we tend to think that suffering is there only with the sad sad things, but suffering is equally have a share towards the pleasurable things also. So pleasure is also a suffering, which we don't often see it in that angle. So both are actually agents which will carry this samsaric cycle further and further. So when you understand this process, what happens is that the value which is given to these feelings or these thoughts become less and less. As Kavinda very clearly said that we will be communicating with the rest of the society in a very similar way, but without that fire within. Uh, any activity, any even uh, strongly, I mean, shouting at a person or scolding a person, punishing a child for something done wrongly, or uh, being very happy or enjoying a tasty food that you liked. All these things can happen, but without the suffering or without the uh, burn within yourself, without the fire within yourself. That actually, when this internal conversation is there, that actually helps the person to do the things more efficiently, and you can help others in a better way. Actually, this is where the metta also becomes really uh, activated. Or now we often have been doing this metta meditation by spreading our uh, metta feelings to the rest of the world. But in those meditations, they are actually concentration meditations where the person is there, I am there, and then I spread my metta feelings to the world. Really speaking, now when you have this internal inner mm, translation or transformation, uh, there is no person, there is hardly any vibration on this side. And then you can really feel the other person in a much better way, because there is no strong vibration on this side, and the, this system is very calm, and in a very tranquil state, so that the system can understand the other system in a much better way. And we in our general terms we call that get into that person's shoe. So when you have that ability to when this system has the ability to understand the other system in a much better way, automatically your tendency to help the person's needs or help whatever the requirement will be done in a much more efficient way. And also when there is a change on this system, definitely you can see the uh, other systems also change in the household or the society little by little. they will feel a difference in the attitudes, or even the way you talk will be softer, and your word selection also will automatically change. So there will be this transformation gradually diffusing to the rest of the family members, or maybe the friends, or even the society. So that is the beauty of the Buddha teaching. I think I would like to invite Surangika also, whom I can see, to add something to this. Terwan Saranai.
Sanai, Dr. Sakuntala. It was a very good explanation, very well crafted, as Kavinda said as well earlier. I think you have a very good way of simplifying what we have to understand as true Dhamma, and then translate that to how we actually experience it in our day-to-day world. And I think to Dr. Ravi's initial question, that is what is so profound, isn't it, Dr. Ravi? The complete transformation that one undergoes when one accesses this true Dhamma.
Yeah.
And because there are countless number of people out there who are following all these traditions, we see that in our Sri Lankan Zoom sessions as well, and that's why RN Vahanse goes to such a big effort to take this true Dhamma message to the masses in our villages, the village folk, and so on. But having listened to this, and I'm sure all of us in the forum also have listened to this for a couple of years now, the transformation is indeed there, and it can be gradual. Some people can witness it or experience it far more quickly, depending on their jnana or wisdom and ability of penetrative insight. But I think for the majority, there is that gradual understanding of the true Dhamma principles, the Satya Jnana. And then comes the practical aspects of it, which we also take on in our day-to-day world as we continue to gain the knowledge, and through the knowledge, the wisdom of the true Dhamma. And then we gradually see, as Dr. Sakuntala mentioned, the same thought process still works, the same mechanism of the mind is there. But the only thing that we have done is understanding for the very first time actually how this mind works, the mechanics of the mind, because no one went behind the thoughts. We were all in the mundane world, consumed by thoughts and thoughts alone. And then the thoughts were not only just thought as thoughts, they were thought that those the objects that they encountered in the outside world were not considered as mere thoughts. That whole concept, that entire different way of looking at what the Buddha's teaching was actually, which was the fundamental truth which had been covered for so long and hidden for so long, was just exposed by Buddothpado and Mahanse, and that is where the peace and tranquility and the fundamental essence of this non-soul Dhamma lies, isn't it? Because we have been consumed by these thoughts and believing this external world to be real. And that itself has brought that whole sense of suffering. And I think Dr. Sakuntala said that there is suffering in happiness and there is suffering in sorrow as well. And that's the very thing that the mundane world people don't understand, because especially in these developed countries, I think R.N. Vahanse or someone else mentioned in a Zoom before, there's wealth and there's all kinds of alternatives and options and things that people can do. And when they encounter sorrow, they cover it up by skipping and doing something else, or they transfer their attention to something else. Whether it even comes to relationships, if you break up with your boyfriend, then you don't wait around, you get to the other person, or you have another relationship with another person. And that's a way of them actually not dealing with the suffering or understanding why am I suffering, but temporarily to assuage their grief, they are moving on to something else so that they can latch on to and then again experience the sense of desire, experience the sense of happiness. And by doing so, they almost temporarily cover up that sense of deep sorrow that they felt through the earlier breakup. So this is the way, and I think the Buddha said, dukkha sapa dukkhan, dukkha dukkhan, which means happiness is also sorrow, and sorrow is also sorrow, or sorrow is also suffering. And why we say that is that in the thought itself, by understanding this thought, we know that every thought is an akusal, like siyedu situvili akusal, every thought is an akusal. And why is that? Because every thought is a contributory factor, or has the ability to cause cankers or taints or whatever you call it in Asrava in Pali. And through that whole taint process, the capacity of fundamentally through ignorance, the capacity of us getting caught if we don't know the true Dhamma, through that thought, the capacity of us getting caught and believing this world to be real, believing these objects to be real, all that is there in that thought. So understanding the thought is why it's so important is because of that. The understanding the end-to-end process of the Paticcasamuppada, or the law of cause and effect, gives us such a big foundation of an expanse of viewing, I suppose, or an expanse of understanding of the end-to-end process of how these thoughts occur. What is the composition of the thoughts? Is there anything of substance in the thought? And then what do they translate into ultimately? This false sense of existence and ultimately a false sense of ego and self-perception that we then for a lifetime kind of take on that identity and commit ourselves to protect, because from our childhood days, we have been given this whole self-perception, and identity has been created. We call ourselves Jack and somebody else, or Jane, or Surangika, or whoever it is, and then this persona keeps getting stronger and stronger. And then we come to a point where we can't, do anything else without fattening our own sense of self-ego, isn't it? And that itself is the thing that brings us suffering, because every object is seen in contrast to myself. Every person is seen in contrast to myself. And if something happens to that person, how do I feel about it? It's actually my suffering. They think that they're loving their mother or loving their parents or children, but actually it's the suffering that they themselves feel is the thing that is actually motivating them to look after that child or look after the parents and so on. So these are things that the mundane world don't really go into the depths and understand. The other thing that I would want to say was the thought itself. Aryan Vanse has said in so many discourses that the thought itself changes, the thought itself evolves, and which is why we can't, as he says, what we eat for breakfast we can't have for lunch, what we have for lunch we can't have for dinner. And then if we do something today, we want something tomorrow, or if we wear some dress today, we want something else tomorrow. There is never any kind of peace. There is never any kind of satisfaction. There is always a wanting, isn't it? I mean, if you just think about the thought, if you get up in the mornings, you want to do something. Even if it's a Saturday and there's nothing else to do, then after 1 hour or 2 hours, you say, I'm bored. I want to do something. Can we go to the beach? Or, can we go and play in the park? So where is this coming from? These are all thoughts. And if we give away, and if we give room for the thoughts to take over us and consume us, then where is the room for the field to emerge? And there lies the fundamental benefit of this true Dhamma, because by seeing through the thought and how the mind and the mechanics of the mind works, we then know that this is how the thinking happens, this is the thinking pattern, and then we no longer get caught up in those emotions and feelings that are generated by thought after thought. And then we allow it to flow. We allow it to go away or to let it flow because we understand that thoughts are thoughts only. And by doing so, gradually comes that innate understanding, that inner awareness, and the gradual transformation, as Dr. Sakuntala said, of not being beholden, not being victim, not being a victim of those thoughts. And in that itself comes that true liberation. Gradually, one is able to still get about one's own daily life. There is no holding, there is no attachment, there is no desire. You still see what you see, you still have to go to the market, you still have to get your groceries, you still have to take your children out to play. But you can do all that without attachment. You can do that, and as I think Dr. Sakuntala also said, the more the ego and that certain sense of self-existence dissipates and dissolves, the more you are able to put yourself in the other person's shoes. You are able to take care of them even better. That sense of true metta or loving kindness is actually in its fullest extent. We are able to discharge only when we see that there is no self here. If not for that, before, there was always a person here generating metta kindness. So that wasn't really metta. It was the sense of what we thought was metta, but that wasn't it. But this true Dhamma, we have now realized that as long as there is self, there is no true metta. There was never a self anyway. All there was just a misconception of a self-perception or an ego, which was never there in the first place. So understanding that brings peace, understanding that brings tranquility, and through that we are able to be of more help to people. And I think there lies a far sense of true happiness that one can, I think, bring to this world and make this a better place, because I think we all have a role in being able to understand to the certain extent that we have, depending on what stage of the path we are. But to that extent, because we are experiencing this inner transformation gradually, we are able to then think about other people and then bring this sense of peace and true Dhamma close to their hearts as well and to their lives. So I think that's a really great thing. Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Ranka and Dr. Sakuntala, for giving this kind of a comprehensive explanation. What? Yeah. But what I realized from your and Dr. Sakuntala's explanation, so there are two certain things. So that means thought gives rise to suffering, either suffering or a pleasurable feeling, and there is a person who feels this suffering or the pleasurable event. So there are two things. So with this, so it is okay if you don't hear this Dhamma, you practice that kind of a thing, like Surankika said, so fitting type. So you focus on some other things. So that is the nature of the mind. So it requests, the mind requests a new thing. So the earlier the thought that gave the suffering would not be there in the second thought. So you deviate your mind to another thing. So that is all right. So if you happen to listen this Dhamma in one single instance, so there is no kind of so nothing to lose if you just pay some kind of attention and look what we are telling. So you have the option, the fitting type option is there for you. It's already there for you, but you have never heard this thing. What is this? Thoughts will be there, the suffering will be there, the thoughts that carries the suffering will be there. But in this, when once you understand this Dhamma, what will happen? They are the person who got the suffering, who suffered, that get vanished. So that is somewhat different, that that you know, that you knew earlier. So always you thought like, I'm the one who is suffering, I'm the one who is enjoying in this life. So if some kind of a suffering comes, so I must go to the beach and have some kind of a change to my mind. Likewise, you try to deviate yourself from one thought to another. But with this Dhamma, what you are trying to do is just understanding the thought, and you will realize the thoughts are the thing that carries this suffering. So if there is if person would be not if the person is not there, who is going to suffer? So what Lord Buddha said is, what you have believed so far, there is a person or there is a living being here to suffer, is a misconception. So to figure out that, we are trying to understand the thought. So we, at a glance, we can see the thoughts and the self is two different entities. But once you understand this Dhamma, you will realize believing the thoughts as real is the cause for the existence of the self. So that is the misconception, believing the thoughts as real. So what Lord Buddha said is, think in that direction. What Lord Buddha say have shown a nice angle to see the thought, see the mind. So if you are able to see, look at from that perspective, you will understand there is no reality in thoughts. The thoughts are not real. So in the absence of that kind of a reality in a thought, there is no chance of evolving a self within that thought. So the doer, the perceiver, the person who receives the suffering, or a person, the persona there would not be. You will with the understanding what will happen. It will dissolve the self, the I-ness, the self-centeredness, the self-identity, the ego, everything will get dissolved. So there is no person to suffer here. So that's how you get through this entire suffering. So universal suffering. So that is what Lord Buddha taught. So as Surangika said, ultimately what will happen, the transformation. So it will happen. So from the birth, you have been dealing with the self up to now. But once you understand there is no self to suffer, there was no such a self, so-called self, earlier as well. So then there would be a kind of transformation that will happen within you. So that is the expected outcome after listening, after realizing this Dhamma. So you won't feel like that you are living. You don't feel like that you are existing. Everything happens normally. So because the senses are there, the world gets created, the thoughts will be there, the the sadness and the happiness that carries along with the thoughts will be remain same, but only change that will happen here is the doer, the 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 person who receives that will get lost. So that is the internal expected internal transformation. So it is self-evident. So you can you can you can feel it by yourself. So yes, I think now we are running out of time, so we can meet up tomorrow as well. So do you have anything to add to this? Yes, I can see our friend Aran Mas is also here with us. Thiruvan Saranai Aran Mas. Is there anything to add? Or yeah, I think he might not be able to speak up right now. So if you don't have any question or thought to add, we can conclude our session for today. So I pay homage to our noble friend Naran Mahanse, and Thiruvan Saranai to all of you, Kavindya, Sunang, and Dr. Sakuntala, and all who are gathered here. So Thiruvan Saranai will meet tomorrow as usual. So Thiruvan Saranai to all of you. Thiruvan Saranai Aranase, Thiruvan Saranai everyone.
Everyone, Sarnai, Dr.
Terus
Ravi,
Sanai,
and Fancy, and all Dhamma friends.
Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, please accept our humble worship. We welcome all our Dhamma friends for the daily English Zoom session we are conducting today. So this Dhamma Zoom session is very different. This Dhamma Zoom session deliver a message of true liberation. So the term liberation, so everyone likes liberation. Everyone's like freedom. So it's very interesting. Is the real freedom, real liberation is outside, or is the liberation is expected from some environmental change, or the real liberation is something else? So the real liberation is, you see, is the liberation of self. So which is actually beyond mind. So fight for liberation, all that happens in the mind, but the real liberation, you see, it is beyond mind. So this is a forum which discuss about ultimate happiness. Ultimate happiness means usually happiness is something in the mind. So when something in the mind, you see, mind is not a permanent thing. Mind is a kind of a current, and that vary. So every moment it is a new current. new spark, new thought. So, so there is no permanent happiness in the mind, because mind vary, and the maybe the same object or some particular happiness relating to a thing that vary. For example, a food. So when someone enjoy the first 2 bites, 3 bites, after that, that enjoyment is not there. It is the secondary level satisfaction. Even that is for the case for any relationship as well. So even if you listen some music, so it's still the same. So mind is, you see, it is a current. The secret behind the mind is it want to maintain some level of stress, some level of power, some level of current. So it will look for that and this. It will see the next entertainment facility or signal in the system. It level of current start to deteriorate when it's associated with the same level of sensor or any object, any you see any signal. So and so this is the problem. That's why the mind happiness, that is a never ending process. I mean, if someone is slave to the mind and try to say what the mind say, even if that person try its level best and you see perform such requirements in the mind, still still after its achievement, immediately that mind indicate the next level of unsatisfaction or the next level of entertainment target in the system. So that's how it's run. Because it's all the time will highlight or will show some unsatisfied end, because they are the more current, easy to drive more current. So all the time something unfulfilled, something not satisfied is very much you see highlighted in the system. Sometimes there can be so many things for happiness, but unsatisfied thing or lackings you see very much highlighted in this system, because this is a system. The system wants to have targets or fulfill and to have the engagement. The power raising mechanism is the one which is happening. So the other thing is mind is kind of an end in the sense all the time there is some stress level of you see maintaining things as the mind, because um, all the time when a thing is there, the happiness is there with the thing, but like the opposite, like the same side of the I mean the two side of the same coin. Um, when a thing become real in the system, the need for the thing also arises. So that is another stress, because need to maintain thing is a kind of a suffering here, the stress here, or the system reject the thing when it is not happening in the way it wants to. So the attachment and the detachment, the you see is the one happening. So uh, when the things become real, you see there is so much rest of the power variations are happening. So this is the silly mind. Mind, you see, it want things and it rise upon things and it raise power on things. So in this number, we understand what is the reality behind the mind. Is the mind is a permanent thing, or is there a place for the mind, or what is this mind exactly? Is this a real thing? So actually, this number will provide the necessary guidance as to how this mind is formed, the formation. So when one see the formation, it understand this electric sparks mechanism. The sensor spark and the sensor power is the mind. So mind is a collective, combined energy or combined sparks or combined impact of um, sensor sparks. So so nothing real here. I mean, even the sensor creations or the mind or so-called soul, nothing is realistic here. So at any given moment, there would be something because mind is a thing. But that thing, you see, the moment the thing become real, the process doesn't stop there. So the moment the things become real, then the soul also become real. So that's how it's happened. But what's the soul? So then it's a power. I mean, it is the same power. So there is actually no several things here. So finally, there is one thing here. What is this one thing? That is this alive field. So that's it. All the rest of the things you see, those are just variation of the in this transformative cycle we analyze, but ultimately it is just a spark or just a power or just the existent field of something. So the why thoughts or the mind is heavier, it because of the thought burden. It is because of this power. But when someone understands this power, then automatically it is this mind, you see, mind become immaterialized. So this power is the one start to fade. So then it is more like natural liberation from the mind, because mind is well understood in the sense this understanding term sometimes not quite suitable because the term understanding happens in the mind, but clearly we are describing a breakthrough in the mind. So that's why sometimes the term understanding is not suitable here because the understanding can happen in the mind as well. But this is experience which is beyond mind. So the mind sort of become irrelevant or valueless automatically in the system. So we are discussing a scientific approach, actually a greater science here. But once the science is seen, this automatic signal mechanism or the process of what's happening with these sensory organs, it's seen. And then it's clear that this is actually like no man's land. It is the real emptiness of not having any reality of any of the things in the present moment. So I think, as you all know, we read few pages of the book. So currently we are reading page 93. Yesterday we read half. So you can download this True Dhamma has awakened. There are several series of this book. So currently we are reading volume 6. So volume 1 to 5, you can 1 to 6 you can download from any of the Buddothpado Dhamma.com websites. And also we have another website, English website, Wisdom of Asia. So one can log into this website and find a lot of information relating to True Dhamma. So as usual, let's read a few pages from this book. Let me start from page 93, second paragraph. If there is a thing, there is self or me. Now, with the combination of all these, the notion of an individual self gets created. If there is a wall, there is this person or I who see the wall. Now do you understand that the notion of a self cannot be referred to a person? The notion of a mother, brother, or house, all these are only thoughts. When a thing exists, the concept of a self exists too, and vice versa. These are creations of the vibrations and senses. So, if we elaborate that, so who is a father? Who is a mother? Yeah, so who is a father? Who is a mother? Who is a brother? So, these are actually notions. These are not real. So, your eye doesn't know the mother. It's just a side spark only. Your ear doesn't know the mother. It is just a sound spark only. Your body doesn't know the mother. Just a touch spark only. So where is the mother? So mother is a notion. A mother is a program thing. A mother is a, you see, it's a misconception. So it is the, you see, that doesn't carry any value, meaning. So this is the thing. So, these are vibrations actually. These are creations. But when we take the mother, but mother is a label. So it is the thing. It is a perception. The perception is just a reflection of some combined sensation only. The perception doesn't carry any meaning. It is the misconception. It is the wrong view that some perception is there. So this is the duality. The duality is here because the combine the senses spark, that is the power, and that power carry a misconception of something there like so. It is the duality. So nothing is meaningful. So when a thing exists, the concept of a self exists too. So it's like the two sides of the same coin. It is the same thing. It is not two things. It is the same thing. So these are creations of the vibrations and sensors. They do not exist anywhere. To consider something that is created due to vibration as things that come from the outside is only a wrong view. We never find anything from the outside. When I say this, someone can say or question, then how do we feel this hardness or softness? You feel it because of the skin that results the sensations. Various animals have various senses. The way they feel or see may be different than how we see and hear. Within the population of 8 billion people, each person gets his or her own creation associated by the senses, but the type of senses we have are the same. So now you see the animal world. So where is the animal world? Where is the human world? So is these are two different worlds, animal world and the human world. So now see, the animal is also living, isn't it? The human is also living. So, but where is this world? So it is we are thinking. We are actually thinking there is an animal world and there is a human world. But otherwise, you see, it is the sensors. The dog sensor that that creates a different sensation. The bird, it's a different sensations, right? So birds also carry nest, family, children. So so in the sense, the generation, reproduction. So all that mechanism is a happening thing. Even if it's a cow or a fish or a dog, so cat, so it's different sensory patterns. So it is a sensor created world. It is we think we live in the human world and the animal is in the animal world, like, but all these are thoughts, thinking. So where is the human world? Human is, you see, if there are 800 billion people, each one lives in their own mind world, isn't it? So various persons, customs, rituals, practices, the social setups, uh, you see, the education systems, and all those are different. So cultural backgrounds are different. So the way the human system program is different. So mind is a past practice. So it is the past program running in the present moment. So that's it. So what is right or wrong? That depends on the program. The program, how it was done, according to that, that system interpret as what is right, what is wrong. Right? So that's how it's happened. So that's why. So there can be, for example, there can be certain cultural setup, social setup, legal marriage is a must. But in certain cultures, it may not be a must, and living together would be a normal thing. So that depends. So this is the thing. So it is how this is program. The program is the one which is uh, highlighting as to the right thing or the wrong thing. So therefore, even though one feel like it sees a material world, exactly all this materiality is formed in the senses, and the materiality is felt by the mind, because when the mother comes, you see automatically that mother signal carries the touch feeling, the solidity feeling created by the sensor as well. That's why the perception is felt very strong. The perception has all the solidity, liquidity, hot air, cool, so all great elements, four great elements is there. That signal carries. So that's why a particular spark has the impact of a alive field. It has the liveliness, because this materiality is the one, you see, which is so strongly felt in the mind. That's why one doesn't understand this is an isolated signal and it is not the outside. And but since this process is simultaneously happening, like, it automatically connects the internal signal to some outside object. So the internal and the external is created. So that is the duality. The duality happens means it is the ignorance. So actually the ignorance is the real reason for the mind power. Why mind power? It is the ignorance. Duality has happened. So let's read. These are parts of the phenomena that is being created and disappeared. They are impermanent and continuously changing in nature. But even though we say like these are impermanent, the impermanent is not a knowledge, or impermanent is not a thinking. Even someone thinks like this is impermanent. If it is still in the mind, it is just another thought, just another thinking. It's not a liberation. So all mind means not true. All mind means falls into the wrong view. So impermanent. Impermanent. This needs to feel. That is the most important thing here. All are creations. All are only creations due to vibrations and sensual activities influenced by them. They do not exist anywhere. With the influence of the Chattaro Mahabhuta, that is solidity, liquidity, heat, and air element, everything gets created in the mind only as thoughts. Finally, these are only mental formations and illusions. A creation just like the window creates when it is lightning and thundering. In other words, These are not real. When certain conditions are met, they simply appear. Yeah. It's like when it is windy, like when it is with the breeze, the leaves of the trees, uh, you see, the leaves starts to shake. So something like that. So the all formations occur in the present moment, and it vanishes, but nothing remains. Nothing remains. So, but every formation, that's why the solidity liquidity even is a formation in the present moment. So that's the very interesting part here. So we'll continue to read. Participants, during the time my friend became sick, I was maintaining the awareness. However, when a problem came up, I felt that my unshaken mind turned into a shaken mind. When that happened, I focused my attention to that particular situation and realized that this is as same as the three worlds, Thunbhumi. Currently, the consciousness is able to detect the shaking of the mind as it comes up. Is mindful awareness necessary in order for the vibration to come to a zero level? Then Aryan Mahansa explained, what I understood is that you have a thought that is the self is present. There is no such thing here. We have discussed this situation in a prior discussion. Most of the people are in this level. People get misled here. These disclosures offer the essence of the pure Dhamma as Buddha has taught. Maybe these are not valued in Sri Lanka. However, the entire world gets peace through these disclosures. After following these disclosures, Arahata created. These are the same sutras that Buddha has taught. In your case, thoughts have taken the power over you. The reason is the sensual world, giving value to the sensual world associated with the perception of form and formlessness. This is a situation that can be experienced that in any thought or in any kind of perception that the notion of a self does not exist. This can be seen only through inner calmness and quietness and with the supreme wisdom. Within the quietness, all are done in normal way. This can be explained as Adhigata Samadhi. It is apparent that the most of the people cannot experience this level. The reason for this is that purification has not completed. The spiritual situation can be detected only by Dhamma vision. Buddha's Dhamma doctrine is magnificent and deep. So it is the deep wisdom is the insight is the one happening here. So what is important is the insight. So insight is not relating to the mind, not relating to any of the senses, not relating to the sensory organ. So insight is insight really for the insight value transformation, like the value system drops, where that you see that feel of transformation is not relevant to any setup. It's not it's not relevant to any body or any sensor. So it is totally unrelevant formation or totally unrelevant field. So we can't say formation, but it is a totally unrelevant field. There is no any other term to use. So that is the insight given up or insight change. So that is the insight that really happening here. So then it's quite easy because the any outside setup or any perceptions not felt strongly because of the insight. It's a natural sort of liberation from the this perception world. So that's why we talk about beyond mind. In the mind, it's very burden, but beyond mind is the real tranquility. So the tranquility is not the happiness, but the tranquility is like ultimate happiness. So it's more like happiness which is felt by every body cell. So it's a happiness which is felt by every body cell. So we are basically describing happiness which is not relating to anything, but which is felt by 100% of the body cells of somebody. So that's why this nothingness is different. So that is not relating to any person or anything. So it is a different field. So I think our friend Dr. Sakuntala is also joined. I can see Saman Ubesiri also join. I think if you all have questions, you please feel free to ask. That's very important, your engagement in the forum, because I'm sure all of you have some question to clarify. So just no matter even a minute or two kind of a discussion would be helpful. So please feel free to ask questions and engage yourself. And our noble friend, spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is also join with the forum. We can discuss the next part of the discussion. So I'll invite Dr. Sakuntala to explain us anything relating to this Dhamma. Teruvan Saranai.
Terwan Saranai. Actually, I joined a little while ago. You were discussing something about Adhigata Samadhiya, if I am correct. Terwan Saranai.
Yes, that term was there. Yeah, you can explain that, Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, it may be something sort of deep. I don't know whether I'll be very successful in explaining that in very simple ways. If I try to tell it, actually, this is something that is somewhere when you reach a significant level of understanding of Buddhottpada and Hanse's teaching. And in very simple words, if I say, what happens is the thoughts that there are thoughts that are formed then and there in the system. what happens is automatically it is given a value. That is how the mundane world is. So in mundane world, you tend to give a value to each of these thoughts and then take the thought as a real, as a part of the uh, existing world. So when you realize how these thoughts are formed and the mechanism that uncontrollable mechanism or the by the uh, nature's law, it's something happening, and there is no controlling body, especially there is no controlling self. Then you realize that this is something that happens automatically, and the thoughts are the end product. And not only the thought, actually, the end product is the feeling of self or the self existence, or in Pali, Sakkaya Dittiya. So that is the end product, which is unstoppable for a person who has no idea about this true Dhamma. So when you realize this mechanism, the fact that there is no one who can control and there is no self controlling this system, then it becomes very obvious that there is no value to the thoughts that are formed on each instance. So the mind is a flow of thoughts. There is no one single mind. It's a continuous, very fast flow of thoughts. And when you realize this mechanism, it's not easy. I would say it's not easy to sort of have that transformation, because what we have been taking is that there is a thought mind, and we get thoughts and all sorts of these thoughts are related to past and thoughts about the future. All sorts of complete misconception was there. So when you realize the truth, little by little, uh, it get the feeling comes that there is no value in these thoughts. So thoughts, in the sense, thought can be anything. It can be the mother, father, your child, or anything in the world, material world, house, car. Not only that, myself is also a thought. So little by little, the value given to these thoughts uh, diminish. The significance of the thoughts gradually sort of disappears. And at this point, uh, you can experience the world in the same way. That means because your senses are functioning, your sense activity is there. You can see, hear, and feel the things in the same way, but the value is the one which is disappearing. In other words, the fire that was created or the current that was created due to the sensor function, that is the one which diminishes and fades away. So that is a place where the Adhigata Samadhi, uh, I exactly don't know the English word for this actually. So Adhigata Samadhi is a state where you feel that it's a feel, it's not a thought. It's a feel that there is no value in these thoughts which are coming. It's felt to the system. It's not something that you can sort of try and achieve. It's something automatically happens. So right at the beginning, there are some fluctuations uh, in the Adhigata Samadhi. Now, I think if I remember correctly, Buddhajanan Vahasya, our Lord Buddha, asked once from Anuruddha Thero that time. He inquired about this Adhigata Samadhi, and if Anuruddha Thero said that it's not persisting, it doesn't last permanently. So it's coming and then kind like a pendulum going to the side of Adhigata Samadhi, and then it's disappearing, something like that. And then Buddhajanan Mahanse, our Lord Buddha, gave the reasons why the Adhigata Samadhi is not persisting in one state. Uh, so in other words, uh, a person who is going in the Dhamma path will uh, feel this experience, which is actually very important. The fact that there is no value in a thought. So at one point, the person or the system will feel that there is no value, and then there may be some fluctuations. Then you might feel that the thought is real in one end. So it more often it experiences. That means more frequently, if a system experiences that the thoughts have no value, then the direction is the system is going to the correct direction. So in the arhat state, what I have understood as a knowledge is that adhigata samadhi will persist throughout in any posture, while doing any other work, walking or sitting or lying down, all four postures, this adhigata samadhi will persist. So it is actually a deep fact, some deep understanding, I would say, with the internal transformation. But as a practice, as something from the practical side, what we experience is that the fire which was created within you in relation to the thoughts, or the fire created within the system in relation to thoughts, will get less and less. Uh, so it can be compared actually when the same incident occurs, when the same thought occurs in relation to some sense of function. The fire which was created at the beginning was much more, and then the system will automatically feel that the fire is getting less and less. Uh, so this is what you experience. Uh, and what should we do? I mean, what should the a person who is trying to understand this Dhamma do? So first part is now, as we have been describing very often, trying to explain that uh, first the knowledge is important about this true Dhamma. What is basically explained, how the thoughts are formed, how the self-feeling occurs, how these senses create a world for each and every living being. And it becomes, it is actually a separate world, separate in the sense different worlds for each and every living being. But the illusion is that we assume that it is a common world for everybody. And then what we experience with the help of the senses, we assume that it is what is there outside. So that is the biggest illusion. And so to clarify these myths, we should have a clear knowledge about the Buddha's teaching, and that is what our noble friend has been clarifying and telling us in very simple words. And once you get this basic idea, what is being taught, then the practical pathway, what is explained in very, very simple, very practical, very approachable way. Little by little, you get rid of the feeling that there is a person here, uh, not a person, but there is a system which is functioning. So a lot of people in the Zoom discussions ask what should we do? Actually speaking, the true Dhamma, the knowledge first, that means a darshana, the knowledge about the darshana, that means a true Dhamma teachings should be sort of studied well and then have a clear idea. And this has to be continued actually. After the basic knowledge, you can't keep it away and say that I have studied darshana and I know that. There is a continuous process of purifying what you knew, and then the applying what you learned into day-to-day life is the path. That means the 4 steps that are taught in the practical experience. So in the first step, actually, I mean, though you explain this in 4 steps, it's not something like passing from one class to the other. It's a continuous process. Little by little, what happens is that the feeling of self-existence is sort of uh, removed little by it gets little by little faded towards the end. When you reach the last bit, actually, you tend to realize there is a system only, and there is some coordinated functions of the sensors, and then finally, what is experienced is the tranquility and lack of current or fire which occurs with each and every thought. So the person will or the system will function in a normal way and have all the relationships with the rest of the society and the family, but there is no fire within. So that is what most of our friends are experiencing already, particularly people who have been listening to this Deshana for some time. And we can see lots of new people also joining nowadays. So all are actually going in the correct direction. As our noble friend says, that if you know the path and the address where to go, then that's it. So you will reach the destination at some stage. Okay, I think our friend Surangika also has joined. I don't know whether she's free to talk. Terwan Saranai, Randima. Terwan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. So I can see Surangika is joined. I just want to ask from Surangika. Now we talk about this constant, constant liberation or the constant tranquility is the issue here, like the Anuruddha Thero's question. So that is a very valid question. So this is in a way like this, even though we discuss about the tranquility, liberation, why it is not constant? So it is, we understand this constant liberation or the constant tranquility will never reach until these taints are over. So this taints is a very important area. So will you please explain that? Surangika, Teruvan Saranai.
Pedwan Sanai, Randima, and Dr. Chandani and others in the forum, and Pedwan Sanai and Mahansa. I heard the last bit of Dr. Chandani's beautiful explanation, and thanks, Randima. I'm not quite sure what taints are actually. What is the Sinhala word for taints? Is that the fetters or defilement?
Taints means the it's a defilements, the sasava swabhava.
Sasava.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm not quite sure how to answer that question. And I suppose
Just leave out the Thames fact, but I think you are aware about that Anuruddha Thero's question to
yes,
Lord Buddha about
not
yeah,
not
not having
yeah.
permanent in the constant tranquility.
Yes,
Constant, yeah.
I think Dr. Chandani addressed it to some extent as well, but I think with our enhances, recent discourses, and also we had the privilege of hearing from that UK lady Sonamali as well, where I think we are getting more and more into the deeper end of understanding why that whole liberation is not so easy to come by, isn't it? We felt as if we were reasonably confident when one goes on the path and thinking, that one has made progress and that achieving it is imminent, or and then you kind of realize that it's not as easy as that may seem, and sometimes the issue is the fact that we are actually making an effort. We are striving. Now, I can't again remember the English term for it, but you do need to have a motivation, shall I say, to see the path, to go on the path, understand the true Dhamma to begin with, and then follow the practical steps as Dr. Chandani outlined as well, because together with the Vidarshana practice, the practical steps are also crucial. And it is together that one can then progress in our understanding of nothing else but just the understanding of the mind and the mechanics of the mind. But in doing so and then progressing, one actually encounters the experience again that Dr. Chandani mentioned, the feeling of things, objects, and thoughts, more specifically, not being an issue, not being of concern. You don't get carried away by the thoughts. You don't get consumed by the thoughts. So, with that happening and the vibration that gives rise to such burning thoughts and stressors and worries and defilements gradually fading, one encounters a state of near liberation, shall we say. And that's where that Anuruddha Thero's conversation with the Buddha happened, where when the Buddha questioned about whether that state is permanent, Anuruddha Thero replies saying it is not. It is fluctuating, it's coming and going. And probably the reason is, I think there were several reasons, maybe even the Upakilesa Sutra talks about the fact that there can be instances where one is putting too much effort, and then there can be instances where one is putting less effort. And I think there are several other reasons as well. If you're not applying yourself, sleepiness or sloth or torpor, various instances have been set out by the Buddha as contributing to the fact that that state has not become permanent. Meaning, what is the aim here? The aim is actually the vibration that humans and all species are subject to is the vibration, and the ultimate state is actually non-vibration. So to reach the state of non-vibration, there is a tendency in most of us, shall we say, following the path, that whilst we are aspiring to it, we have this thing that in our desire to achieve that state of non-vibration, there is almost sometimes, or most often than not, a searching for something, searching for Nibbana and searching for that state. And even if there is a moment where there is peace and calmness and non-vibration that is occurring at this moment, we are on this path where we are searching that we have gone past the goalpost, isn't it? Sometimes, and Aryan Mahanse always says that Nibbana is just here in this moment. In this moment, if you are not suffering, in this moment, if your thoughts are not burning and causing you stress and worry, then you have seen Nibbana in this moment. And yet, there are, I mean, most of us, the kind of, we go past that. We are blind. We try to see as if, no, I think there's something missing. No, this is not it. Or is this it? Or we are not sure. So there is doubt, skeptical doubt coming in. All these things are going through in our mind. And what's the mind? The mind is actually thoughts. So, and what does the thought itself, what does it denote? The thought itself is coming from vibration. The thought itself is coming from the point of ignorance. And if we continue to do that search for something that is non-existent, we are searching, meaning there is somebody who is searching and there is something that we are searching for. Now, both are through ignorance. We know fundamentally, through our understanding of true Dhamma principles, that there is no such thing. The things that we think through our thoughts are just not existing. They are just a thought, and a thought alone, coming through vibration and through the root cause, which is ignorance. So if we have any notion that there is something called Nirvana, then there lies the problem, isn't it? And the other issue is we don't know to give up. We don't know to relax. And the more you think, the more you strive, and the more thoughts that go through your mind in your so-called search for this notion of Nibbana, there is no room for the feel, as Dr. Chandani said, for the feel to emerge. And that's the very thing that needs to be given that space for that to emerge. If your mind is crowded with thoughts, where is the space for that feel of non-vibration, for that liberation to emerge? There isn't. So it's, I think, understanding that notion, and that has come through in quite a few of Swarnamali's and Aryan Mahansa's conversations, where it was pointed out that we seem to be able to recognize defilements coming through various other senses like the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, and so on, but have a tendency of getting trapped, shall we say, in the mind consciousness, stimuli that arises in the mind consciousness alone. And that seems to be almost the last frontier, because every sensor is finally connected to the mind consciousness, and then the mind consciousness on its own also gives rise to various stimuli. And that's where when thoughts occur, if one is not present in that moment and understand that we have only this moment, and this moment only, and that moment is also comprised of nothing but a thought, and the thought has also nothing in its composition. If that understanding, that basic understanding, and that there's something lacking in that understanding, that is where one can then get carried away by that thought, and then that thought will latch on to another thought and another thought, and then one gets carried away. It doesn't have to be an object or the mother or the father or your children. I think most of us, or the people who have progressed on this Dhamma, are no longer getting carried away by the mother and the father. They are now almost latched on to this notion of achieving Nibbana, and that seems to be the ultimate point where they are continuing to strive and continuing to want something and searching for something. But that itself, if it's giving rise through thoughts, and then that's where Aryan Mahanse points out that understand that thought itself is the very thought that's preventing one from allowing the state of non-vibration or liberation to arise. So all you got to do is just to see the thought, even and understand that what is this thing that is being searched for, and as long as you're searching for something, there is an I who is searching. So for one thing, there is no such thing called Nibbana. Aryan Mahanse always says, if there is no burning sensation now, then there is a Nibbana in this very moment. And if there is a searching, then there is still the Atma or the soul that is looking for something. And both, as we know, are non-existent. So I guess just understanding it, you can't do anything about it. You just got to understand that that itself can be the cause or the obstruction for actually achieving that state of liberation, as you said, Randima, and non-vibration. And I think just pointing just shining the light, I guess, by just seeing the fact that this can be a fallacy of ours, itself is enough to be able to, I think, achieve that state gradually. Yes, that one's online.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. So much. Thank you so much, Surangika. So we can invite Dr. Ravi also to add your comments on that. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Nandima, Teruvan Saranai, Surangika and all. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Yeah, yeah, as Surangika said, if this Nibbana becomes a thing for you, so that will hinder the proper understanding, or that so it if you take it as another thought, if you believe that thought is real, as long as you believe that thought is real, so that will cover up the actual that will mask the actual feel. So that in the sense you are getting trapped with this Vijnana Maya or the illusion. So the Nibbana, the people who are in the mundane plane has all these things: stream entry, non-returner, one returner, and person who is who has achieved the arhathood. So likewise, the mundane people say like that, but when you get on to the noble path, so there are no such milestones. So only milestone is achieving or getting through this illusion of Sakkaya Ditthi. So once the Sakkaya Ditthi is gone, so the path is become very evident for you. Path becomes very evident for you, and it will be cleared up until the end. So in between there are certain milestones, but you don't want to bother about that much, because you will feel that your defilements get dissolved gradually. So other than that, from the time your Sakkaya Ditthi got fade away until the Arahathood, there will be some kind of a gradual process. So in between there are certain milestones that has been set up for the mundane people, for the betterment of for the ease of explanation explaining this Dhamma, but as Aranhase says, there are no such milestones. So if you focus on any one of those kind of milestone, so that will mask your journey, because it will be taken as another kind of mental image. If you believe, once you tend to believe that there is some kind of a stage, that will imply that you have been caught up by that illusion. You have been deceived by that illusion. So that should not happen if you understand this Dhamma. So don't focus. So what Lord Buddha says is, don't focus on anything else other than your internal transformation. Internal transformation, that in other words, we can say dissolving of the I-ness. In other words, dissolving of what you call these defilements. So you will feel definitely the I-ness you had previously. Now it has not in that much powerful. So you will feel that. So that is the only indication that you will feel while you start traveling through this noble path. So that's why it can't be it, it is not visible to some other other one, so other people. So it should be felt internally to you. So there are no such milestones. Only what you feel is the fading of the defilements, the the, the intensity of the I-ness, the self-centeredness will get gradually diminish until what? Until the state of Arahatum. So as Surangika clearly said, if you focus on any one of these stages, it will block your path. It acts as an obstacle to your path. So yeah, that's all what I hear. That's all what I have to tell. Yeah, you asked about the tails. So what I know about the tails is it comes from its tails are there at the level of the zygote even. So zygote itself is formed by combination of sperm and the ovum. So when the zygote is formed, there is some kind of vibration in it. So when that vibration gets telepathized with some other kind of vibration, so the tails will be there. So tails in the sense, even in one single cell there will be tails. So tails in the sense, finding the nature of finding the other one. So the nature of finding the other stimuli. So it does not satisfy with the existing stimuli. It's tend to find the other stimuli. So according to Arenhan's sermons, he says tails are there in the zygote even. Every cell has this this nature. So once the zygote has been grown up to the level of a newborn or fetus or newborn, so after giving birth to the child, so the TENS plays the major role. So it tends so it makes you to feel the signal of the light. TENS make you to feel the perception of sound. So the world that is created on top of those uh, perceptions will be resulted as the functionality of the TENS. So TENS leads this everything. So 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 that's what that those are the things that I understood from the sermons which have been preached by R.N. Master. So TENS lead to make ultimately what is happening is what's happening is TENS collectively forms the worldly perceptions. These worldly perception contributes to make you a world for you. That world, that worldly perception may uh, collectively contribute to formation of defilements. So the defilements collectively make you to feel that you are a person, you are a living being. So from that very beginning point, the TENS also has some kind of a feeling of existence. So that existence feel collectively come together and form a new existence feel called I. So it is a certain kind of a process. So it will happen naturally. So when we think that the feeling of I-ness is the feeling of existence is as I or me, my mind, so that is the point where our ignorance start to happen. So we didn't know until we hear this Dhamma, we didn't know this happens into a certain way. So we have been misled by the perception. So we thought the light is real. We thought the sound we hear is real. We thought the perception, the stimulation that we receive through the skin sensor is real. We thought that our mind consciousness is real. We thought everything we perceive through the consciousness is real. So we thought the consciousness is a real thing. So that is the ignorance that we had. So if you understand, when you understand this Dhamma, we get to know that everything happens into a certain way. So no one is controlling. I'm not the one who is controlling it. So then of course you will understand the system. So then you won't be bothered about it. So there is no need to worry about this. So then you will understand there is no person here, no doer here. So that is the whole fact that Lord Buddha wanted to highlight into the world, express into the world, announce into the world. Even though you think there is a person here, There's no such a person here. So we feel like we are living, but it is not true. The consciousness that we have is not true kind of a consciousness. It happens as a result of certain uh, processes, certain activities. So yes, Randima.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Ali. Yeah, I think these taints are I think, the most important thing here. This taint, so it is the form of excitement. It's a form of excitement in everybody's self. So it is actually a power. So which is the inner power. So that is the power which really driving all this magic. So only thing is this taints the inner killer, or this excitement, this power that is not seen until this you see the level of defilements sort of bring down to some kind of a level. So the hate, delusions, the jealousy, the lust. So these ones one will see at gross level. So that gross level is really drives by this one. So this excitement, so excitement in the senses, excitement in everybody's cell. So this is, as you explain, what is telepathized. So this is the story of the samsaric travel. So I think one of the important thing you highlighted in this discussion is this milestone. So as you very correctly pointed out, these milestones, really there's nothing like that. So it's a form of another blocking. So this is actually the a natural kind of a transformation, and you see the scene or the insight of what really happening. So this power is the one slowly get clear out, and slowly that's the one which fade out, and then only one can talks about the real neutralization in every cell, in every sensor. So I think today we have come to end of our discussion, but we had a very great discussion, somewhat trying to going into deep or touch some deep. So we are happy if Aryan Mahansi also have some words, but we know these days Aryan Mahansi is busy. So anyway, thank you all of you for coming and having your views, opinions, and here. So that's very important. So yeah.
I was just wondering, I saw Mr. Obesity is a new person, isn't it? I mean, I don't join this forum often on weekdays, but perhaps there's something he can add because
I know them. I think I know them, but they will join very soon.
Okay.
So I encourage, you see, every day or daily I'm encouraging them to speak, but I know them. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And
very
I think
soon,
maybe,
I'm sure
yeah, if
there
there are
is
new
a young
people.
lady there. So I think she's very good. So most probably, so let me have a chat with Aryan Mahanse and get her also to the forum. So she will talk very soon, I feel.
Yes, I think, and anyway, I had this thought also about the English Zoom that, some of us have kind of followed this path 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And it's always refreshing to hear a new person, isn't it? Just like the Sinhalese Zoom discussions. When a new person joins and asks a very practical question or gives an example of some occurrence in that person's day-to-day life, and then the Dhamma is explained in relation to that experience that person has had, then it's very lively, and it's more practical, and then it's easier to communicate the message of the Dhamma as well to the audience. So I hope more and more people will join so that we can have a very good conversation, isn't it, Randima?
Yeah, exactly, Saramika. Yeah, that's immensely benefit if everyone speaks only. We can have a form of a conversation. Otherwise, it will more like just a isolated talk. Yeah,
That's
that's
right.
true. Thanks so much for every one of your views. So we'll meet up tomorrow as well. Theruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai Aran. Please accept our humble worship.
Therwan Sannai Randima,
Therwan Sannai all
to all
friends.
friends, Therwan Sannai Aren Mahanse.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai, all of you. Theruvan Saranai Aran Mahanse. Please accept my humble worship. We welcome all our Dhamma friends for the today's English Dhamma Zoom session. As you all know, this Dhamma Zoom session is very different one. This Dhamma Zoom session communicates a special message of true Dhamma, that is the never heard before Dhamma, where as you all understand, even in Buddha's time, people from various backgrounds visited Lord Buddha, and you see, they came, they listened, and um, they they felt something. They felt some inner transformation, and they happily went home. So, so what's the never heard before Dhamma? What is the practical Dhamma where one experience inner transformation, one experience within? That is a liberation. So everybody talks about liberation. Everybody talks about, you see, radiant mind. Many people talks about freedom. So where exactly the freedom? Where exactly the liberation? Is there a Dhamma path that takes you liberation? So liberation, the real liberation is the liberation from self, liberation from the mind. So this Dhamma discussion provides you a guidance as to what is this world, what is this soul. So soul is a current, which is a vibration, which is a spark that occur each and every moment. So this spark is the one we highlights here, and that allows you a way of understanding mechanism behind one's own formation. So this Dhamma is not difficult. You see, many people spend their time to research about new subject, new theories, new things. This Dhamma is really not a knowledge, but that's the solution for your own sufferings or reliefs. So suffering is the self, and um, you see liberation of self. So this Dhamma is really worth for the entire humankind, irrespective of any religion, because this doesn't talk about any faith. No, this is not just another blind faith, or this is not just a thing for practice. Really, this Dhamma is for feel of transformation, feel of the truth, the understanding, awareness, which is going beyond inner transformation. So inner feel of the truth. So So this Dhamma is unique in this sense. So everyone suffer in this world, in the mind. So suffering is not really outside. When you understand, you realize that there is nothing called external, nothing called you either. There's nothing called internal. So everything is a formation in the present moment. So in this context, this Dhamma is very beautiful because most of the time you tend to think it is you feel suffering. You are in one end, and the other end is the one which is the cause for suffering. Like it is that outside. Thelwan Saranai, I'm sorry, I think there was a power failure, so now I'm connecting from another
Everyone, sorry. Please wait for a while until Ms. Shantiba join to our Zoom. Thank you.
So very sorry because you see when the power comes, the device automatically sort of getting transit. So these are just technical devices failures or just normal things. So let's discuss a few pages from the book. There are some good websites, Buddothpado, Dhamma websites. So you can download from even from Sinhala websites also give UC direction to these books. At the same time, Wisdom of Asia is another website, which is an English website. From there also you can download these books. So let's start reading the book. We stopped yesterday, page 92. Currently, we are reading page 93. We feel we see light because of the eye consciousness. The sparks created by the vibration system make various sensations and feelings, images, and the mind consciousness. They become powerful with the influence of the above stated phenomena. With the sensual activities, jatiya or birth comes into existence. At first, for an infant, everything is limited to sound, colors, etc. However, with the vibrations and the influence they create in the mind through the recurring sensual activities, a situation similar to the power created by a rotating flywheel happens and things get created. Then trees, chairs, mother, walls become real in the mind. If there is a thing, there is self or me. Now, with the combination of all these, the notion of an individual self gets created. If there is a wall, there is this person or I who see the wall. Now, do you understand that the notion of a self cannot be referred to a person? The notion of a mother, brother, or house, all these are only thoughts. When a thing exists, the concepts of a self exists too, and vice versa. These are creations of the vibrations and senses. They do not exist anywhere. To consider something that is created due to vibration as things that come from the outside is only a wrong view. We never find anything from the outside. When I say this, someone can say or question, then how do we feel this hardness or softness? You feel it because of the skin that results the sensations. Various animals have various senses. The way they feel or see may be different than how we see and hear. Within the population of 8 billion people, each person gets his or her own creation associated by their senses, but the type of senses we have are the same. Yeah, so really now what this means it is the outside that it's experienced. The reason is the moment the side spark occur, the sensation arise, and you see the feel occur that something is there. Like now, this something is there is the power. We have to understand, because now if we try to split the whole process into pieces and see how these individual senses you see works, one will better understand in this sensor system it is a sensor created different sparks. You see, sensor created different sparks, different patterns of sparks, but spark process is same, but different. The variation is due to the city. So various sensor sparks patterns, and that comings together, you see totally different spark. That's how it happens. Now just assume for a moment, you are walking, you see, you are walking in the beach, right? So now you can practice what's really happening here. So when you walk like, so now one can feel, you see, one can feel it feeds, just sense the hardness of the sand. But the feet doesn't know that it is the sand, isn't it? The feet has no sensation of a thing. That sensor feel, the sensor, that sensation is, you see, some sensation only. It is, we think that it is hard or it is soft or it is sand, all those are thinking. But if the thinking is set aside for a minute, what's the sensation? A sensation, if the thinking is set aside for a minute, what's the sensation? A sensation is, you see, that is unable to figure out like what it is all about, and whose feet even no idea. So then the spark vary. You see the sensation of the breeze. So then the breeze is a sensation in the skin sensor, but it is just a sensation only, nothing more. I mean, it doesn't know whether this is a breeze of the sea or something else. Then the sensation vary, like smell, sea smell, you see the smell of the breeze, the salty smell. So that's another sensation, right? So it's just a sensation only. Then sound, then the spark vary to the sound. So then you see it is the sea sound of the sea, sound of the waves. But the ear doesn't know like it is the sound of waves of something, or is that the wave, or no, it doesn't carry any meaning there. Then it is the sight. The sight almost carry a picture. The picture of, you see, waves coming up and going. But the eye sensor doesn't know like is it a wave or is it a river or is it a sea? No idea. Now, but when we say someone is walking in the beach, quite pleasurable feel comes. You see, it's a beach. When one remember the beach, it's lot of enthusiastic feel there. You see, the sight is happy, the sounds happy, the breeze is happy, the almost entire body feel and even the mind sensation of that sea feel. You see, uh, so that sensation that that it is the beach is a collective thing. But if you just go on the beach like I mean just observing how these different senses vary, then that is a dull walk. That is a dull walk. Why it is just a dull walk? Because that collective feel stops. Because now it's observe the sensation. But all these you see sparks collectively comes only this place become a very enthusiastic place because that sea feel is a collective thing. The beach, that sea is a collective combined feel. Otherwise, it is just a dull walk. Let's say the other sensors stop and now only one sensor is just working. There is no sea feel. So when all these sensors spark like a machine, you see, when it is work like a machine and various sensation give rise the sea feel, and even in those fields, the sea fields, there is some variation, and that's how this field of entertainment occur. So the beach is the entertainment or the value of that perception. So it is a collectively formed thing. So collective sensation comes. So now when the sight occur, it is just not a sight. It's all combined sensation feel occur. That's why one will, if one doesn't understand this mechanism, it thinks, no, I feel the outside sea light. But clearly there is a disconnection here. The sight is just an isolated spark only. But due to this telepathy, you see, mechanism, when the sight spark occur, that is the new spark in the system, the old spark telepathize. But that old spark carries almost all sensors combined field. So this is the tricky thing here. This is why one trapped, you see, one trapped, not seen in this means really trapped in the illusion. But all this is one walking in the mind. One walking in the mind. So, we can continue the discussion. So, so if there is 8 billion people, you see, so 8 billion people in the world, they experience individual mind experience. That is the truth. Individual mind experience. Only thing is that sensor formations. That would be like, but there also can be variance. But the sensor formation, it's compared to animal, the human sensation would have a kind of similar sensation. But the meaning back of the mind, like, so that the perception would vary, like for the same children, you see, for the same child, the mother has a different feel, a neighbor has a different feel. So that is how the perception is sort of configured in the system, right? So this is very interesting in this context. So these are, okay, let me read. These are parts of the phenomena that is being created and disappeared. They are impermanent and continuously changing in nature. All are only creations due to vibrations and sensual activities influenced by them. They do not exist anywhere. With the influence of the Chattaro Mahabhuta, that is the four great elements, solidity, liquidity, heat, and air elements, everything gets created in the mind only as thoughts. Finally, these are mental formations and illusions. A creation just like the windows vibrate when it is lightning and thundering. In other words, these are not real. When certain conditions are met, they simply appear. So now see this solidity, liquidity, heat, air. These four creates the solidity that something is there like. So for example, we understand now tree is a perception. Tree is a perception. So but the tree has the feel of solidity. This is the problem. The perception carry the feel of the solidity, feel of the liquidity, feel of the heat, feel of the air. So, but these are really mind creations, mind constructions, mental formation. So these are really the illusions. So this creation is how the solidity is formed. Solidity is also a mental construct that forms in the same telepathy mechanism. Same telepathy mechanism in the sense, it is the, you see, it is the sensor. Sensor creates the solidity. Now, if you have a sensor, just like an X-ray machine, right? So X-ray, the X-ray can reach the skeleton of somebody and then take the image and return like no. So X-ray is a wave. So it is a wave that can surface, go. It is invisible. So so likewise, now just imagine if there is such a capability, then for such hand, there is no solidity. So solidity is created in the sense, right? So that is also back again the telepathy. Telepathy in the sense that is a sensor vibration. Sensor vibration. So when the sensor vibrates in some form, that formation people incorrectly think that exists outside. That's how it's happened. If vibrate, such kind of solidity is found. Like, but the reality is all these are vibrations. Right, now let's look at, there is a participant. So now participant question. During the time my friend became sick, I was maintaining the awareness. However, when a problem came up, I felt that my unshaken mind turned into a shaken mind. When that happened, I focused my attention to that particular situation and realized that this is as same as the three worlds, Tun Bhumi. Currently, the consciousness is able to detect the shaking of the mind as it comes up. Is mindful awareness necessary in order for the vibration to come to zero level? So I think participant has some kind of understanding about the vibration, but you see, still the participant is in the mind. This question clearly indicate that even though it knows about the vibration, even though it knows that this is reducing zero level, all that is the knowledge, but it's still in the mind. It doesn't experience beyond mind because it is the unshaken mind turned into shaken mind. So this is the problem. So what is this mind? So mind is the vibration. Mind is the current. So that current is the one which is constantly changing. So that's a totally different spark, you see. And maybe it was very calm, tranquil, but it is in the mind. Then back again, it is shaken. It is shaken. It is totally in opposite. So this is the mind. You see variation when it is in the mind. So where it is not consistent. So then Aryan Vahansa is asking, what is that vibration? Then participants say the notion of a self. Then Aryan Vahansa asks, please give an example. Then participants say, I felt empathy for her. Aryan Vahansa, okay. How do you find a story about a self in a thought? Participant, I have tied up the notion of a self into the thought. Now Aryan Vahansa is explaining. What I understand is that you have a thought that the self is present. There is no such thing here. We have discussed the situation in a prior discussion. Most of the people are in this level. People get misled here. These disclosures offer the essence of a pure Dhamma as Buddha has taught. Maybe these are not valued in Sri Lanka. However, the entire world gets peace through these disclosures. After following these disclosures, Arahat are created, that is the fully liberated person. These are the same sutras that Buddha has taught. In your case, thoughts have taken the power over you. Actually, some people cannot understand that it is still in the power because it has not seen the power. It is, because it is a knowledge. It is a knowledge. So the reason is the sensual world, giving value to the sensual world associated with the perception of form and formless. Yeah, so this value set is the form. The form word means the values. So formlessness also explained here. That is, even there is entertainment for nothingness. So there is entertainment for tranquility. There is life in the system for samadhi. That is the formless. Uh, so there is a situation that can be experienced that in any thought or in any kind of perception that the notion of a self does not exist. This can be seen only through inner calmness and quietness and with the supreme wisdom. Within the quietness, all cures are done in a normal way. This can be explained as the Adhigata Samadhi. It is apparent that most of the people cannot experience this level. The reason for this is that purification has not been completed. The spiritual situation can be detected only by Dhamma vision. Buddha's Dhamma doctrine is magnificent and deep. So this discussion indicates what is important is the purification. It is not like one maintaining a soul and that soul try to be a good soul like no. The real transformation is it is the powerful soul because everyone over their years have sort of practice or sort of has a valuable soul. Whatever said and done for the person in the mundane world, there is a valuable soul. So that valuable soul want that to be praised. That valuable soul want a status. That valuable soul wants to maintain that soul power. So this is the thing. So there is no point of discussing Dhamma as a knowledge because then there is another powerful soul knowing some different theory, some different explanation, and it will well explain that to any kind of audience. But what is its inside transformation is the matter. So the insight is still it is valuable for him or her. So as long as that value is there for oneself, you see, it's very hard because even the knowledge is in a way to take to satisfy a soul. Like now I am a calm soul. Now I am a tranquility person. You see, that is the clearly without a transformation, it clearly goes to the formless. So there is a clearly soul there because now that soul want to protect it. That soul want a peace. Actually, this is not this Dhamma. This Dhamma is where the value is the one which start to drops. There is nothing to maintain like. So then it is just like a water. Then it is like a, more like ready for any incident, any situation, any moment. So it is the same. So this transformation is happening at the beginning, that the early part. So it is the soul, the power of the soul getting dropped is the actually the transformation happening. There is no any other transformation. So therefore, it's very important. This talks about the Adhigata Samadhi. This talk about the consistent form of liberation in every moment. So that is the experience, and that is not a thinking, but it's very important even in the path life. So what's happened is the value comes down, in the sense value for the soul come down. Value for the soul, there is no requirement to maintain or praise or maintain a particular status, like automatically the values come down. So when the value come down means naturally there is a liberation from the outside as well. So that is a kind of a internal samadhi or the tranquility, or we can say some nothingness. But what happens? One has to be careful. Even in the path, sometimes the nothingness can be entertained. The attachment to the tranquility or attachment to the samadhi. So, but all this will be seen through the insight, and as long as there is no hurry or there is no any valuable soul insight for anything, the insight will provide the right direction for one's own liberation. So all form of every moment is just like water is this Adhigata Samadhi. So it is neutralized. So the soul is dead almost. So there is nothing value, no entertainment for anything or self. So I think we discussed quite a lot. I can see my friend Sakuntala is joined, and also we can see a newcomer is also today, Saman Ubesiri. So even newcomers, we invite you. See, you can ask questions and engage with the forum. Doesn't matter. I mean, it's always interesting when the question comes to the forum. So when the chance come, please feel free to talk and engage yourself with the discussion, so that will immensely benefit our Dhamma forum. So let me invite my friend Sakuntala to add her opinion on this. Peruan Saranai.
Peruan Saranai Randima. I pay my homage to R.N. Mahanse and Peruan Saranai everybody in the forum. You gave a very detailed and very descriptive explanation about the thoughts and how the self is being entertained. Actually, that is the fact that we have to understand. Now, as you said, in the mundane world, the world is there, and I'm living in that world. I live for whatever the lifespan, and then I die, and then maybe I'm reborn in the same world. So that was the understanding we had. But with Lord Buddha's explanations, what he gave to the world was actually buried down little by little. uh, because there were problems with the translations. Uh, Different interpretations, explanations were given to the same word sometimes in different places, different explanations were given, and then the writers, they themselves added certain comments to the original Buddhist teaching. So therefore, it actually was going under sand. It was getting buried little by little. And in such a situation, our noble friend Aryan Mahanse sort of got it surfaced again, dug it out from the where it was burying, and then he is trying to Nase is trying to explain it in simple words and in more practical way, so that most of us can follow. Now, as you said, Randima, this a person who has no idea about this Dhamma, who is in the mundane world, has two entities. That is, the duality is there, outside and inside. Inside means a self, and outside is a world. So that is how we believed. And then what happens is when the person understands what is being taught in this Dhamma, little by little, uh, uh, we realize that the outside world is a creation of the senses. So different uh, animals, different living beings have their own world created. Uh, that means a sensor function. Actually, there is no separate sensor, and the sensor is producing something, manufacturing something. Manufacturing action itself is the birth of the sensor. So it's the same thing. So if a thought is formed or thought is constructed, that is the birth or the appearance of the sensor itself. So sensor means actually it's a function. So it's in the form of vision, hearing, and then the feeling, which includes three things: the feeling the smell of smell, feeling the taste, and the tactile feeling. That means the skin. Uh, so when you sort of try to understand these facts, first we think about it. We have to analyze it with the help of our thoughts, and then we realize that this what's called this outside world is a construct then and there. And then we feel that the outside world is little by little getting faded, or in other words, it's not that the way you see, hear, or feel is going to be different. You, in the same exact way, you will see, hear, and understand, feel the world. There's no way of no change at all. But what happens is that the value which automatically came up uh, with this sensor creation, the value is the one which gets faded away. And then after some time, as Randima very correctly said, the system, I use the word system rather than the person, because if the word you or myself or the person is used again, it gives a bit of a wrong impression that there is a living being, a self. So the system tend to realize that the so-called outside world, so-called material world, is just a creation. But what happens is the system on this side is still there. So the system who realize that I have less and less defilements now, I have I am sort of trying to understand this world is not a real, all sorts of things, all sorts of thoughts are coming up, and the system will feel that uh, I am improving, or I am understanding this Dhamma, and I am going along the correct pathway, and I am enjoying the tranquility and the calmness. So the soul is existing, soul is there on this side, but enjoying uh, the Dhamma facts which uh, the, the system learned. So that is one of the big major pitfalls that can occur. And this is something very important. This is where the advice of our noble friend is needed, because then in a very fine way, the self perception is there, self perception, which is called in Atma Sanyava, Atma Sanya in Sinhala. That means a self is hiding in a very, very fine way. Uh, the system tend to like that tranquil feeling. The system like to experience that tranquil feeling again and again. That means the system wants to have it. They are very clearly it is a self feeling or the self perception. Now, right at the beginning, right now, particularly in the mundane world, uh, the system is covered with thoughts, which we call Atma Drushtiya or Sakkaya Drushtiya, where it's a if you take Atma Sanya or that fine feeling of self perception is uh, considered as a seed, there's a husk or a thick skin around that, uh, which is the collective collection of thoughts, uh, which we call Sakkaya Ditthiya or Atma Drushtiya. So this is a, an an automatic or a mechanical thing that happens. The sensor level is what is described as the sanya or the seed, and the uh, Atma Drushtiya are the mind level where it is thoughts. So the thoughts are the ones which are really damaging, because thoughts will divert a system to various levels, and that is the ultimate result which lead to all sorts of defilements. In other words, defilement itself is the current that a system feels, and current itself is another word for the Sakkaya Drishtiya or the self-perception. So many words are used for that. But ultimately, what we have to do is, what we should understand is this. It's the feel which is underneath everything. Feel is the original one, which is the sensor level. But what happens is, the feel itself, it will not stop at that level. As a part of this system, the mechanical system which takes place as a part of the nature's law, I would say, the thoughts are formed, and then because we do not realize that this is a thought which is manipulating the physical body, we tend to take the thoughts as real. So every simple thing is a thought. Every word is a thought. Now, if you say uh, Sri Lanka, if you say Sri Lanka, or if you say uh, a book, rose flower, mother, not only that, even the thought, myself is also a thought. So all these are thoughts. So the thoughts have a sound. You express in the form of a sound. And this is the thought is a fake one, or a construct, or an illusion. If you look deep into that. The if you uh, uh, go back and see how the thoughts are formed, then you can understand that thought is an illusion. So going backward, you explore, dig deeper, and then you explore and see how the thoughts are formed. As Randima very clearly explained earlier, uh, it's only a collection of vibrations. So the vibrations do not have a color. Vibration do not have a sound. Vibrations do not have a shape or smell or taste or any tactile feeling. It's a vibration, it's a wave. But what happens is this fast formation or fast arising of these waves as a collective thing, it uh, it gives a creation, or it constructs, or it shows as if there is a shape. It shows as if there is a sound. So from the beginning, it's a creation. And this creation is not something persisting either. This creation occurs then and there. So a collection of creations or collection of waves, fast occurring waves, will create a light. Fast occurring collection of uh, another set of waves will create sound. So like that, the waves are kind of raw materials, but don't take it as a material. Uh, I'm just using that word, but it is supplying the background. Now, for example, electricity, the current electricity is a wave, but with the help of that wave, depending on the equipment you are using, you produce various other things which are manifested as different things. So if you connect the current to a cooker, you can get a flame, you can get light there. If you connect it to an electricity bulb, you will get the light. Then if you connect it to a heater, that will provide warmth. Similarly, if you connect it to an AC machine, AC air conditioner, you will get a cold weather. So like that, the electricity being a current doesn't have any color or sound or heat or anything. But depending on the equipment you are using, it manifests in different ways. So similarly, in the animal or living being's body, what happens is that the waves, same type of waves, will produce different uh, manifestations. If it is related to the eye, you will see it as a light. If it is related to the ear, it's a sound, it becomes a sound. So like that, depending on whatever the sensor which is functioning at that moment, different type of a manifestation occurs. So this is very similar to what the electricity is doing. So where does this current coming from when it comes to the living being? Is by the mechanism that we described time to time, and even today, uh, the, the sensor functions occur because of the speed, and these waves have some form of power. It has a current or some form of power. So collective power of these fast occurring waves creates something like a light. Collective function, otherwise the or collective collection of this power from the waves will produce something called hearing, and it has a more stronger power. When it comes to a collective function, definitely it gives rise to a stronger power. So compared to the wave, the shape you see or the light you get has more power. Compared to the wave, the power in the sound is more. Similarly, the other sense organs also, the taste or the smell or the tactile sensation will have more power. And it doesn't stop there. What happens is all these things collectively merge into form thoughts, which is an unstoppable process. So at the end of the day, at the end of the process, what happens is this is happening so quick. You straight away see a coconut tree. You cannot sort of differentiate the function of the eye, function of the ear separately. Automatically it comes as the coconut tree, automatically it comes as a mother, or automatically myself, myself, yes. So when it comes to the thought, the power there is much more than the original power which started in the wave. So this is the current or this power which gives the strength or sort of needed current to have the movements of the physical body, and also that is the same current which you interpret as myself. So actually there is no myself in any of these situations. The current you feel is interpreted as a as myself, which is the biggest illusion. In other words, this current is a one which is given the name Sakkaya Ditthhiya. So Sakkaya, if you have this strong feeling of yourself, if the system has a very strong feeling of the current, that means proportionately the defilements are also more. So I hope I added few things to what you said, Randima. Anything else
Yeah,
to?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very interesting explanation. I think that had everything. I think as you highlight the speed, I think the speed of these sensors, that's very important because these sensors, you see, if we just try to see like what's happening in the daytime and what really happens when someone is in the sleep life. So daytime, there is so much this power variation. The sensors speedily moving, and the power is creating. So the speed is very high, like. But in the night, when someone is in the sleep, so when it is in the deep sleep, um, then it's more like the other sensory organs has no chance of you see like bringing in the sensation. So it's a continuous you see a continuous deep sleep. So it is the mind spark. So then it's also like a machine because the machine daytime it's very hardly working, and then it automatically provide the kind of relaxation or relaxation to the entire process. So and it's the deep sleep. So this deep sleep situation is quite, you see, similar to deep thinking, deep music. So when in the deep music, deep thinking, or when it is deep sleep also, like sometimes one will not feel much about the other sensories thing. It's deeply you see, just the mind is just the mind spark, the mind spark is only flowing, the mind sensor, right? Just the mind sensor, right? So in a way, it's very interesting. Um, I think even though we do not think in a different way, like it is the sensors. The sensors spark is this machine, like you see, and this power is coming. So and that carry variations, and that variation is the really the thing here, what matters here, and due to this variation only one will feel like it is living. Otherwise, if it is in a deep sleep or deep thinking, or when someone get lost in deep music, like so, actually the situation is quite different. So, uh, uh, yeah, I think we can continue the discussion. Mr. Saman Obesiri, yeah, Saman, can you please unmute yourself, and if you have any questions or any ideas, please feel free to talk. Teruvan Saranai, Saman. It's okay. Um, yeah, so now what do you think? Yesterday we thought of discussing this about the dreams. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay,
can
I will just briefly,
yeah.
I think it's more towards the science side now. If I briefly say, there are now in the sleep patterns, there is something called REM sleep or REM sleep and non-REM sleep or NREM sleep. So what happens is non-REM is the superficial kind of sleep. REM sleep or REM sleep is a deep sleep. And
Ah,
we tend to see dreams in the deep sleep.
mm-hmm,
So always we start with the non-REM, that means the superficial type of sleep, and then step by step it goes down to deeper and deeper levels.
mm-hmm,
And then we go to what's called the REM sleep. REM sleep, during the non-REM sleep, actually the person is easily rousable. So if there is a
ah,
loud sound or even something felt on the skin, the person can easily wake up. So that means those sensors are more or less sort of uh, halfway functioning, not like at the time when the person is awake, but with the slightest disturbance with the other sensor level, the person will wake up. And then it goes down and down level by level to what's called the REM sleep, where the person goes to deep sleep. That time, now when we try to connect up this knowledge we gathered uh, to what Lord Buddha has taught us. So when you connect up the two, we can see that REM sleep only the mind sensor is working.
mm-hmm,
Because the person is not rousable, very difficult. I mean, you can rouse the person, but it's difficult. So when the mind sensor is working and active in the REM sleep or REM sleep, you tend to see the dreams. So in the dreams, as all of us know, all five sensors seems to be acting. That
mm-hmm,
means in our dreams, we see uh, colors. We can remember what color the person was wearing. Sometimes people say, no, my mother appeared in the dream all dressed up in white.
mm-hmm,
and then you hear some people talking to you. He said something like this in my dream. I just don't know what happened. And I was feeling very sad when he said like that in the dream. And not only that, people tend to act according to the dreams. Now, sometimes they say, my mother appeared in the dream and asked for some food. And then they interpret it as that she's having a sort of a low-level birth somewhere, needing some merits. And then people will give alms and various other activities to help that soul. I mean, it's good to do meritorious things like almsgiving and all, but uh, we don't realize that this is just a creation of the mind, because mother is a figure who will continuously, I mean, throughout the life in our mind. So seeing the mother in a dream is not something abnormal. And similarly, we sometimes taste various things and we say that it was very tasty. I ate it in my dream. And you get the smell. Not only that, the sometimes feel on the skin. Uh, Hit by somebody, pulled by somebody, you feel that as if you were pulled by the hand. Uh, so all these senses seems to be functioning and creating a completely a different world in the dream. So that happens in this REM sleep, and during the sleep, this occurs in cycles. Non-REM and REM alternatively goes in cycles. So for a 6 hour sleep, you get about 4 cycles. And one other thing I just wanted to say now, this REM sleep, generally the body is kind of paralyzed. And if you unusually is waken up at that time, you feel that you can't move your limbs. And the person really gets frightened when the body seems to be not functioning. This happens for few minutes. So just I wanted to briefly say about this pattern. I can see Dr. Ravi also has joined. Would you like to add the things that I may have missed? Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Yeah, yeah. So you gave a very comprehensive explanation about REM and REM, non-REM sleeps. Yes, as you said, there are certain cycles. So in cyclical manner, we go to REM and REM sleep alternatively. So yeah, so as you said, yeah, we in practical terms we know that if person is in a deep sleep, if we uh, uh, try to rouse him or her abruptly, so he may be confused for a little while. So then of course then after some short period, then he gains the consciousness back, so awareness back. So as you said, that is true. So uh, only the mind conscious is working. So other things are not working at that moment. So that is basically in related to the scientific terms. But we think that, but according to what Lord Buddha said, it is a little bit different from that thing. So even though we say we are going to sleep or we keep awake, what happens is spark occurs and goes off. So whenever the, the the strength of the spark, the what you call um, the energy of that spark differs from that one state to another. So that is
Metropolitan, bless you all. We'll start English soon. Buddothpado soon discussion. Thank you, Aram Hansa, for your noble guidance. Um, so we can start discussion. We have a few friends join today. There's Venerable as well, and Surangika is Malniam as well. Anything, any specific things, Surangika? Do you have anything to like discuss? Yes, Malniam.
Today I can't speak here. Very noisy there. Children are playing.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Dr. Pokela.
Yeah, we can continue the discussion about anything like recent talks or any point.
Well, I didn't have anything in particular, and last night's Andonatmaka was like general stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah. Even
This morning's one there was a little bit Aranmansi came at the end, I think,
yes.
and talked about the futility of thoughts. I think that was.
Yeah, and we discuss about it a lot. I mean, we don't waste words here. Like even if we discuss it 10 times or million times, futility of thoughts. Yeah, I listened to the one he was talking with you as well. Yeah, uh, it's I mean, it's always I think having confidence to relax a bit and see what the sharpening of the knife, whether the sharpening has happened, because you can't really do anything. We are sharpening it anyway, and if it cuts only, we know that it is working. So we have to have the confidence to see.
Yeah, true. I mean, maybe so that asavakkhya that can be actually really felt, Dr. Pokila. So does that actually start only from, it can't possibly start only from the point of, but I know we discussed this, isn't it? Asavakkhya starting from the point of Sakkaya self-view being dissipated.
Yeah, it actually starts from there because the full understanding about the vibration happens there. That's why.
But I mean, there is a clear, mm, clear reduction in the way things were taken as a thing.
Yeah. Clear
And then
reduction is.
gradually it has, because I mean, the point of contemplation where my life is concerned is, and you know how each one has
No,
to
but the
find their
thing
own
is,
kamatahana, right?
one
So,
should know what is arahantship.
what's that?
Now, what is the end point? If someone doesn't know the end point, now if it is Kataragama, we know the end point. Then we can stop the car, right? In the
Yeah, no,
sense.
what I was talking about was the kamatahana, finding one's own point of contemplation. So, in
Finding
terms,
one's contemplation. No, actually, even yesterday or day before, I can't remember now, Aranwansi was talking with the level of involvement is not according to the Kamatahana as such. Kamatahana is in the beginning, thought level. After that, it becomes deeper and deeper, because if it is not the thought level, someone, then it becomes whether it's a form level. Then if it is
Yeah,
not
that
the
is the Gati Sabhavana.
non-form level, I don't know whether you can put those words specifically there, but what I'm trying to say is Asaksha Jnana involves all that, whether which part of it and everything, because only piercing kind of the the moment of just the moment of liberation will give you the idea about all these levels. And Sudharma has also joined. Yesterday, Sudharma brought up something like about the label thing. I actually didn't give the proper answer, but I wanted to actually tell you, Sudharma, why I keep telling you that, I kept telling you that it's not the best thing. I don't know whether, Nama, definition of Nama is not only the label. Definition of Nama, if you can remember, now I can't remember, that's the problem. It's
Vedana, Sanya, Chetana, Passa Manasikara, that thing.
that thing. So you can't really call it label only. There is a feel as well in that side, because actually today morning it occurred to me that in the mind only we have the Nama Rupa, the form and the name and the form. But the thing is, when you say in English name and form, this is really tricky, because actually this Nama side has the whole thing. If we felt the chair is outside, and definitely the chair is there, and Nama side is here, that is the Sakkaya Ditthi. So the thing is this, it's a part of Sakkaya Ditthi, but the thing is how you actually get this differentiation is due to the how the sensory functions work. But if you don't have an experience of otherwise, you never will understand that it is only it's a projection, but actually it is happening here. Here means Nama side. Nama side is not only
Sorry, Dr.
label.
Kokila. I don't know whether it's on my side. Can others hear you? You sound a bit soft.
Yeah, can hear properly,
Okay.
Mr.
Sorry, it's
Ravika.
only on
Yeah,
my side.
it's clear. Yeah.
Maybe my yeah, actually I also felt different. Give me a second.
Now the voice is so soft, but
No,
earlier it was
there
all
is
good.
a problem
Yeah.
here. Give me a second.
Ah,
I think it's my Bluetooth is not connected.
I see.
Hopefully now can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
doctor. So when you said that label is wrong, actually, I didn't pay
No, not
attention to it
wrong.
even.
It
Yeah,
is.
but now I feel what you are telling. I mean, it has labeling just means technically it's the name
It's
only,
a
right?
crude
Yeah,
way. It's a crude way to
yeah,
tell.
true,
It is
true.
okay to
Yeah.
tell,
Hmm,
but it is more than that. You should know it is more than that, because the
hmm,
whole rupa is in one side. Usually forms are in one side. In a normal person, not knowing any Dhamma, it's very normal for us to feel that the fan is actually above me, right?
hmm,
And that is a form, but the
all the field side is here. So I felt I'm feeling as I'm looking at the fan. That's how it is. But this is how the mind works. So the understanding mind is the whole thing this Dhamma is about. So what I was trying to say to Sudharma was, it came up in the morning. That's why I'm repeating it, because I know it is difficult to listen to everything. There's so much to listen. So Nama, or the name and form, even though it says in English, Nama Rupa, it has a very deeper meaning than that. Because complete the understanding that the actual the form is not out there, actually it is a part of the Nama, is completely this side. So this side means not only label, this side has a lot of meaning. One, I mean, we can call it label, but it is bit
I think the label is
More
meant
than
by
that,
that
no,
is just
doctor.
a naming convention only. But
yeah.
and the thing is, when you say it in Sinhalese, it says Nankarana Siyallama the Namaya or something. So
Yeah.
what that means is actually
That
not
is that
just the name.
Manasikara part is also there.
Yeah, it
Manasikara
is
part
the
is there.
entire interpretation of all that process starting from the sensation. So
Yeah,
Vedana,
even
Sanya, so
Vedana,
sensation,
eh,
perception, the reflection of it,
sensation,
when
perception. What is the other one?
Vedana, Sanya, Chetana,
What is
and we call
Chetana?
it reflection.
Reflection.
Chetana, Vedana, Sanya, Chetana, Passa, contact, and then again comes Manasikara. So there is Chetana
Yeah,
and
that's the thing.
Manasikara.
So it's a process. It's a process which
Yeah, it's a
happens
process.
kind of this side. But the first point of contemplation in Aranhanse's program is the same thing. Understanding that this Namarupa is the Dvatavaya, the duality is
It's
actually not
actually
there.
happening here.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, it actually happening here. And no, actually, even that is not true. That
Yeah. So
is the
that second point,
second
that
one.
is, yeah.
That is the second one. Even that is not true. So this is beauty of Dhamma, the inability to look into these things bit deeply is because we like easy things, like noodles. I mean, I'm joking, but what I'm trying to say is, what are they called? What noodles? 2-minute noodles. I mean,
Shanika noodles,
so
Instant.
instant
Yeah,
noodles.
instant.
instant noodles. Yeah. So we like instant noodles. We like everything, like quick. Yeah, I got it. Now fine. No, it is not like that, because Lord Buddha's Dhamma is really, really, really flawless. Flawless Dhamma where you can't actually cling on to, because at the end there's nothing. At the end you have nothing to cling to. That actually there's nothing. But what the importance is, you start from understanding that the outside is this side, actually trying to reduce the diameter, but that is not good enough. And even understanding the mind is also not true, that is also not good enough. The feel side of it, even the feel is not true, is the last one. So but the problem is, if you don't understand how these things are, if you don't really get the points, you may be stuck, because all the hindrances, the doubts about Dhamma also can be there. So all the time this discussion should be actually try and figure out what is kind of not understood, or not, I mean, little bit more, try and expand the field. to expand the field, you should have the confidence to let go of the mind. It comes with the actual understanding that mind can't do anything. If you have the feeling that mind is really important, it is not going to go away. So this is actually giving Sudharma food of thoughts, because if you just say, it's a label, it's a label, it's a label, that doesn't make the actual name and form is bit more
To
deeper
be
than.
felt, no, doctor. Yeah, I will get when you say it is just like a mathematical formula. I'm telling name and form thing. I mean, just a
Yeah,
label and yeah.
yeah. It may be
We
good for
cannot.
someone.
Mm,
It may be good for someone when you explain.
mm.
So that
Someone like a
Namarupa, Dr.
mathematician, it may be
Kokila,
good. Yes.
when it comes to the sensual realm and the form realm, both get caught up there, no?
Which one?
The Namarupa
Sensual
thing,
realm, anyway, the form and the non-form is there. What did you say?
or the form realm also.
Form realm? Or what did you mean?
Namarupa
I didn't get the
is
question.
also
Namarupa,
part of the
Nama side is the Nama side
perception, no?
actually perception, yeah.
Can we say the form realm also falls within the Namarupa process?
Yeah, that's the mind.
Mm.
But there is no Namarupa without Vijnana. That is why it is Anyamanya, isn't it? Anyamanya, is that the correct word?
Anyamanya pratyaya.
Yeah, because consciousness, if there's no consciousness, you can't talk about. Just imagine this beautiful Dhamma Lord Buddha has told, but at the end, there's nothing even that. Those words are not true. But beauty is how he made that, to break people's other lot of views must have been there, no?
So
To
what it
break all
means
these
is,
views, how he used this. Because if there's a vibration, there's a definite formation. It can form anything. This construct, the sankhara, it can cause any construct. So the construct causes consciousness. It can be any consciousness. We have 6 consciousnesses. The consciousness doesn't just stop there. If there is some kind of consciousness, there's always this name and form coming. So the name and
Doctor, excuse me, I have a question now when Ms. Surangika asks. I mean, their Nama Rupa will be there up to a certain level. Uh, can we say so? Milk will anyway be converted to cheese. Only thing that awareness will be there that it is made from milk. Otherwise, that combination will
awareness is
happen.
also in the mind. Don't use that word much. Super awareness is the word we
Yeah,
use.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
because awareness, normal awareness is actually in the mind. So the
yeah,
mind,
that's
yes,
here, no,
mind will
doctor.
continue to
No,
happen, but it's not going to be,
burning will not be there. That
in the
Nama Rupa will,
sense, it is not going to
yeah.
be prominent at all.
Oh, right.
Mm.
It doesn't have power, but still at Arahant level, the things will be around, but they will not be a thing.
Yeah, you don't have to think too much about that level,
Hmm.
actually.
Hmm.
What you have to understand is Dhamma. So the way that you understand, yes, Arahant is all normal. What he lacks is the alive field.
Yeah, yeah, like you.
So like a tree. So basically, so that's the thing. But you can't really. It's not really useful to try and imagine that, because it becomes another imagination. It's like imagining tomorrow. The best thing is try and understand now. It is good to know that actually that is what is happening to an arahant.
Yeah, that
Because,
is the nature of the mind. No, mind always get attached to something. I listened to that sermon, Doctor, today.
no, the
Where,
actual
yeah.
attachment is there in not in an arahant. It will be anidassana. Anidassana means apatitita means it's not falling anywhere. So there is no actual in an arahant it is completely different. Actually, it is not going to fall anywhere. Usually the vibration, yes, it attaches everywhere. If it is, it's like a kudalla. So if you take it from something, it will find another thing. Kudalla is a leech. The mind is like a leech. So the vibration is like a leech, actually. Who cares about the mind? But specifically this self vibration is like that. Self vibration has these characteristics anyway. And causing the mind, causing the whole world. World is actually Salatan Loko. Loko is again talking about these 6 sensory organs. It is the only thing. I mean, we have given so much value, you know.
And Doctor, with that, I feel now all these first two points of contemplation are also not to stop anything, but to broaden the
Actually,
realization.
they are also
Yeah,
in the field
yeah,
side. We
yeah,
don't really talk about that much. It's also in the field side, because
yes.
if you're really feeling that the chair is outside, and the fan is above you, it is kind of a thing. But this feel is completely different, because you know it is above you, but you don't actually really feel it that way. To no self-perception. So no self-perception, to come to no self-perception, all these things should be past. Just remember. So now we were talking about the diameter. So a vibration has diameter of endless diameter, right? Our keles or the defilements can be endless, because it can extend to anything. If someone says now they produced a name for the virus, and now it has become a thing like that. We can produce any word and say, even if we say like maybe what, Chichi or something, and it is a next virus in the world, and that virus is also a thing now. So what I'm trying to say is this potential is endless for this projection, because it can be projected outside, and outside is endless. That's why we try to find the end. But when we understand this Dhamma, at least the beginning of it, we get the understanding. Feel is a different story. We have to feel it too, but at least understand that the outside is actually it's in the mind. It's in the mind in the sense it's a perception here. And so actually the chair is not outside, it's a projection only. This theory part is a theory, no? Now I can say something about a medical condition, that is theory. So likewise this one is also theory. The theory part is not the most important thing. Actually feeling it one day is the most important thing. So there is a there is this is the challenge kind of thing. So
Still, I don't have the ability to differentiate between the mind and the feel a lot, doctor. Now,
you can't, because it
yeah.
has to come to the field level, because
Mm.
even I don't think it has occurred. It has the clear distinction between the mind and the perception is also a bit tricky. You know, when we say the time, we talk about the time a lot. So that's a thought. And we have given so much value to it that is such a big thing. So, you know, the actual perception level, it is not like the thought level. It is like it's like the iCloud, which is not even activated at this moment. Just imagine if the Google Drive has Google. We'll take the Google Photos. Just imagine you look at one photo, but all the Google Photos are activated when you choose the one photo. Like that, this perception level, not even perception level, even the thought level. When one thought is there, the whole system is activated. That's why when Naranahanse says, you know, one thought, the whole 33,000 or whatever the what level or and 31 realms, everything is there in that one thought. Because of the self vibration, because the self vibration is the only thing that has this, like the phone number, like if you are taking the Google Drive, it is the email address, I think. Can't remember even now. I think it is the email address. Like it's a metaphor only. Don't stand on it. But you know, because of that anchoring effect, everything is there. So if we have, like, imagine if you have 200 photos, all 200 photos are activated if you are trying to look at one photo. So I'm trying to say is, this perception level is a very dormant level. Very dormant level. And everything. If you say, if I say bread now, that bread has everything there because of that effect. The bread thought actually has all these things because of this self power. Because self power is the anchoring thing, like the phone number, like the if it is Google thing, email address, like that. Because of this
Doctor,
self vibration. Otherwise, it doesn't matter which ones are there. Yes.
if we like think in terms of this is again mind and complete theory. I mean, if we try to place this perception in that chain of dependent origination, something is there, no nama rupa paccaya vijnana, and so on and so forth. Where would it come, like, roughly? That something is there, no anuloma pratiloma kind of avidya paccaya sankara, sankara paccaya vijnana, vijnana
If
paccaya
Varan
nama rupa.
Manse was here, there's not, you can't differentiate like that.
Yeah.
You can't
Okay.
differentiate like that. But if you really want to, Namarupa is in the mind.
Namarupa.
Namarupa is in the mind, but even that we didn't know because we thought the Rupa is outside.
Yeah. So,
When you say
yes.
just now,
What is
think
the
about this
closest?
like the way I told about the Google address, the email address, and the other example is the phone number. When you say vijnana, everything is there. All the 200 photos are activated. Like that, this everything is there. If the vibration is there, that means avidya. If the vibration is there, if the ignorance is there, everything is there. So, if the ignorance is there, this is all the formation of the mind. If the ignorance is there, definitely all this life field is there. The thoughts are there. Jati is this the self.
Doctor, this perception does not have a shape as such, no, like it may be
Never,
smell perception,
never.
yeah, sound perception, yeah. It may vary, so it is again,
In the sense,
yeah,
so the perception of light, perception of mind, there are different aspects. So just imagine the chair. Perception can have a
shape, slight,
shape,
yeah.
but actually speaking, that's not a shape. That's the thing. That's just a creation of this beautiful mind. In the sense, not, I mean, beautiful as well as very how do you say, mirage kind of thing, the Maya. So the chair, if we take the chair, or if we take just take the shoe, if we take the shoe shoe is on the mat. Other shoe was missing, wasn't it? I can't remember
Yeah,
even.
yeah, one shoe
There
was
was one
missing.
shoe. Yeah, one shoe was missing. There was one shoe on the mat. This is an old story we are going back to. Actually, it helps because it helps to understand some of the aspects that we didn't see before. So, as soon as you see the one shoe, what is the
The previous experience that stray dogs
you
have,
get the
the
idea that
gate
one.
was also open. Yeah, gate was open.
No, that is after. No, so
Yeah,
I'm taking one.
one thing.
Just take one stimuli.
Mm.
You are trying to take 1,000. I mean, I'm not that capable of looking at 1,000 thoughts at the same time. Look at the shoe now. You're still looking at the shoe yet. You get the whole idea that that the first thing that clicked was one shoe is missing. That's the idea you got. That's the thought. One shoe is missing. That's the thought. And the value of that is so much. You went searching for that. In the sense, your eyes immediately looked up, trying to see whether it's a surrounding area. So you saw the gate because of that. So if you take one thought, looking at the shoe, usually we see two shoes. Normally, if you leave two shoes. So the idea that I left the two shoes there is also there.
then you look at this, you have the idea, wow, there's only one shoe now. So you again get another idea. Okay, then someone, animal or something must have happened to that shoe. Some animal may have taken it. So this is the normal pattern of thinking. The skill is trying to find the self-perception here. So the level of the self-perception here would be, you see the shoe, you know that one is missing, and there's no burning. That's it. End of the story. It's only evident, self-evident to someone. So but the problem is, now even yesterday or day before, Suranka was telling the same thing. If it is not a thing, it doesn't matter. If it's not a thing, it doesn't matter. Yes, to someone with Yathabhuta Jnana, that is this full understanding about Dhamma, yes. Then it comes to the understanding what this whole process is. Just imagine you looking at a shoe. Immediately, as soon as you see the missing shoe, you are there. Missing shoe is there, you are there. I mean, this is a very interesting phenomena now, if you can catch. You don't have to even burn here. The one I was talking yesterday, you're looking at a flower, you're not burning, nothing. You don't want that. You're not going to cut it. You're not harming it. You don't want to pluck it and do anything. You are not even angry with the flower. I mean, I don't think anyone will be angry with flowers. But still, just looking at the flower, if it is felt as outside, you are here. You don't have to think about that. Nothing. It's just a perception. This duality is a perception. I don't know whether I'm giving the message properly. Duality is a perception. That is what led for us to believe that I am here. This is the reason. Now imagine we get a message that man is a bad man. Then we are actually we actually see something, and then we get convinced. That's how it happens, isn't it? Like that. Every time we see the flower, we see the shoe, we see the gate, we see the wall, we see the fan, we see the walls, we see the doors. Yeah, each time, if it is felt as there, the immediately self is there. But that self is strong self-thought. That's the self-view. This is the superficial part, the normal part I'm saying. That's self-view. So just imagine if you're standing near Aranhansi, you feel that this Aranhansi is actually in front of you. I mean, this is very tricky. So that I must have stood before him. I haven't. But I'm trying to say something. So if you stand in front of Aranhansi, and Aranhansi is actually talking to you, if you really feel that Aranhansi is in front of you, well, obviously self-view. You don't have to like him, you don't have to crave him, you don't have to do anything with him, you're not angry with him, nothing. You're just there, like the flower, like the shoe. Self-view has nothing to do, I mean, it is a deeper thing that we are researching about, not just the liking or hating or, I mean, they are very baby stuff now, some going after something. They are baby stuff. We are researching about this self-perception. How did that arise? Do you get the point, or am I clear?
Yeah, doctor, I'm contemplating when you're talking now. It's very beautiful. Actually, the perception of the missing shoe arises since there was a shoe. If both of them were,
I mean,
yeah,
just take it
yeah,
lightly. The
yeah.
self-perception is the one we are trying to catch here.
Hmm, hmm,
Yes. If something
yeah,
is felt seriously, yes,
yeah,
self-viv is here.
yeah.
It is already confirmed that I'm here.
Hmm, true.
Just imagine if
Hmm,
someone has someone feels that okay, if it is not really outside, yes, and then the burning comes down, right? Burning comes down. If you don't feel like they are out there, if you're fully aware that it is in the mind, the burning is like, I think, 75% gone, because this projection of your the projection to the external is innumerable, is in the sense ananta. It is
hmm,
extending, the diameter is extending too far. So the level of the defilements, we can't even judge it. So once you fully realize that the even with the theory part, if you understand, okay, the shoe is actually not there, it's in my mind, then this diameter comes down. So the extension, the outward extension stops. But the problem is, now this nama part is still there, the perception side is still there. Because you haven't explored that level. Now everyone is saying, I don't get any burning. Of course, they have an idea about this Dhamma now. Even with the mind, if you actually get this as a chitta rupa, even mental picture, even it will stop you having much burning, because every time you see something, you might say, it's in my mind. Oh, it's in my mind. But still, anyway, if you are thinking it's in my mind, it is also falling into the same category. None of the thoughts are true. None of the thoughts are true. So the when we understand the outside is actually the projection is uh, uh, inner thing only, then we realize the inner thing is not actually true. This is a tricky area. I think it's a part that we struggle a lot, because we have so much stuff in the past. Especially 7-year-old will not have a lot of things in the past. It's very easy. They will remember few things, and if actually Lord Buddha says, or someone says, Arhan says, son, this is not true. This is just a thought. They don't have much things, so it's very easy for them to actually release from the mind. So the why we are struggling is we have millions of thoughts now, the perceptions, so that iCloud level is so strong. It's so strong. If it is a billion, it is much more stronger. That's why my village mother, it is bit easier. Village mother, compare me to a village mother. How difficult it would be for me. Like how much theory I would consider when I listen to Aranhan say how much things I would keep thinking. How is the light happening? Okay, how is this? How is this? How is this? Why it is this? Why it is that? I mean, 1,000 questions. But actually, village mother has no much mind power. This power I'm talking about, the iCloud power, the data power, the perceptions. But the problem is they may have one or two perceptions which is very, very bad, in the sense very strong. So like, mother or father or even husband or family, or even like something like caste, or something like the house they got from family, Mahagedara. Good olden days they were like real, not good. Olden days they were really taken into very like precious things, family things. So they may have few. So someone who is talking to them has to address only few things. It's not like that with learned people, like people with a lot of data. It is difficult. But even with that, if you really feel that none of these perceptions can be true, in that all the perception, even the light is a perception, even the sound is a perception, let alone cross sound, let alone flower. Can you see flower in the dark? Can you see shoe in the dark? Can you see the gate is open in the dark? You have to have some form of light to see that. So it's a form of light. It's a shape of light. If there is no light, there is no shape of light. So the shape of light is also a perception. Light is also a perception. So everything, this whole thing is not actually true. It's not actually existing. I mean, this is a beautiful thing. How can Niagara Falls be in my mind? I mean, after listening to them only it came to me. I mean, I never cared about Niagara Falls, but when I was trying to think about example, it came. Now it comes repeatedly. But how come? Is it somewhere? What is it? No, it's nothing. It's just a vibration. Just a vibration. Niagara Falls is a vibration. How can you? I mean, we don't have any experience with the actual Niagara Falls. If you go close to Niagara Falls and you say, I saw Niagara Falls with my naked eyes, like the people who went to the moon said, I saw moon with my naked eye. I saw it so close. Same thing you can say, I went near the Niagara Falls and I saw it with my naked eyes. Now, no, I mean, Lord Buddha has to come repeatedly for you to get rid of that idea, isn't it? That actually you have seen something. That is why we are here actually in this Zoom also. Because we didn't understand that before.
And
Yeah.
doctor, now, yeah, please
Yeah.
go.
No, tell.
No, I just want to share like another thing that you would be able to describe and help me with. And now I'm getting a bird's eye view of this Melbourne city from the place I'm sitting. And I mean, since I saw it in the daytime, I know there are skyscrapers and all types of buildings nicely lit up. But in the darkness, now everything, I mean, the background is dark, so I see only a vast stretch of lights of numerous colors. So had not I seen it in the daytime, it's just lights only. Even that, those lights are again just something that arises and ceases then and there.
No, the as good aspect is it is a projection of the mind only.
Mind only.
It's a
Yeah.
projection of the mind only. And then when it comes to the perception, which is a projection of the mind, that perception of light also is not true. That is actually the speed of the sensory organ. It is not, be careful, the way you said it was very critical when you said it, but you may have said it with good intention. But when you said it as if you thought that it arises there, no, it is never arising anywhere else. It is arising here because of the ignorance. If there is
And
no
doctor, now this
yes.
light perception, all these colors, anyway, what
They are rising
the,
in your eye, yeah.
yeah, all, I mean, all what is perceived by the eye are mere, I mean, different notions of light. No, anyway, although we
Yeah, if
call
you are a
it
cockroach,
darkness,
you
yeah.
might see something else.
Right.
If
Yeah.
you are an ant in that glass, you would see something else. You know, just imagine about 10 ants. No, how many are here? Maybe 6 ants coming together and trying to talk about Dhamma. How their perceptions would be. Ants' perception. They also have some kind of perception. Just imagine elephants, about 6 elephants coming together. Same, just imagine you are also looking at a mountain, elephants are also looking at that side.
Very different worlds will be there.
It's a creation of your sensory organs. Why the sensory organs have created is because you didn't understand Dhamma before. That's why they are created, basically. But at least if we understand Dhamma here, yeah, that is the beauty, isn't it? Yeah, cessation of suffering. Cessation
And
of
doctor,
suffering
as you
means actually
said,
cessation of vibration, self-vibration. Yes.
doctor, now you said no, most of the mothers, even we fall into that category, say that there is no burning. Actually, that is the burning, and that happens at gross level.
No,
And
that is a
the
misunderstanding of the burning.
yeah, true. This
Because
is not
we
the
are trying to
burning.
talk about the self-perception.
Yeah,
We are talking about the self-vibration. We are talking about the self-view. We are not talking anything else. But in that path, burning goes down, yes, 100%. But the actual Satyajnana is about actually finding your own vibration and the non-vibration.
That subtle excitation is the challenge, no, doctor. I mean,
Who
feeling.
cares about the subtle excitation? We are actually trying to get rid of the self-view. Because self-view, just by putting theory into it, self-view is not going to disappear. No one is going to trust. This mind is not going to get convinced just because you are saying, it is like this. Someone comes before you and you keep telling, that man is good, that man is good, that man is good. And do you think it will be like similar in the next vibration? No, you have to keep saying forever. because the mind is just repetition. Mind doesn't do anything. Mind is false no anyway. Mind is a creation. That's okay. And this mind, you are Archimedes, and when that system is gone, that vibration sympathizes somewhere else, you can be clueless. You may be having autism. So what's the big deal about the mind? Even the abilities, this doesn't necessarily mean anything, you know. One time king, one time a cobra. How can that happen? Not the cobra, actually Pimbura. What is Pimbura?
Python.
Python. Yeah.
Oh,
How
anaconda.
come that be? Yeah.
Another
So
kind of.
one time king, one time and python.
Mm.
You know who I'm talking about. But it's a I can't remember the
You
name,
are
but there was a
talking about
king.
King Kosol. Yeah. Now
Yeah. So
only I got
what
it.
happened? What happened to the king?
No, King Dharmashoka, no?
King
No.
Dharmashoka. Yeah.
Is it? No.
Yeah,
What
he's the
happened to
one who
Kosal
became a
then?
Pindura.
Oh wow.
Even
I mean,
King
that is the
Kosol was born
Yeah,
like
something
that.
happened to
But
him also, true.
yeah,
But it was after, that's why Aran also
Python.
says after constructing so many temples, that's what happened
yeah.
to King
Just
Asoka.
imagine. Yeah, just imagine this self view. We are actually trying to understand the self view. So, in your research, it is the only research that we are doing. So, what is the research? How do you feel that I'm here? It is an actual feel, it's not a joke. It's an actual feel. If you stand in front of your sun, and if you really feel that sun is there, you are there. It's a very, I mean, you can't avoid that. You can't even, bluff. You can't really say, oh, no, there's no burning. Sun is there, but there is no burning. That is Arahant state. But we jump to that. That's the problem.
Once Aryan Hanse said, now you are so much into your children. Uh, I mean, maybe 1 year ago, I didn't accept that because I didn't feel it. I said, no, Aryan Hanse, I'm not attached to anyone as such. I know kind of just,
No,
I mean,
because that
let,
burning we talk about is the superficial burning.
mm,
We are not thinking about, so raga is in the all this kama raga. So the kama is again this excitation.
but now,
Raga, so
doctor,
the liking for excitation. Just imagine, you are talking about the excitation. This is about liking the excitation. And in the form level, kama, rama, the rupa raga, that is liking the form level. And the non-form, that is actually liking the either the feel or the actually what it means is, because non-form usually they went into asanya, usually not feel anything, and that's why they have a liking towards that, because now they are like they don't feel anything. Wow effect, isn't it? Everything is happening, you don't feel anything. That is a kind of a state that, so the raga for that is the beauty of this, is raga. So raga is not for son raga. There's no
no,
daughter raga.
doctor, I really feel it today. In the afternoon, he was calling a friend and was telling, he's going to go out. You know, she's so independent and so on. So I felt it really. I don't know when I will be able to get rid of this. I mean, listening to that comment, even at certain level, I felt it. became real. Or see, I'm someone like this kind of my son is dead. I didn't utter, I didn't analyze, but that was the meaning, that was what I felt. So it is not as easy as we think. Now I know the gravity of what you explain and what Taranya is trying to lead us. Yeah, doctor.
Yeah, but if someone has understood this Dhamma and felt the non-vibration, then they know none of these things can be attributed to self. And there is no self, basically, because you feel that now for whole samsara, you felt alive, right? Even the worm felt alive, the amoeba felt alive, what the python felt alive. What else can we take? Whatever felt alive, right? Human felt alive, obviously. Even Brahmas, unless it is non-form realm, there was this alive feel kind of thing. So just imagine, for the whole samsaric journey, if you haven't felt the non-vibration, you don't know about that. So at least for a fraction of a second, if you feel the non-vibration only, you have this whole break into this system. It's a massive break. To feel that you're not there. Why it is so great is because that's the first time you're feeling. After that, it should also become nothing.
Now I know I have practiced this. I mean, having a thick self vibration over all the previous births also. Even as a child, I have had it. I don't really.
Sudama, because you asked about the Nama Rupa,
Yeah,
maybe you
yeah.
have listened to this, but I thought maybe I'll mention, have you listened to his all දේශනාව සිත කියලා දෙයක් නැහැ?
Can't remember Miss Monica. Very
Oh,
recent one, no?
that was a very famous one, long time ago.
Yeah, it has
was
about
viewed.
about
How many views?
35,000
I
views, I think.
don't think I can't remember. Please share if you can.
I'll send
I
it to
must
you.
have listened, but
That has a
it
really
didn't
good
hit me
explanation
like that.
about
Yeah.
Nama Rupa.
Oh, good.
Can you send it to me as well?
Yeah, sure, Dr. Popina.
I have listened to all of these, but I mean, I don't know. If I listen to 14-hour one now, I don't know what I will do, because it was so empowering at that time. But I think I may have understood maybe 1% of it at that time. Maybe. Or maybe we might be able to feel maybe 5% or 10%. I don't know. So beautiful. This field is a vast area, you know.
So
It's a vast area. Even the 14-hour one, I haven't saved it. I thought about listening it, but the
It's
finding
in the
time is a
playlist,
problem.
Dr. Kokila.
Does it say the 14-hour thing? How does
Yeah,
it
it
name?
says Abhidya. There's a playlist on it separately.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can find it. Yeah, true. I mean, at that time, but because nowadays we have to listen to the 7 o'clock one, 5 o'clock one, and the English songs and all that, so the time flies. But at that time, we had enough time to listen to them. So the importance is try and understand the depth of this Dhamma. You know, when you say Raga, they don't say daughter raga or son raga or moon raga or nothing like that. It says kama raga. Kama raga means
everything.
entertaining. It is, I don't know what is the meaning for raga. Is there a word for raga?
Desires, or maybe better word is there.
I don't know. Maybe desire for the entertainment. That's the sensual world. Sensual world is full of entertainment now. Sensual world, always the
They are
duality is there.
although we say entertainment, that aversion part is also there, no? That
No, that is
rejection.
also part of it. Yeah, that is
Yeah.
part of it. You have to have something not to aversion or like it. Doesn't matter whether you really love someone or really hate someone. It doesn't matter. Someone is there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the thing is, when you come to the other desire, it is the form desire, and the other one is non-form desire. So the desire, we are trying to understand what this desire is. All these desires are in the vibration. These are features of the vibration. This is like a glue. This is not us doing. There's no man here. There's no woman here.
Doctor, you must have listened in that sermon. Aryan Hase said he was so attached to non-form thing, and he took up hiking to, change his focus. And when Miss Varnamali asked Harshi to go to a gym to, get rid of that technical.
See the difference. See the difference. Aryan Hase did it for a different reason. That Arsi is being asked to do it for a different reason. So there are different reasons. So it is all to
Why did
actually
Aryan do? I think I missed that.
To get rid of the desire for the non-form.
Non-form.
Desire for the non-form that he undertook that.
Yeah, because he was very attracted to the non-form now, before understanding this Dhamma.
And Doctor, from the childhood,
he was addicted to the
non-form.
Dhamma.
When father punished him, in one of the sermons, Doctor, he said, when father punished him and put him into a dark room for being naughty, he had nothing to do, so he kept his eyes closed and he was seated and he was like practicing arupa there, non-form, unknowingly as a child. So,
yeah.
And with that, he said he has been practicing it all in previous births also. Otherwise, as a child, he would not go into that.
Even that dream story is actually to explain how he realized how he was craving for the non-form dhyana and non-form status, and how this Dhamma doesn't have that effect. How actual Lord Buddha's Dhamma is the real Dhamma that doesn't have this that effect.
Doctor, I listened to last evening this Andolanatmaka Deshana. There, Aryan Mahanse brought up that beautiful metaphor of having a tank filled with water and not showing that there is water in the tank. That's what most of the mothers do, having the fixed self-perception. They don't, I mean, somebody said I tried not the self-perception to arise and I didn't show. So,
Yeah. That mother actually, this suppression of your
suppression,
this
yeah,
Dhamma is
of
nothing
self.
about suppression
Mm,
or oppression. Yeah, nothing.
yeah,
It's actually fully realizing that this alive feel is actually not there when the uh, stimuli is not a thing. This is the only thing that insight will, that experience will give you. Not only that, you arise in one stimuli is also there. So the experience, if there's an experience without insight, it's useless. Whatever the experiences, other experiences are useless. That's why Lord Buddha said, your whole lifetime is useless if you haven't experienced this. That's or something like that. Is that how he said? He said, Mahaneni, Jivattunata wadanne, something like that. I can't remember now. But it is the meaning. So no, it was said in a different angle, but yeah, the same meaning kind of. The importance is feeling this. Any experience, just imagine day to day, every day we have experiences. Any experience with the insight is the best experience because it brings you the understanding that actually when the stimuli is not a thing, the alive feel is not there. It is not there. As if you have died, or basically that effect is not there. But the stimuli is there. It's a weird thing. Stimuli is there, but your side is not there. Because all the time, what we are used to is this feel that I'm here. This
in the morning,
insight,
Dr. Aryan also highlighted that birth and death are mere thoughts, and that was the main thing is explained in.
they are mere thoughts. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and if we fully realize what he's saying, what Lord Buddha was trying to say, it's all about understanding how you've got this alive feel. Because if it is not there when the stimuli is not valid, not there, until you come to that level, this confirmation is not there. That's the thing. But this you can't actually do anything. So you have to have the confidence to let go Dhamma and just live. Because Dhamma will work. The experience will come, Dhamma will work. Experience doesn't come if you are looking for that. Just imagine actually you are looking for a lost basketball or something. Oh no, that's too big. Maybe earring, ear stud is lost. So you are really looking for that. Then there's so much mind power. This Dhamma will not come in such an instance, and even if it comes, it's forced kind of. It's not the best one. Best thing is to relax. and then you can feel the burning saucer. But see whether you are actually putting it to yourself. So even theory-wise, it is important to not to put all the dirt into your basket. This basket should vanish, but that should happen, yes. But until even that happens, you should, at least by theory, should know that this basket is an illusion. That's what we are trying to understand now.
The
There's a
me
basket in
basket,
the
no
center.
doctor. Me
Me
basket.
basket, yeah. Yeah. Me basket is an illusion. Until we feel it, we keep putting things there. I felt sad. I felt very upset when son did this or something like that. Yeah. So loving me basket is coming up all the time. So this me basket, understanding, fully feeling that me basket is an illusion, is the insight that we want, in the sense that system wants. Until such time, system will just listen to the stories. I am not here, I'm not here, I'm not here, I'm not here. That's the story. Like x plus y equals z or z. Yeah. So we can have a lot of stories in the mind. None of them will matter. But the actual experience will leave a everlasting feel, because feel is never erased. Mind stuff, maybe 65 years, maybe 75 years. If you want to put additional, you can stay in a nursing home for 105 years. I'm joking. But it can happen.
And doctor, that experience of yours as a doctor, like some patients coming and telling, this body is not me, that is beautiful. No, Lord Buddha's never heard before Dhamma comes there. It is not the, I mean, not the, but other, even the people who have no any awareness of this truth feel it is very different. No? Now even the non-Buddhists realize that this body is not me, and then even the mind, they realize, no, at some point it has no control over. Uh, I mean,
No, but
I don't.
still the self view is there.
Yeah, so that is the difference.
That's why they hand over self to the God.
Yeah, yeah.
They hand over nicely. I mean, they are really happy with that also. That's a very good happiness for them, because there's nothing else to help them. Yeah, they hand over themselves to someone. It is similar to our mothers or fathers who thought that some people would say, I do nothing wrong, so nothing should happen to me. But the thing is, the fear of death is enough for you to vibrate to a lower realm, synchronize to a lower realm. So that's why Lord Buddha said, as a rule, all the vibrations tend towards the lower realms, unless there's a change in the view. So it's a very usual pattern without much exceptions. So it is important to understand the research. What is this research about? Duality is in the mind.
Into self-perception.
You can remember one day a gentleman came. He didn't come again. And he was only asking about this duality.
Another gentleman came and asked from you, how do we see things separately? That guy was again asking, and you explained, and I was like flabbergasted. If a question like that was asked from us, what would you said? It's because of consciousness that we see. I mean, all these outline stuff. No, that's what he asked. I think he said he is a lecturer in the engineering faculties. Is that the
Yeah,
one you are talking?
even these answers will change with the more you feel, more the answer also might keep changing. That's the thing. 5 years ago, our answers were ridiculous. Like, it's really makes me to laugh. And if I listen again in 5 years' time, I might say, "Wow, what did I say there?" So we apologize for anything if that is the case, because the field is very something which evolves a lot, because it can, because we actually don't pay much attention to the little things our Anhanse is saying. Some things are caught, but some things are not. As soon as something is felt, it is okay. But other lots of things are fallen. It's okay to see the non-vibration. Not a lot is needed. There's no need of a lot of things for the non-vibration. 7-year-old also can feel that. It's just the view, the understanding that there's no self here, and thought is not true. Those are the two main things that is needed for experiencing non-vibration, non-alive field.
Doctor, now Miss Suramika is in her comfort zone silent.
Definitely no comfort zone, Sudama.
It is. It is.
I can't even say food for thought because thought is forbidden.
Yes, actually. It is interesting though. This Dhamma keeps like it will change you. But the whole problem is the Maya or this thought power doesn't let that happen. It's like you clinging to the self and saying, no, I don't want to change anything. Like, kind of like that. So best thing for everyone is to actually relax a lot, and you might even feel your defilements a bit more openly. How things
Now at least, Doctor, we can talk about them without any, embarrassment or like keeping anything, because at least we can do that. Aryan, when I actually met Aryan Hase, we were, going around the country with him. Several times he said, Doctor, now I feel that you all enjoy some sadness. He said, so few of us were there, and all of you, even Asanti was there. I feel sorry. He was looking at our faces and telling, you all have some sorrow within. Then actually he was like a close friend at times, like a father at times, like a brother. We can't define actually, his role. We cannot define his role. So no, Aryan Masa, no sorrow as such, because we were skipping. We didn't want to expose, and we didn't have that. I mean, we were not up to
no,
that
that is
level.
the vibration he's referring to, not just the sadness in the we have a basic understanding of sadness. So when he
That,
says something, we take it superficially. That's why.
That's what, doctor. We couldn't make use of that opportunity to, I mean, get rid of this. Otherwise, he tried several times. I remember telling, there is something in you haven't really seen yourselves. So,
Yeah, there's self-doubt also.
mm,
Self-doubt can't be erased by the mind, because mind is producing that. It has to come from the actual non-vibration.
mm. And before I actually looked for Dhamma after the death of my husband, doctor, uh, I
No,
didn't,
I
I
didn't know
just,
that.
I exposed some part of the story, no. I mean, later years, my dad passed away in 2014. Again, going back to the time, but it is not true for me. It's just a thought. 2014, January 29th, my father passed away. You wouldn't believe, husband passed away 3 weeks after that of an MI. So I remember at the Panchukula, Hamdro was telling, I was like, now Patachara, because 2 deaths in within 3 weeks. I mean, two closest family members. So boys were like, one was in grade 10, the other grade 12. And at that time, doctor, you wouldn't believe, the house was also half done because we built the house, the roof was done, the plastering part was not done of upstairs. And I had got a house in loan also. So it was I mean, the separation from those people with all those problems. I mean, that was the real, I mean, real, uh, God, how I cannot find the word, even the blow in a way that I got in my life. So, however, managed to survive. So that period, so earlier I told no, I was into fashion and all. So that period I was completely away because this came up. I mean, this was the biggest problem. So, how to survive life without bothering others like that. So, within 2014 to 20, say, within 4 years, fully recovered from everything. And then I found Dhamma, I mean, from different places, not later in 2021 only, I came across Buddothpado. So that was a really hard time, doctor, that I suffered a lot at that time. So I have faced a lot of, I mean, really traumatic things. Compared to that period, that childhood dark thing was nothing, honestly.
Yeah, but each perception has its own weight, isn't it?
True.
Yeah. So, because it's only one thought. If you take the dad, that's one thought. Husband is one thought. So each perception has different weights. How much දෙයක් වෙනවා thing, it's becoming a thing. Yeah. Even when they are gone, it is the same thing. The perception side of it. How thick they are.
Mm. At that time, the world
Yeah.
was so real, everybody was so real. I was there who lost the husband. Actually, now we feel that dream effect, at least. The perceptions are not as, I mean, mm, those, of course, I mean, after 2, 3 years, actually, that I don't know, maybe after listening to these sermons, those thoughts did not, bring any power. Didn't make me cry or feel sad. But when even you must be feeling, but when I was talking about the childhood experience, it brought me tears. It was like I was living in that. But since I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Now it's a bit better actually. So this projection, if it is felt as true, it's a self view. If it's actually felt as true, but there is a only slight demarcation, It is a tricky area. All these the specific occasions that we remember very distinctly, they have the most powerful areas. They are the highly repeated, because the repetition does matter in mind consciousness. Mother becomes a thing when you repeatedly when that stimuli come repeatedly. So even when the person is dead also, if the perception is occurring repeatedly, still can become a thing. If the thought is coming repeatedly, so thought it has the whole thing in it. That means you actually feel that he was there in the past. The dad was there in the past.
The
The
thought
husband
has
was there
the
in the
calm
past.
bhumi part also, right?
Yeah, thought. In the thought level, you actually feel that it was happening.
Feels very real.
As if as the fan above me. If it is felt as really there, then I am here. It's very easy to understand. If the chair
But the
in front of you
perception is a bit more, is more fleeting.
No, it
Difficult
is
to
a
catch,
very
more abstract, isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah. Because then the mind perception is mind. So the thought is not, the projection is not there in the perception side. It's a very difficult thing to explain here.
Yeah,
And
in the
also
thought,
it is felt
Mhm.
here. In the sense, it's felt here. The
perception is felt here. The thought, when it comes, it now say if I think about the market, if it takes me out into the world where the market is located, and so on and
that
so forth,
is
then it is
real
outside,
within
right?
you. Yeah. That is exactly. Now, if I say, I would say exact thing. So I don't know which airport Sudharma came from, but if I say Sydney Airport, we all can go there, can't we?
Yeah,
Like in a normal
I came
scenario.
from Brisbane and Mackay to Brisbane to whatever. That's what I said yesterday, doctor, when Miss Surangika said couch, some couch popped up. And the kitchen stool, not just the modern kitchen stool, the kitchen stool which was in my grandma's place, that bunk was small, it also popped up. This is so
Yeah,
beautiful
but
anyways.
actually, whether you feel it as it is in Sydney is a bit tricky area. Because if you are actually placing it outside, you are here. I don't know whether placement, do you understand the placement? So chair is there. If you feel that the chair is there, because that day you were talking about neighbor going in the road, and if you actually feel that the neighbor is going seriously, if you're seriously taking that he's walking in that road, you are here. You are whatever you are there. That's the duality. So when someone says deyak wenna, that's actually in part that they are talking.
So
That's
easily.
an
They
arahant's
talk
level.
about it so easily that is not that easy. There, when means when we get rid of that gross level obvious suffering, we feel, oh, now we are
All
there.
done. All done,
Yeah.
yeah. No, that is because of the gaps in the Satyajnana again. Not realizing what the path is. We are not trying to be good here. We are not trying to be happy here. We are trying to understand why we feel alive.
Yeah, true.
Jivi, this Sattva Pudgala, Drishtiya. So why we have this alive thought, in the sense, why do we think that we are alive? We are there. It's a very interesting area. So the if you fully get it from the beginning, the deviations, change in tracks will not happen that much. You know, the why I was attracted to Aranhanse's sermons was he said in something that me is actually not there. And I was like, wow, it's not there? Then that is the main factor, which was fascinating for me. Then all the theory, the science things, everything came. But that was the residual, Panditakam. What are they called? Can't even remember the words now. So in the beginning, if you fully get the the track can be changed. So in the sense, we can be pushed into different tracks, but as soon as you realize this is not what is Dhamma about, Dhamma is about no self. Dhamma is about the main thing is about Dhamma is fully realizing the reason for feeling that there's someone here, like why we feel alive. We are actually researching that, and when our research is fully into that, usual other little achievements are not you don't get sidetracked by the little achievements, because anyway someone listening to this Dhamma will feel a bit better anyway, because even if you keep thinking there is no self, there is no chair, there is no chair, there is no chair, there is no chair, it is very difficult to get attracted to the chair anyway, or cry about the chair. But the main important thing here is not about the actual chair. It's about fully realizing that when the chair is not a thing, I'm also not there. But that has to be experienced. That is the challenge. But we all have taken the challenge, so it's okay. Is Aran here? Not sure whether he can join.
Aryan Hansi comes under Zoom usually. Yes.
Maybe he will talk if he can. Yeah, anything else? So it's very important to fully realize the meaning of Dhamma. No self,
What I
no self.
tried to what I tried to tell about that non-Buddhist is like they, through experience, they realize the mind is not them, body is not them, but still there is me, there is I, which is not the mind or the body, you know. So Lord
They are trying to
Buddha
go
came
somewhere.
up
Yeah,
with,
definitely.
yeah,
That's why they say I'm going to the God, and they are
mm,
okay with that. It's fine. A lot of people are saying that. Actually, some patients directly say that I am waiting to meet them. That kind of idea. So that is a really strong desire. So the vibration will be very high. So it will be definitely a lower end. Because what matters is the desire or the power, tanha, the power. So that is why maybe even 99% of the time or 98% of the time we can't put a number. All the vibrations are directed towards the lower realms because of this problem, the increase of power. Because it is such a way, it is arranged in such a way that the vibration power will increase. That's a normal kind of way that how it is. But only Lord Buddha's Dhamma will change this pattern. And that's why only the right view can change this increase in power. Otherwise, definitely the power is going to increase even by even atheist who is thinking that there is no birth. So they are different kind of different group of people who believe that there's no birth and there's only this birth. So we have to enjoy the best at this moment. So they believe that even those they suffer as well. Their vibration is going to get really high in the sense towards the lower realms because of the fear of death. Because even though they boast about not having a birth, they don't understand about the death part of it. Because even though they say no birth, the birth idea is also very strong. If you say, even if you take nibbana or nirvana, if you say there is nirvana or there is no nirvana, again it's a thought which becomes so strong. So the power is going to get higher. If you say there is chair or there is no chair, it's the same thing. Chair is a thing and you are just arguing about it. So in the mind, basically. So that's the thing.
and Dr. Such people, they believe death is a long sleep. No, now I mean non-Buddhists who say that there is only this life. We have to make use of it. We have to
Whatever
enjoy
they
it.
say, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. When the
Mm.
last thought is there, everyone can understand it. It is the last thought usually. If it's a sudden death, that's why there is a difference in how the vibrations change. And they remember the death also sometimes. That's why sudden change. If it is so sudden, if they are not fully aware, it can be just sudden cut in the line. But otherwise, it can be the end of the mind function, the power, karmakshaya, vyakshaya, I can't remember all those words, but definitely understanding Dhamma from Dhamma point of view is very important, because we are not trying to reduce the burning. And to what level? To what level? It is like doing meditation. To what level? They keep praying for nirvana in the meditation. That's what they do if they are doing it without Dhamma. And we can't be the same thing. You have to fully understand that this is nothing about just randomly understanding about the burning. No, there should be a full realization about the power level and which level it is now, or the form level or the non-form level and all that. It is a bit difficult, but still, if you fully understand Dhamma and the experiences mature, then it's not that difficult. Main thing is the right view. For the right view to happen, it starts from the as soon as you enter the path, yes, but the confirmation should happen. Then only you will fully get rid of the doubts. Actually, even our discussion has evolved into such a level that it is easier to talk about these things now. And more we talk about it, it is getting even easier for the answer also to come. Also, the questions keep changing, the answer keep changing.
And Doctor, you
The
never
flow is
gave up
better.
talking about perception, no? Even though we didn't understand, you just kept going. So now, with that, we have like come to a certain level. We can at, at least talk about the perceptions, and we actually that's what because
Yeah,
you
and the next level
basically
is the feel. You can't really talk about it because it's a kind of a exit level of the mind. So the kind of the outcome, because you have to feel your tense and you have to feel the non-vibration as well. So that should happen. Not you can't do it anyway. So I think best thing is to keep touching around the truth, which I try to do anyway, because I think that is the most important thing. If Dhamma is fully there in a system, there is a very low chance of getting addicted to this form level or the non-form level. But if you're going through the mind, this is the risk. If you're going through the mind, if you take the message through the mind, okay, there's no self, okay, then you get a chitta rupa about that. And you keep proving that mental image. That is not the correct way of Dhamma. It should come from the actual experience. So thinking about Dhamma in the beginning is okay. Active contemplation is okay. And then hopefully you get tired of that. Passive contemplation is also okay. If the doubts are not there, you should be able to put both of them aside. But that's easier said because always there are doubts. But at least if you can become child Dharma, not even that child, maybe before the 5 years. Yeah, before 5 years, I would say. Because after 5 years, it got spoiled.
yeah, of course
That
I
radiant
agree to
mind
that.
is spoiled.
Yeah, actually I was in a beautiful location. I mean, up to 5.
there is 100% craving there. There's 100% craving there, but now only you can look at it like that way, no? Because that craving is very, very minute, and because that doesn't have much data. 2 years, like you will start to have some kind of idea about the doll, some kind of idea about the mother, father, and maybe colors, or maybe something like that, or maybe the Montessori, or whatever. So 2 to 5, it will be very small data lab. It's a very small area. So, but the thing is, even before that, there is a field level also. There is a vibration. If that vibration was 100, now it is 33,000 because of this whole thing. But this is the Astra doing it, not anyone else. This is the characteristic of this vibration. If you don't get it properly, otherwise you keep blaming the outside. That means you are in Sakkaya Ditthi. In Sakkaya Ditthi, I am trying to tell that today the duality is such that you actually project problem to the outside, and the sense chair is outside, market is outside. You have like an actual projection. So problems
That's where
also you
you
have
actually
actual
blame,
projection.
isn't it?
Yeah. You can blame even the heart attack also. That bloody heart attack came, otherwise, something like that. So
Yeah, what happens is when that part is transcended, nothing to blame. There's no place to fixate it on, isn't it?
yeah, but if you go through the mind only, then the still the there is the residual aspect is there. Still the
Perception is there.
perception is there. Yeah, it is dormant though. It's not like it's every time it is there. Nothing like that. It is dormant.
Yeah.
It's like a thing that can come up at any time.
Yeah.
Asidisidane, that Mallika Devi, is something very tricky came in the last breath. Anyway, I think we are coming to the end of this Zoom discussion today, so we'll end and we'll have a beautiful discussion tomorrow. Thank you, Aran Hansa. I think he must have been busy. He came and went. Thank you so much for your noble guidance. Thank you, Dharma friends.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි, Dr. Gopinath.
තෙරුවන්
තෙරුවන්
සරණයි,
සරණයි, Dharma
Dr.
friends. තෙරුවන් සරණයි, Venerable Sir.
Thank you.
through this Zoom series, we are attempting to impart the pure teachings of Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. And that is the same Dhamma, revelations, and pure Buddhist philosophy that has been shared with us by our noble teacher Buddha. And that is what, based on our understanding, that is being shared with you through. Is not something that is separate. First and foremost, it's not a religion. It is actually the way things are, the truth, and the true nature of things. So the truth doesn't have a limitation to a sector of people, particular country or nationality or culture as such. The truth is something that is applicable to all, not only human beings, to everything. Basically, that is the truth that was revealed by Lord Buddha. And that truth is to show the way the suffering occurs in this world, the way how that suffering occurs, that there is an end to that suffering. How does one get about? What is the means of the end of that suffering? These are what we call the Four Noble Truths, which the Lord Buddha explained without understanding and realizing, fully realizing the Four Noble Truths, be an end to the suffering. So the main aspect to be understood is the understanding of the mind itself. The Buddha explained that this world that we call it, or the world as we call it, is actually a creation of the mind. The world that is perceived by you, us, or by every living being is actually an illusion. There is a phenomena that is occurring, and it is through that phenomena that a false world, an illusion of a world, that gets created. And because of ignorance, that world is taken to be true, taken as a reality. Because of that, there is untold suffering that is brought upon to whatever being, not knowing about how this process works. There is a huge science behind it. It is not something, as our noble teacher says, a material science. There are profound amounts of matters that cannot be even explained, that the Buddha himself didn't even explain or bother to even explain, because most of that he realized was not actually required for beings to end this suffering. He in fact had also related that to, I think it was Ananda Thero back in the day, when he said, referring to certain leaves that was taken to the hand from the Atavia forest. That's a type of tree, and I think he had plucked a couple of leaves from that tree in a forest, and had said that what he was explaining as the Dhamma to transcend suffering was only as much as the leaves that were on his palm. There was an enormous amount of things that as per the rest of the forest, the rest of the tree and the rest of the forest, that wasn't even exposed or revealed. And why he said that was that all that was actually not required, whilst that was obviously realized when there was true awakening and full awakening, when the 31 planes of existence was transcended, when the three realms, Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Arupa Bhumi, which is the sensual form and formless worlds, were transcended, when that full awakening occurred more than 2,500 years ago, everything was realized. Everything that needed to be known was realized by the Buddha. But that was not required. All that was not required to be able to get the beings to share that whatever the realization, all that was not required. It was only the handful of leaves. To that amount, what has been explained was more than enough to end the suffering. And so that is what has been explained and translated through the Pali scriptures. There are about 84,000 different sermons that have been delivered, which are there in various types of scriptures. And these have been translated to Sinhalese and English and so on. And each of those scriptures each of the sermons are quite different, because they have been explained to different people. And that is also depending on the circumstances of each person, the defilements of each person, the level of ignorance of each person. The Buddha explained it based on the circumstances, based on their circumstances, and based on their own self-perception and self-vibration. The mind itself is an extremely complex matter, but the commonality across the suffering that is experienced by all, not only human beings, but all living beings, whether it's animals, the creatures, insects, and so on, is basically made up of the same components. The vibration could be different. The level of perception, the level of magnification of the senses, the level of sankhara, as we call it, how much those things have been real, and how much of defilements have been there, can be quite different from being to a being, which is just a vibration. We'll come to that in a minute. But fundamentally, the way the suffering actually comes about is the same. And that is what was exposed through the Four Noble Truths. So when the Buddha said that Chittena Niyati Loko means that this is all a creation of the mind. The world, as we call it, the illusion that has been created, we don't know it's an illusion. The normal lay person, society, people in the conventional world who have no access to the true Dhamma philosophy, not the traditional teachings, but the true Dhamma philosophy have no idea that this world that they are in, that they are living in, that they exist, is actually an illusion. That the individual, the person, the self,
as we call it, is also an illusion. The Buddha at that time, when he exposed the teachings, was actually revealing a never heard before Dhamma. The ascetics of the day were only preaching concentration meditation because that was all they knew. They too were in a quest to search for the truth, but they didn't know that the self and the soul, how to transcend the soul, was not something within their reach, was beyond their comprehension. Even through the meditation, they were unable to find or get at the core of the human suffering or any suffering. So it was that the Buddha, once he had actually practiced those usual forms of meditation and realized that wasn't working, that the self and the self-view was still there. And because that self-view was there, the defilements were still arising. Embarked on a journey of his own to find out actually what was this, and delve deeper and deeper into the mind, the mechanics of the mind. And it is there that he actually realized how this is a mind-created world, and how this wrong self-view is born out of a belief or a misconception that there is a world outside, and because there is a world outside, there is a person or self. An illusion, a wrong view gets formed that there is a person or self here. So how did this world get created? It is through the sense faculties. Vibration that is occurring in the sense faculties is mistaken. So that is where the problem arises. But the arising of that problem is only due to ignorance. The formation, the cause is ignorance and desire. It is ignorance that makes us automatically, almost by default, believe that what is discerned through the senses is actually real. So what happens with these senses? Now, as a human being, there are 5 sense faculties, isn't it? The eyes, the ears, the nose, the taste, the tongue, and the body sense. If we think about the world and the experiences that you have and have had right from the day that you can remember, you wouldn't probably remember the infant at that point of being born. But there might be some remnants of images and incidents and experiences from early childhood right up to now. And so what is the conclusion that we have reached from the time that we recall our childhood and to the time that we grew up gradually? 5, 6 years old, 10 years old, 11 years old, teenage years, youth, education, marriage, children. Career, grandchildren, retirement, all these things. There is a belief, isn't it, that all these incidents, these experiences happen to the same me, the same I. That all this collectively is you. That is the belief. And also, what about the world? The world that was there when you were a child, the world that was there when you were growing up, the world that became more and more of a rat race as you grew older, as you got your education, your higher education, tertiary education, then the world that was there when the time you got married. Then how did the whole world change when your children had to go to school? How was that education system different to your own education system back in the day? How complicated it has been?
Or you might think that it's more convenient because of various devices children use nowadays to make schooling quite different to the experience that was had back in the day. So this is all collectively the experience that you have, isn't it, of the world. And then fast forward to today, this is still your world. This is still your life. And this is the world that you live in. So this is the common belief that is there. But what the Buddha said was, this world is getting created only in the mind. And how is the mind actually coming to this conclusion? It is being driven to that through the senses. The sensor faculties, from the time the baby is born, the sensor faculties are in operation. There is a vibration that occurs in the senses. And because of that vibration that happens in the sensory organs, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the body sensor, there is a phenomena that actually occurs. The phenomena is that with that vibration, so the single vibration actually manifests itself in different ways depending on the sensory organ. So if it is the eyes, there is a manifestation of light. And how does that light come about? Because that vibration, there is a vibration that occurs in the eye faculty. And with that vibration actually telepathizes with vibrations of equal frequency outside. And because of that telepathization, there is a spark that occurs in the eye. The spark is literally something like lightning that occurs in the dark, stormy night. If you look out in the night, and this is an experience that you would have had so many times, if you look up in the night and there is a storm gathering, you would see the streak of lightning, isn't it? In that streak of lightning, for that moment, for that fraction of a second, the entire sky is lit up. It's almost like daylight at that point. Now that is the exact phenomena that actually occurs in the eye due to this vibration. But does it just spark and stop? And spark and stop? No, it doesn't. Because it is happening at infinite speed. That sparking is happening at such a speed that, and there is an illusion, there is a deception, there is a betrayal almost of that sensor faculty, because there is a feeling that gets generated, a sensation that there is permanent light. Not that it is breaking up, that each fraction is different, but that there is a continued light is the impression, the perception that is discerned or obtained from that fast vibration of the eye faculty and the phenomena that occurs there. So this so-called light perception that is obtained through the eye consciousness, sensation is this fast occurring spark. The perception arising out of that is actually light. So because it happens so fast, that is what we call the eye consciousness. And so what about the ears? The same thing occurs there. The eardrums, the vibration occurring in the eardrums telepathizes with similar frequency vibration, and a manifestation of sound occurs internally. So it's very important to remember that it is an internal occurrence. Our common belief is that there's light outside, there's sound outside, everything is outside, isn't it? Because we are here and we are experiencing a world that is outside and surrounding us. So when your mother talks to you, you think your mother is actually talking to you. The sound is coming from her, it's emanating from her, and you are listening on this side. So there is a mother, and then there is you here. The duality is there. The sound is coming from outside, and you are here listening to the sound. Same thing with the image, the light. You can see your mother, and so the mother is there, and then you are here. The image and form of the mother is there, and you are here experiencing, observing the mother. So this is the way the faculties work. This is the way the experience is taken. So if we continue down the sensory organ route, the same thing with the tongue. There's a vibration in the tongue, and because of that vibration, when there is when it is in contact with any kind of food, that vibration gives rise to a manifestation of taste. With the nose, any fragrance that is occurring because of the fast vibration in the nose faculty. And in the body sensor, the heat and the cold and the solidity is felt because of a vibration occurring in the body sensor. If, for example, you didn't have ears, there wouldn't be any hearing. There would be no sound occurring. If there were no eyes, there wouldn't be any sight or vision occurring. The same thing with the bodily sensors. If you were subjected to local general anesthesia, there would be any sensations in the body, isn't it? You can even drop the body from a particular height down to the ground. You can hit it against a wall. There wouldn't be any feeling. There might be a bruise that occurs at that point, but do you actually get the feeling that, oh, I was dropped from a height onto the ground, it's now hurting, my body is paining, my leg is broken? Or if the body was hit against a wall when you're still subjected to general anesthesia, there might be again a bruise where either the hand or the leg or the head hit the wall, for example. But would there be anybody chirping up and saying, oh my God, I was smashed against the wall. Somebody attacked me and I was thrown against the wall. My head knocked against the thing and I'm having concussion now. I need to go to the doctor. The head is bleeding or the hand is bleeding. Will any of these things occur? Will there be any kind of stress or worry or hyperventilating at that point? No. But if that actually happened when there was no local anesthesia or general anesthesia, all this would have been a big incident, isn't it? Because what would be the typical reaction? As we said, you would say, my leg is bleeding, my hand is bleeding, my head is hurting, and so on. So everything is mine, isn't it? Can you notice that? It's my head, it's my leg, I am bleeding, my body is hurting, and so on. So everything that has been mentioned or labeled is considered yours, isn't it? Everything, there is an attribution to a self. So when these sensory organs actually give rise to these perceptions, the perception of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, each arising due to the speedy vibration in the sensor faculties, each of them give rise to their own sensory perception, For the eyes, the perception of light. For the ears, the perception of sound. The tongue, the taste, the nose, the smell, and the bodily sense, either its solidity in varying degrees, softness, smoothness, roughness, are all just varying degrees of solidity. These are all felt, isn't it? As a perception. So these are the basic perceptions that arise from our senses. And it is these perceptions that then the mind consciousness, which is the sixth sensor, actually interprets to form what we call a thought. So when we mention the word mother, for you the warmth of the mother, the sound of the mother's voice, the picture of your mother, the touch of your mother, and even maybe a fragrance or smell of your mother's clothes perhaps, will remind you straight away of your mother. So can you see that even if you, for example, your mother is not even here in front of you, if you recall the word mother, or if we mention the word mother, straight away you will get a vivid image of your mother, should you have experience, if you were not an orphan, and if you have not been living with foster parents and had no idea who your foster parents or who it was, you would have definitely an image of the mother. We'll come to the foster parent also in a minute. So then you have an image of your mother that will flash in the mind, the sound of the mother's voice, the touch of the mother, all that. But if the mother was not here, you're not touching the mother, you're not hearing the mother, you're not seeing the mother. And yet, all the touch sensation, the sound sensation, the image, the color and the form of the mother, the light sensation, all these actually occurred, isn't it? When the thought of the mother arose. So this is where the Buddha said the world is getting created only in the mind. If you think about it, it is later that when the learning, that foster parent also in a minute. So then you have an image of your mother that will flash in the mind, the sound of the mother's voice, the touch of the mother, all that. But if the mother was not here, you're not touching the mother, you're not hearing the mother, you're not seeing the mother. And yet, all the touch sensation, the sound sensation, the image, the color and the form of the mother, the light sensation, all these actually occurred, isn't it? When the thought of the mother arose. So this is where the Buddha said the world is getting created only in the mind. If you think about it, at some point in time, if you keep going back and seeing in your childhood days, you're looking at actually past minds, because just like the mother, the father, every object that has been taken for granted, because it has been given a name, isn't it? Everything has been given a name. But if you go back and analyze and do your own research and see, how did I know that my mother was my mother? And then you'd realize that actually at some point during childhood, somebody would have actually pointed her out and said, "This is my mother. This is your mother." Otherwise, how would you know that this is your mother? And then they would have also given her name. But even without the name, they would have said mama or your mother or whatever it is, and said, "This is your mother, this is your father." If you had sisters and brothers at that time, each one of them would have also been named.
an image would have been shown and a name would have been given, and then your sister would have become real for you. The brother would have become real for you. It is in this way that it is only through a learnt experience, either coming from the light perception, sound perception, all these 5 basic perceptions, that one actually gets the final thought that this is my mother, this is my school, this is the alphabet, this is an apple, and so on. Has any of these things actually been known unless it was taught? So there is a distinct way these have been actually taught by, and how can these be actually, the learning is taken through only the senses. But is there actually a world outside? No, the human or any living being, the Buddha said, has no way of experiencing an outside world. Only what can be experienced is what is discerned through the sensory perceptions. And we know now that the sense faculties, how they work is, they only has a vibration. As long as there is respiration in the body, there's a vibration that is occurring, and the vibration manifests itself in different forms in the different sensory organs. But collectively, those sensory perceptions are interpreted, combined and interpreted by the mind sensor. That is what we call the mind consciousness. And because these are happening at speed, the light perception is taken as a permanent light. The sound is taken as a permanent sound. The taste, when there is contact with food, is taken as a permanent taste, and so on. But all that is happening is fast occurring vibration. But the combination, the combining happens also. It is not something that happens later on. When the experience is discerned with the learning, with the labeling that is attached, the sound is attached to an image, a sound is attached to a taste, and we call it pineapple. A sound is attached to an image, and we call it mother. A sound is attached to a fragrance, and we call it the jasmine fragrance. The sound is attached to a touch sensation, and we call that heat coming off the kettle that was just boiled for a cup of tea. This is how everything has been learned. Did the baby in the cot actually know any of these things? There was no sound associated with anything. There was no combining. At the point of the infant, the combining of sensory perceptions does not occur. The basic sensations of light, touch, taste and smell are there, but it is only at the sensation level. There is no coming together. There is no recognition as a distinct form, and a sound hasn't been associated. That part does not occur. It is later that when the learning actually happens, that these sensory perceptions are combined in one form or the other. It can be 2 perceptions coming together, 3 or more perceptions coming together in whatever form. When these are brought together, a perception, a new vibration arises, which is what we call the thought, the mind object, the stimuli. And that is the thing that is called, for example, mother, pineapple, orange, alphabet, apple, and so on. So gradually the child is taught, and so there is a learning, and the learning is what? Only a thought. You wouldn't know that an apple is just a thought, isn't it? Apple is a combination of light, touch, taste, smell, and so on. Because it has the light component, it has the taste component, the touch component, the smell component. It is only these basic sensory perceptions that are getting combined. Does it have anything else? No, it doesn't. But what is the ultimate product? The mind object does its own creation and puts a name on it. and that is what we call an apple. So now, when somebody actually says the word apple, immediately the entire image of the apple, the sound of the apple word being mentioned, although it is not said out loud, comes to mind. The round shape of the apple, the solidity of the apple, the smoothness of the skin of the apple, the taste, crunchy texture of the apple, the taste of the apple, everything is absolutely vivid in the mind, isn't it? So this is how the object actually gets formed, but isn't it only just a thought, a perception? So in this manner, every object is actually, until it is learned, until a perception is formed, and until that, because of the speedy vibration continuously happening, there is a construct that is done, which is the mind's creation, part of the mind's creation, and that is nothing else but just the phenomena of how the mind works, which is what the Buddha revealed. So when this second cycle, the first cycle of this manifestation is the sensory perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste and smell. And then the Buddha said the second cycle happens. Vattang Vattati. The second cycle, Vattang is the first cycle, Vattati in Pali is the second cycle. In that cycle, the mind sensor, there's an automatic interpretation of or combining of these senses, and then there is a name or form, name given to the form. The combination of those images, touch, taste and sound, is given a name to, and that name is the apple, the mother, the father, and so on. So there's a collective almost name, perception or thought given to it. And then that is believed to be true. That is taken to be real, isn't it? It is that thing that has been taken to be real that has magnified and magnified over time. Because right from that beginning, with reinforcement of that learning at school, in the classroom, by the teacher, because obviously children don't learn it straight away. It's constantly reinforced over days and days, weeks and weeks, until it is actually learned. But are they actually learning the truth? No, they're not. So this is the way the world has kind of come about. But what they're learning is something that the teachers themselves have learned, and how their forefathers have learned. So it is the same delusion, same ignorance that is in operation. For the sake of communication, for the sake of conventional society, these names and labels have been given. Language has formed for that reason. Because to have a conversation, there must be a distinct object and a name given so that it can be identified, and then there can be a conversation about it. But is the truth the same? No, it's not. The truth is that these are just fast-acting vibrations which have been then combined to form a name, but the vibration and the manifestation is only a manifestation. If not for the speed of the vibration, the illusion won't be even seen as an illusion. But because it happens like that, the combination, the combining is done, and so that learning is given to the child, and then so the child then actually starts believing that these things are outside, because everything is actually taught also as if it is outside, isn't it? They might show a picture of a dog, or they might show a video of a dog. So you see the image, they say this is the image of the dog. And then so the image is combined with the sound, and one learns that this is a dog. And then when there is a barking, the sound is there, and then they say that this is how a dog, this is the sound of a dog. The dog barks. So there is a distinctive and verb that is used associated with a particular animal. The cow moves. the bird chirps, even to that extent, these things are categorized, labeled, isn't it? So this way, these objects are then gradually, the child thinks that all these things are there outside. And when those things are believed to be there outside, a world gets created. Unknowingly, unerringly, a world gets created. And when that world gets created, there is also a me, an I, and a self that gets also created from this side. So the duality, each time an object is taken to be real, there is an object that you are seeing, there is an object that you are hearing, so automatically an object is there and the observer is there. A sound is there and the person hearing is here. Some type of taste is there and a person tasting is here. There is a smell and there is a person actually inhaling that smell. And finally there is a body, some kind of bodily sensation, and then there is a person, as we said before in the example, of the person that is experiencing either the bodily pain or the bodily pleasure and the feeling of solidity and so on. But do we actually call things solidity? Do we actually call things cold and hot? I mean, we could. We can generally say that today the weather is cold. But generally, this is always associated with some other kind of name and a label that the mind has actually given. So finally, there is this world objects that are created. There is immediately with that comes an existent feel. There is a perception that these things exist. And with that perception, first the objects exist. Objects distinct from each other is taken to be real. And then collectively there is a perception that there is a world, an existent perception occurs. But each time this world is considered to be true, there is a value and an attachment that is given to those worldly objects. And this is coming about because of that fast acting speed of vibration. The vibration has an underlying power, and that power is the thing that actually culminates in that thought, the perception. The perception of a mother, the perception of a father, the apple, the orange, the pineapple, the school bag, the school, all these things. Everything has a perception of its own, and each of those perceptions, depending on how much of value that is attached to those perceptions, how much of interaction, how much of clinging is there, that the desire and that perception becomes stronger and stronger because of that underlying power. You might remember, for example, if there was some kind of school bag that you had or some book that you had growing up. At that time also you find children fighting over a pencil, fighting over an eraser, because they are attracted to the light, they are attracted to the image and the colorful erasers, colorful toys. You find siblings arguing and fighting over toys. Why? Because even at that young age moment, the toy has been taught, saying this is a toy, this does this type of thing, this toy is yours, and so on. This is fed into the child, isn't it? And then from that point onwards, the child believes the toy is true. The child believes the toy is mine, because before that, someone has already taught the child that, this is mother, father, and this is you, isn't it? When birthdays are celebrated, saying this is your birthday, this is your birthday cake. So everything that the child then gets reinforced and reinforced gives the child the impression that there is a separate, distinct me here. So even from that young age, the me, I, me, and the separate personality gets created. And then that is the perception that continuously gains power. How does that power arise? Because of that speedy vibration of the senses. The more and more the perceptions are considered to be real, the momentum, the magnification of the senses and the potency of that thought magnifies itself again and again. So that is how the desire for an object, the clinging to an object actually occurs. Similarly, there can be the same level of aversion or dislike for something. Either way, the fact that something is taken to exist creates a duality. And if it is a moment something is taken to be real, if that thing is actually taken away, that notion of it not being there also is there. It's all part of it. It's all in one basket. So that is how the aversion, the clinging, the desire to keep it, to maintain it, to protect it, all that occurs in that one perception by taking it to be real, by taking it to be true. So this is how actually the world is formed. So like the child fights for the toy and for the colorful eraser, then gradually as we grow older, this is the same thing that happens. The teenagers, they squabble in class, there are fights. Then there are teenage years, one can be having, relationships, there's clinging, there's desire, wanting to have a relationship, then wanting to pass exams, not liking certain things, not liking certain foods, then jealousy, animosity, these things arise as well. So in this manner, these objects, persons become true. And this is how the mind perceptions work. But with this world becoming true, that there is a feeling. When these objects become true and the world is perceived as existing, a spin-off of that is that you actually feel as if you are alive, that there is an alive feel that actually comes about. It is that feeling of aliveness, the wanting to keep it, the wanting to maintain that sense of being alive is what is called Atma or ego. There is nothing else, because if we think about this whole aspect of it, this whole thing is arising from that vibration. The vibration giving rise to the sense of perceptions, and those giving rise and combining to form a thought. The thought is actually then the stimuli or an object and series of objects that are created outside. That is the perception, and then a world gets formed. The belief that there is a world is formed. Sense of existence gets created, and from that sense of existence, a sense of being alive gets created. And it is that sense of being alive that is keeping, sustaining beings to continue to live, to fight for survival, and so on. But that sense of being alive is that mistaken sense of there being a self is actually just that, an illusion. It is being created through those fast-acting vibrations and nothing else. Actually, if every thought, every aspect is broken down, one would actually realize that it is actually not made up of anything. It all started with a manifestation. And was there anything of substance in the manifestation? No, there isn't. So in this practice of the Buddhist philosophy, initially the understanding is made of how this mind works, how this mind creates a world basically out of nothing. And it is that world that has been taken to be true, taken to be real, and is experienced. Now, make no mistake, the sensory perceptions, even after understanding this Dhamma, the sensory perceptions, as long as the faculties work, will continue to manifest a world. The way it was taught, the way it was understood back in the day when the first set of perceptions were formed, that part still actually continues to manifest. Like we said, the light doesn't come separately, the sound doesn't come separately. Straight away we would hear a bird chirping, right? So the bird is chirping, there is a doorbell ringing, and so on. It's not the sound coming separately and then the doorbell and all that type of thing. Straight away you will recognize it as a doorbell. So one can see that the recognition actually happens in the mind. It is actually a sound. And then the sound is what is heard, but the mind recognizes it as the sound of a doorbell. Another sound occurs and it is the mind that puts a name and a label to it and recognizes it as the chirping of a bird. So when the Dhamma is actually understood, there is a clear understanding that arises how it is the mind that actually does this interpretation of those basic sensory perceptions. But still, this manifestation would continue to occur like this. The world won't turn, upside down or anything like that. All that will happen. That's the way it is. But what actually diminishes through the understanding is the defilements. Because by going back and understanding how the past minds worked, how the apple became an apple, the mother became the mother, when the thought arises, because thoughts do arise each and every moment, but what is actually experienced is just this one thought occurring in this moment. Then the practitioner is able to observe and understand the truth of the thought occurring in this moment. And by doing that, the truth of it, the truth behind it, is actually also realized. So the practitioner is able to practice a point of contemplation, which is the first one. There is a couple of steps that have to be followed in this practical way of understanding the Dhamma, which is something our noble teacher has explained to us, which is practiced in all the Buddothpado monasteries, because this is the practical aspect of this insight meditation. Understanding the Buddhist philosophy is required right through till the very end of full realization. However, the practical application of it is absolutely crucial to turn that into realization for the inner transformation to actually occur. So the contemplation, for the practitioner, the first point of contemplation is that there is actually no such thing as the outside world. It is only a mind creation. Because as we explained, this outside world is made up of things, objects, people that have been just given names to being created due to this manifestation occurring in the sense faculties and with the mind consciousness creating and naming forms with names and projecting it outside. So that image and the illusion is that they actually exist outside rather than actually being a creation within. So that point is then contemplated by the practitioner, and then so the value that is given to the outside world of worldly objects and things starts diminishing. And then the second point of contemplation is that there is actually, is there anything in the perception in the mind? And then from that also you realize that that mind object, that perception, that thought that actually occurs, also that there is no such thing. It's just a combination of those fast occurring manifestations of light, touch, taste and sound coming together. That is all. So was there any substance in that perception? No, there isn't. So then there is a liberation from the outside world, and then there is also a liberation from the perception that is forming in the mind. The point of actually when the outside world is understood and there is a liberation from the outside, that is the point of the stream enterer. And with that, the sakkaya ditthi, the self-view, the wrong self-view, that immediately gets created when the world outside becomes real, is also, for at least a moment, the self-view is actually broken. The self-perception still would remain as long as the mind perception, the perception that something is still there, even in the form of an outline, is still there. And that self-perception and the self-vibration will only gradually get transcended through the gradual fading of the defilements of clinging, aversion, or ill will. And so on. So the practitioner should be able to practice these points. And then the third point, in the mind perception is also not taken to be true. The third point of contemplation is to realize that there is still an activity that is happening. There is still the function of the senses, isn't it? The light is still there. The hearing is still happening as a hearing. The touching is happening as a touching. The smell is actually happening as a smelling, and the tasting is happening as a tasting. The functions won't stop, because as long as there is breath in the body, the vibrations occur, the perceptions occur, the mind does its own interpretation of those perceptions. All that happens, but the functioning is still there. The hearing is there, the tasting is there, and so on. But then the third point of contemplation is that the hearing is actually only a hearing. The touching is only a touching. The feeling, the bodily sensation feeling is actually only a feeling. And what that means is the fourth point of contemplation that one finally comes to is that these things are actually occurring without a self. Without a self, these functions actually occur. The walking, the brushing of teeth, the sleeping, the eating, the running, the typing, the sweeping of the garden, the brushing, the vacuuming. All these things actually occur. But it is what? Only a function. Isn't it? We might call it vacuuming, but it's only an activity, isn't it? We might call walking, but it's still an activity. Leaving the name and the labeling behind, the functions would still occur. So if the functions can occur just like that, where is the self? So now to come to this point, that outside world has been contemplated as not being true, right? And that has been transcended. And then the second point is then, so if the outside is not true, it's a perception of the mind perception is then contemplated. And that too is then realized as only as having nothing of substance. So that is transcended too. At the third point of contemplation, so if there is no outside world and nothing in the mind, and yet the activity is happening, the action is happening, this is what we call the action mind. The contemplation, when that happens, is then the realization occurs that these are activities. The activities just continue. They just happen, that's it. And then the realization that actually this is happening, but there is no self. There is no one attributing it to a self. There is no ownership of this activity. And so that's finally that self-vibration, the self-perception is the point that is actually addressed, attacked. And this is happening as a gradual thing. It can be, all these steps can be taken together as a form of walking meditation and contemplated. It can be contemplated when one is getting about one's daily activities at home. It doesn't have to be at a monastery. It doesn't have to be at a temple. You can set some time if you want to be able to first contemplate all these separately and then actually undertake a walking meditation. Or you can experience it whilst you're cutting vegetables, whilst you're doing some daily activity at home, sweeping a garden, or right through the day, depending on how experienced the practitioner is. This will be gradually incorporated in whatever way to the daily routine, which is why right at the beginning, I think we said that Dhamma is not different and the real and the life is not different. Dhamma is actually the life. Gradually the practitioner would actually realize that everything is happening as normal. The inner transformation is occurring because the defilements are gradually fading. When the outside world is transcended, when the mind is transcended, the defilements are gradually fading. And with that inner transformation happens. The clinging, the aversion, the desire to worldly objects has ceased. The perception can still remain. And because the perception is there, the self-perception, and finally the self-vibration, the feel that something exists, it's also there to a certain level. But they too are diminishing, and that process happens gradually. But with that continuous practice of
Dear Dhamma friends, we welcome all of you to our English Dhamma Zoom session. Um, this English Dhamma Zoom session is very special since this Dhamma Zoom session communicate the true Dhamma message. So this true Dhamma message is important for the entire humankind because this Dhamma provides a sense of relief of somebody from mind and even from the body life. So it's a sense of liberation from mind. Many people spend so much of money, you see, to have some relief in the mind or to seek satisfaction. So much money is spent. But you see, this Dhamma message really enable someone to have a liberation or relief from self, in the sense relief from so-called mind, because in this Dhamma, it is the thought formation. Who are you? You are a current, you are a wave. What is your formation? Exactly what is happening? What is the living? Living is these thoughts keeps on coming. But is this thought is belong to somebody, or is there is a mechanism is happening? So we explain the mechanism behind this thought formation and how this fire or the burning inside occurring, and how one will relieve from that inner burn when they understand this true Dhamma message. So this is very interesting because a lot of people, actually people in general, suffer in the mind. People suffer in the mind, and even some mind related, you see many health issues arises with the mind, the stress in the mind. So unlike before, nowadays the term stress is widely discussed. Even small kids talks about stress, professionals talks about stress, mothers talks about stress. So these terms are nowadays commonly used with the complex lifestyle of the people. So what is the stress? Where is really the stress? Is the stress outside, or is this really the mind? So you see, so even things like anxiety, depression, sometimes some sparks, some mind sparks, you see, occurred in a sharp way, and that has a chance of recurring, and some chemical imbalances in the system. Even you see, even that kind of people will really able to experience difference, you see, after listening this Dhamma, because this Dhamma clearly explain what is the mind, what is the thought, what is this whole system, what is this wave, what is this current. So when someone understands its own formation, basically it starts to liberate from itself. So therefore, this is very interesting. So we invite everyone to have a discussion with us, come, question, share this message. So then many people will benefit in the world. So let me start discussing few pages from True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 6. We are currently reading. So there are several series of this book. I think it's very important. If you have time, you log on to Buddothpado websites. So in these websites easily you can find these English books and that carry conversation between Aryan Vahansa, that is our spiritual guidance teacher, and the participants, various Dhamma seekers, so who are seeking truth. So they question, and then you see Dhamma or this mechanism is explained to them. So so therefore it's very important. I think easily now you can, on your own face, you can download these books and you can read. So okay, so today we'll start reading from page 92. I think half we have read. So anyway, I'll start with the page 92 beginning. This is Aryan Wahansa's explanation. What kind of talk is this? This is not about anything that you said. You have to start from a different point. First of all, you must go to the beginning, which is the Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana, knowledge of how the former thoughts have come into existence. In order to know how world has been created in this moment, we have to know the origin of the creation of the world at the very beginning. Now, we have to go back to the time when we were infants. An infant does not know what world means. Defilements cannot be planted in that mind. Therefore, it is a radiant mind that he or she has during this time. For an infant, a sound is only a sound. An image is only an image. An infant does not know about an existence of a soul. These sounds, images, and the rest are created by vibrations, and it also an illusion. Due to the vibrations and the wave system created by it, sounds and colors are constructed in the senses. People with wrong views believe that these are coming from the outside. Auta sambhutang uttanam bhavisati. This is a natural occurrence. An appearance and disappearance happens in every moment. For a baby, due to vibrations, sounds, colors, and images appear in the senses and disappears. This happens with each sense, and these are related activities. This situation is very delicate. It cannot be solved by people with common thinking patterns. Nahidang atta katang bimbang nahidang parakatang aga. This stanza refers to, with the arising of cause, arises effects. With the cessation of the cause, cessation of the effects occur. With the association of the four elements, upadaya rupa or derivatives are created. Upadaya rupa refers to the formations occurred in the senses. Now we have to look into rapid speed associated with the vibration power and the various powers it creates. Right, so let's have a discussion around this. So now in this Dhamma, this I means, you see, what is the meaning of I? I is this process. I is the energy. So I is the sparks. So when the eye is open, nobody can stop the formation of colors and images. So these colors, these images, that just occur. So what is this formation? You see, if you replace one of your eye with the cow's eye, and just assume for a moment, then the formation is different, isn't it? So the human sensor, that eye sensor, so this sensor that continuously spark, and that electric spark give rise to colors. So for a human, the sensor creates a colorful world. If we take cow, for a cow, it is a red color world. So where is the colors? So everything is the sensor. It is the sensor created world. This color, red, blue, green, you see, I doesn't know whether it is red, whether it is green, blue, or whatsoever. It is just a color spark only. So this color is a formation. It is not a existing thing. If we take just a one spark, that one spark is occur due to contact, the resonance. And this spark, you see, that is just occur. That was not there before. But now due to this process, the contact process, that sharply occur. It is the sensor, it is the creation. So then each spark has the positive, negative. So at the rising point itself, this sparks has no life. The spark is such an instant thing. So spark vanishes in the same moment. But you see, when this spark process continuously happen at a rapid space, it gives like some color is there, like. So that is the color world, or that is the picture, that is a shape, that is a color spark. So nothing else here. So this is the sensor world basically. Sensor means something like this. So every body is a sensor. It is we classify these sensory organs to eye, nose, ear, and skin like. But really speaking, the whole sensor system naturally spark, and it has a sensor field. For example, when it is the nose, at nose level, some sensor spark is happening. Then if we take the ear, so that eardrum is constantly spark happening. So eardrum doesn't have any variation like between what is that sound or this sound like. It's constantly sparks. So same like the skin, hot and cool. You see that is the some feel that arises. Even the tongue, some taste like sweet taste or the bitter taste like. But you see, this is a sweet taste, this is a bitter taste, is a thinking. But none of this thinking is applicable for the sensor level. These are just sensor spark, just like the other sensor. So it is we think it is hot, it is we think it is cool, it is we think it is my body, my tongue like. But if we leave out the thinking part, like this is just a sensory organ system that continuously sparks. So in this section, what Aryan Mahansi highlight is just see the origin of the thought, because presently you get some thought, you get the feel of a chair, but you need to go back and see how this chair was originally formed. That's why you need to go back, go back, go back, go back and see, go to the original point. Because in your system, there wasn't a chair when it was born. So when was the chair was born? One has to find. There is a day this chair was configured or introduced to this system that was programmed also in a natural way. So that's why it is going to that newborn baby and understand the newborn baby did not have any chairs. Newborn baby, it was just the sensor sparks. Some color, some sounds, some feel only. There is no conceptual world. It doesn't know this, whether this is my mother or somebody's mother like. So that is the thing. It doesn't know that this is a chair or a book or something like. But after some age, you see, this is program where a color spark in the eye and sound spark in the ear. And these sparks now powerful enough to combine and give rise to some sensation of a feel of something. Now it is suitable in the sense that's automatically happening. So now in the system, the sparks combining, coming together, but that coming together is also not real. The color sparks not real, sound sparks not real, but those two comings together and having the chair is also not real. But this is not a problem of the chair. In this system, it is the chair, it is the table, it is the tree, it is the sun, moon. But for this system, you see, it is not this chair or a table or a tree or a house or a mother or a father. But when these things, you see, these things become real, something become real is happening. That is the chair. It is not the chair now, it is the existent field of the chair. This is due to the speed of the activity. The speed of the activity. The chair is, you see, is become real. So this existent field is the critical thing here, because that existent field, you see, it is a strong, it comes to, that means this whole process is coming to a very higher power level. High power level in the sense, all the time we are talking about vibration or the resonance, and when a particular you see vibrations, when the sparks is coming to another level, like the resonance circle also getting increased. So there's no time frame for these sparks. So the unexplainable number of trillions and billions of sparks of resonance. So that's why entire samsaric effect is here. Because this moment when the things become live and there is so much of power, and that power is getting stronger naturally in the system. So in Pali we call bhava. So this is the helpless situation in this system. Even though we think like this I is mine and How can, I mean, this eye is the best thing in the world, this ear is the best thing in the world, like, but these sensory organs helps to create so much of power, energy, and that energy is the continuation. So anyway, so there's nothing wrong here. So this is a natural phenomena, that continuation or the power formation. So mind means this power. So so if someone asks, who are you? You are this alive field in the present moment, that is this current. But who really are you? Are you a soul living inside the body? Then who are you really? So in any of the body parts, you see, you are not there. So if you cut half of the leg, still people breathe, like. So there are some organs in the body that is transplant, that is sort of exchange, like. So still people live. So it is not. So are you in the mind? So mind, it's just a moment thing. So so one open up really to the reality of what's really happening here. Anyway, this discussion, I think, it's really, there are so many things for us to discuss. So I think in this discussion it says nahidang attakatan bimbang nahidang parakatan aga. So that refers to this cause and effect Dhamma. Because when the cause present, there is effect. So everything occurs in the present moment due to this cause and effect Dhamma. So the cause is the this speedy process. Effect is this energy or the sparks. The sparks is the effect. Then this sparks is the cause, because this continuously the spark happening, and if it is the light, let's say light sparks, then the effect is the light consciousness. That is, the light become real in the system, light consciousness in the system. The same like other senses, it is due to the cause and effect, light consciousness, sound consciousness, taste consciousness, body consciousness arises. So then what is the mind? Mind is the effect of these consciousness. These consciousness coming together, and what is the effect? Effect is the mind consciousness. So mind means some object. It can be chair, it can be mother, it can be father, it can be tree, any of the worldly things. So but this once, if it is the chair, if the mind consciousness in the present moment is the chair, but this due to the continuous rapid process, the speed of the process continuously happening, the chair become real. Chair get a strong energy. The chair become heavier. So that is this existent field. So existent field, when it come to that, it is the alive field, that everything real, world real, outside real, and naturally myself is real. So that's how this power, the cause and effect, in the present moment, this formation occur. So-called self, the so-called alive field. But nothing is true. everything is just a formation in the present moment. So that's why it says Anutva Sambhuta Uttanam Bhavisati. So this is a naturally occurrence process. So I think this number is very interesting because even you read so many books, find so many theories in the internet, websites, various teachings, you will not find this peace anywhere because this peace no one can challenge either because this is the truth. So one finding this is the best ever gift one can have in their life. This message is such a rare thing, and it is nicely explained by Aryan Vahanse by taking today's example and in an understandable way that people can understand using the latest scientific terminologies like sparks. So I think it's a very interesting explanation. So until our friends join, I will continue. So so let me read. We feel, we see light because of the eye consciousness. The sparks created by the vibration system makes various sensations and feeling images and mind consciousness. They become powerful with the influence of the above stated phenomena. With the sensual activities, jatiya or birth come into existence. At first, for an infant, everything is limited to sound, colors, etc. However, with the vibrations and the influence they create in the mind through the recurring sensual activities, a situation similar to the power created by rotating flywheel happens and things get created. You see now, now actually, are we really living in an actual world? Are we really living in a, you see, simulated world? So, because it is not an existing world. Every moment, world is forming. World is forming, but this forming is an illusion, not true. People really suffer in this illusion, thinking that this illusion is real. And people die sometimes, you see, for various things, but are you really able to experience any outside thing? Or yourself also a birth in the present moment? That's why when you understand, where were you just a minute before? Were you there? So where were you? So it is a present moment occurrence. It's an illusion. Actually, birth means it is not the birth in the womb. One has to understand. The birth means every moment is the birth. If the world becomes real to you, because you are there, then you are naturally born in the present moment. As long as the world becomes real, so that is the ignorance. Ignorance is the birth. So what is the problem here then? What is the problem? I mean, world become real and soul become real. What is the problem here? The problem is the current, because if this current is not there, one will not so much suffer due to this illusionary world formation in the senses. Why one get hurt with the sound of voice of somebody? Why someone get angry when with the sight scene of somebody? Why sometimes jealousy comes? Why somebody can't live when something happens to the loved ones? This is the problem. Why someone become very stressful in their day-to-day activities? Because all this, because this mind power is a variation. Sometimes this mind power become unbearable to the whole sense system. The mind pain is experienced in the body as well. Why sometimes people suicide? Yeah, so it is the mind says to suicide, right? So it is the mind. So this is such a mind. So this mind one has to understand, because this power actually it is a variation of power. But if the power is not understood, either one becomes slavery to the mind and just go by satisfying it, doing that and this, and it is the same mind says you are wrong also after doing something. So one has to understand. So for example, let's take example like, so there is a husband and wife. So the husband, let's assume the husband wants to have, husband has another woman as well, like just example, right? So for that husband, you see, uh, who is that is the mind says it wants to have another person. So when that spark comes, like you see the spark getting stronger, we're getting stronger. Initially it just a thought, but when that spark coming again and again and again, some action would happen. So then it will be the action in the sense, back again it is the thoughts. So and then after doing some wrong thing, like it is the mind says you did a wrong thing, like, so this mind is something like that. This mind one will never able to satisfy or to have a correct opinion from this mind, because this mind, you see, it is doing something, and after that this is the same mind criticize it and make oneself wrong, you see, trying to forward oneself to the wrong end also. So therefore mind is such a thing. So the current level of current, these sparks getting stronger and some action is happening, really, if we really analyze, is out of the control of somebody, but somebody is finally suffering in the whole film, because due to these spark variations some action is also happening. But once the mind is quite well understood, it's easy, because it is the system knows the truth behind the mind. So I can see my friend Sakuntala is joined. Thiruvan Saranai Sakuntala.
Saranai. Yes, you were talking about the thoughts. I actually just joined. I heard only the last bit. You were talking about the thoughts, weren't you?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, just adding few things to what you said. What we didn't understand so far up to the time that we listened to this Buddothpado Deshanava, that there is nothing called mind. There is no thing called mind, but it is something which forms then and there. So it is a kind of flow. It's a more importantly, I think you have to see it or understand it as a current. So this current actually is the one which manipulates this system, which includes a physical body also. Now, when you talk about the physical activities, now your eye has vibration. The eye or the eye sensor is created, and there is some light, there is a shape, and the mind sensor recognizes it as a visitor who has come to your doorstep, and you want to the system gets the feeling that should go to the door. So where do you get this power to stand up and walk? So that is the power or the current which is generated as a thought, which gives you the power to stand up. All your muscles and joints will start functioning, and then as an action, the body, physical body, will move forward. And now this is the basic thing. But when you look at all the activities which happens, where this physical body moves around, do various things, including even eating, drinking, talking, all sorts of things. All these activities are the result of the current generated by the thought formation. So in other words, thoughts will manipulate or the physical body is like a puppet, and this current is manipulating this physical body. So is this current preventable, or is this current changeable? No, it is a part of the a natural process, unstoppable and unstoppable type of chain of activities. Activities doesn't mean that it is the physical activities, a chain of actions which creates the mind, and then the mind is the one which manipulates this physical body. So from the beginning, if you start from the level where the sensors are formed, the formation of the sensor means there is an action there. So the creation of the eye sensor means there is vision. Creation of the ear sensor means there is hearing. So it is a function at that level. So the function that occurs at that level, is it true? No. That itself is not a truth, because that itself is the result of a fast vibration, where it gives the impression that there is light. It gives the impression that there is a sound. So it is a creation due to the very fast vibration of that particular sensor.
in other words, the creation of the sensor is the creation of the activity. Actually, the activity or the vision, seeing the things, hearing or feeling, all these things means then and there the sensor is created. So it is same actually. And so this is from that level, if you take, it's not a truth. It is something which is created, and we tend to, the system tend to feel that there is a light, there is a sound, there is a smell, there is a taste, etc. And what happens, the process doesn't stop there. This is now, as I said, there is no controlling body and there is no self who is governing this process. And collective action of this happens immediately, then and there. That means now and here. And the result is the thought, which means the table, chair, coconut tree, bus, mother, child. That is the result. So that is your thought. So very clearly, it's a creation of the mind. The light which created in the eye sensor didn't say that I am mother. And also the sensor itself has no idea what it is creating. So, but the ultimate result is the mother. Mother is created in the mind. Mother is created as a thought. And that thought is created with the help of the past data, which we describe as a mechanism, the telepathization or resonance, where experiencing a collection of data in the past, right now, as a spark, the thought appears. So the thought is the mother. It was not in the memory. There's nothing called memory, but in the mundane world, we use that word memory, but it sparked right now here with everything, all the bits and pieces of the experiences, the time to time that the thought experienced will, as a collective thing, will appear right now here as a spark. And then the system gets the feeling that I saw my mother. But there is no I or no self actually who is doing this process. This is a kind of nature's law. And when you talk about this telepathization or the resonance, I wanted to bring up one point. Now, our noble friend always gives the beautiful example of this tuning fork. Now, when you touch a tuning fork inside the house, let's say inside the house or inside the laboratory, and there is a sound created, there's a wave created, a vibration is created, and if there are tuning forks which have the similar wavelength, similar frequency, any other place close by, outside, it will also start vibrating because the frequency is same. So this is the phenomenon of what's called the seeing or hearing. But when it applies to the living being, this resonance or telepathization doesn't mean that it is always something which is matching at this moment. The things can be matched from the past, or maybe even our noble friend R.N. Mahase has mentioned that it can occur even from the previous births. So there is nothing called time actually. There's nothing called past or present. Any time which happened, anything that happened long, long ago, maybe days ago, hours ago, minutes ago, or several years, or some previous birth, can telepathize at this moment. So it becomes now the time is also just a big fake, a creation in our mundane world. So this telepathization is something, or the resonance is something that we have to sort of understand, so that the illusion about this memory is also cleared. So this is the mechanism where we hear, we see the things, and we can feel the taste. Now, for example, if you taste a food right now, there is some vibration on the tongue the moment that the food is kept on the tongue. There is some vibration, and then the food which was kept doesn't say that I am cinnamon, and the tongue has no idea what it is, but there is a taste, and the next fraction of second, your mind says it is the taste of cinnamon. Cinnamon has been added to this food. So where did cinnamon come? It is the past data. It is the telepathization. For a person who has never tasted cinnamon, or a small baby, a child who has no idea about the taste of the cinnamon, will not have that telepathization. But for an adult who has tasted it, will have the immediate conclusion, or the nama. The rupa is the vibration which occurs on the tongue, and the nama is your naming. That means the system will name it as cinnamon. And not only that, many things related to cinnamon will immediately follow that. You will get a mental picture of the cinnamon. If you have visited the places where the cinnamon is produced, the cinnamon trees, how they are doing it, how they are removing the bark, drying up, all sorts of things. And not only that, you will feel even the smell of it. Now, in those situations, did your nose get a smell? No. And did your eye get a picture? No, you didn't see it right now. Just you got something, only the taste on the tongue. But see how quickly the thoughts got collected, and the spark produced the rest of the picture. Your tongue got the vibration, but to complete the picture, you got completed the mental picture, which includes the picture of that, the smell of that, and the all sorts of other information that you had time to time related to cinnamon. Not only that, you might even get the sparks related to the medicinal effects of the cinnamon, and what types of food should be added, cinnamon to be added for various dishes. What are the things that cinnamon must be added? So all sorts of information will click right now. Now all this mechanism, this whole thing is a part of the nature's law, dependent origination, or the cause and effect activity. So there is no person who is controlling this system, but always, because of the ignorance, the label me or mine or I is attached to all this information. Now, this is what you have to understand. There is a system functioning. This system is not under anyone's control, and the illusion of me or myself is just a thought. And so when you understand this, gradually you can feel that the value you are giving to various sensor inputs will diminish little by little. when the input, when the sensor's input is not given a value, all the defilements which come afterwards you will feel that it is gradually getting less and less. So I think if you just give me a second. Sorry. Yes. So this telepathization or the resonance is something that happens even in the dream now. Even in the dream, your mind sense is working. How you see the dreams is more or less similar. Even during the so-called awakened time, we are seeing everything as a dream, which we don't realize. We feel that we see dreams only in the night, in the sleep, but daytime also, it is all a creation of the mind which happens then and there. Now, when you take the dreams, sometimes you see the pictures, sometimes pictures are seen, even the colors can be remembered. Sometimes you might wake up and say that I was wearing a red frock at that time, so you can clearly remember the colors. You obviously hear the sounds, people talking. He was telling me like this. You will describe your dream. And sometimes you might say that I ate this type of food, which was very tasty. And there was a there was a horrible smell which I couldn't bear, and I moved out in my dream. Now there is a long list of things that you describe as things that that happened in the dream, and also you might say that he hit me, and I still feel some pain on my head. Now these things, when you wake up, you feel quite relieved. Oh, it is only a dream, because your eyes didn't vibrate, but still you saw a picture. Ears didn't vibrate. There was no vibration in the ear, but you heard the sounds like that. The other senses also, you felt as if they were functioning, but nothing has actually happened. Now, when you are awake, the previous incident that I think I mentioned, isn't it something similar to the dream that you saw in the night, in the sleep? Now, when I mentioned the word cinnamon, this is a vibration of my throat, and the similar vibrations occur in the other systems, ears, and then the mind sensor will recognize it as a sound, and mind sensor will recognize as the word cinnamon. And the moment the cinnamon is identified, or the moment the cinnamon is recognized as a word, the rest of the picture, like in the dream, rest of the picture is completed. The whole history about the cinnamon will be produced or will be created right now. So isn't it something similar to the dream that you have been seeing? Because the eyes didn't see cinnamon right now. Tongue didn't get the taste of the cinnamon right now. Only the ear got the sound of cinnamon. But rest of the picture was not different from the dream that you have seen. So this is some kind of research that we have to do about the sensor information. When one information is created that time,
See how quickly the rest of the picture, rest of the jigsaw puzzle is completed in the mind. But that mind is also not lasting. It happened just now, right now, at this moment. And when the mind changes to another sensor function, that mind is gone. So that mind is not something persisting. So I can see Dr. Ravi also has joined. Anything that you would like to add, Dr. Ravi? Terwan Saranai.
Teruan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. Yes, as you said, the way that the mental image get created. So yes, that is true. So what I want to add is the dream that you see in the night when your eyes are closed is very similar to the actual world that you are living at right at this moment even. So same thing happens. So the problem is we can't really understand the actual world that we are living is also dream. So that is the problem. So in order to understand that thing, you have to understand your 5 faculties, how these 5 faculties get created. So same way that that sound gets created when you are seeing the dream at night, same principle can be applied to the real world as well. So actually, are we seeing or are we seeing the object right now, the objects right now? So that is the question. So you only see the light, the colors, and at the same time, so we have to understand how this light gets created. So we in science we have learned light rays from the object, the reflected light rays from the object comes to our eye. Then it creates an upside down image in our retina. So the brain tries to put it into the right direction. Then we tend to see the object in the normal way. So is that the real thing that is happening? So for the science, for the knowledge, that is all right. But seeing is something different from what we have learned in the school. So if it is valid, if that science knowledge is valid for everything, so when you create something similar to the eyeball, so would it be able to see the external world? No, same thing will happen, but it won't see the external world. So as you all know, in a dead cadaver, so eyeball is there, very similar to a living human. So but that particular dead body can't see anything. So everything happens as usual, but the ability to visualize ability to see, the capability of seeing is missing in that cadaver. So, so there should be something that goes beyond the normal scientific mechanism. So that mechanism is the vision. So as you say, the hearing is something different from the uh, vibration that happening in the eardrum. So people might think it happens in the brain, but it is not belongs to the brain either. So we can't assign a certain place where the vision takes place, where the hear takes place, but it happens in certain place, and we call it that we see the world, that the vision is there, but it's very difficult to explain. But actually what happens is when the impulses get generated in the eye, they are generate some kind of an stimulation or impulse that make you to feel that there is something, that makes you to feel that there is something. Then it tries to find what is that, what is that, what is that. So that to give a valid justification to that, it shows some kind of a picture. Some kind of picture gets appeared. Similarly, some kind of in ear faculty, some kind of a what do you call a sound gets appeared. So this is the signal. So the signal or the perception will not be there unless you get some kind of a feel in it. Feeling is something is there, the perception is light. So feeling is there, the perception is sound. So from that, you will be able to understand the light doesn't come from outside. It is get created within the system. So when the lights get created in a certain system, we call it now the eye gets created. That is the point where the eye gets created. When the vision is there, when the light is there, so we call that is the eye. That's why we don't usually refer to the external eyeball that you see is an eye, is the eye. That is not, yes, in the scientific basis, that is the eye. That is all right. That is the place where this uh, vibrations happening. But the rest of the thing, the the vision, where the vision takes place is we can't say where it happens, but it happens. The eye gets created after that, actual light. Actual eye in the sense the vision, the ability to see. So why this ability to see? Why this capability is created? Because of that initial kind of a feel. Initial feel will be should be there. That makes something is there. Something's there. So what is that something? Something is there. When the something becomes the light, then you will see, you will call, oh wow, this is the eye. So now the eye, now the light is there. So similar way, so if you think in that direction, along that line, would you be able to tell that something has come from the outside? No, because of the feeling of something is there internally. A creative perception will a kind of perception will get created. So that perception becomes the light. So the light is a creation of the faculty. So without the creation of the light, we can't say there is a faculty. Faculty is the functionality of the faculty is the creation of the light. So that makes kind of a feeling. The feeling is something is there. The feeling of something is there. Likewise, when the sound gets created, the ear faculty gets created at that moment. When all these things, ditta sutta mutta, the tactile stimulation will be also the same. So even though we think we go, the skin touches the external object, then it comes to kind of a feeling that the solidity or liquidity or the consistency of that object. But actually happens is the skin sensor get sensitized with the vibration of some kind of object or a liquid or whatsoever. Then the perception gets created. What sort of perceptions are there? Ditta sutta mutta. No, sorry. Patavi apo tejo vayo. Likewise, we tend to feel the solidity, the consistency of that object. That is the feeling. So the perception is the patavi. The perception is the liquid state. The perception is the airy state. The perception is the heat or cold or and so on. Likewise, when all these faculties, the stimulations that receive, the perceptions that receive from all these faculties combines each other and forms another kind of a perception. When all these three feelings come together, form another kind of a feel. So it has another perception. So we'll say the chair. So chair has the properties of the light. Chair has the properties of the sound. Chair has the some kind of a consistency. See, all these things come together, then forms another perception. So that perception is the worldly perception. So why we call it a worldly perception? That perception is the perception that we consume, that we deal with, that we interact with. we do not directly interact with the uh, firmness. We do not directly interact with the light. From there onwards, we interact with the chair. So chair has all the three qualities, but there is another kind of a feeling which we perceive once the chair gets created. That is very different from the light perception. But you can't revert it back to the light perception. All there are there in a mixed form. But in that case, we can, if you do some research on that, you can find out, you will be able to find out the so-called chair is a mental construct or construct with the which has been created with help of all those three ingredients. So what are those ingredients? Light, sound, and uh, the consistency, the solidity, liquidity, and so that is the same. That is very similar to the dream as well. When you analyze your dream that you see in the night, same thing happens. Sound, light, and the other perception, all three come together, then creates an image, mental image. So we tend to feel, as Dr. Sakuntala said, we tend to feel that was real, because the similar thing happened in the night also. So we are dealing with a mental image at the night. In the dream, we are also dealing the same image in the real life as well. The perception would be same. So that's why we see dreams at the night. We see dreams at the daytime as well, at the real day, in real life as well. So that's why we are seeing an illusion. The illusion has become real for us because we don't know how these illusions get created. So what we are trying to understand is we try to understand how this illusion gets created, how the illusion has become real for us. Because I said earlier, the perception of the light has some kind of a feeling of existence. And similarly, the sound has that existence feeling. So when all these perceptions come together and create the chair, it has another kind of existence feeling. The existence feeling is there. Initially we thought the light is there. Then we thought the sound is there because of the existence feeling it had. Then we think the chair is real because of that existence feeling. Because we feel it is really there. But if you understand this mechanism, how this chair perception of chair gets created, we tend to realize that we are dealing with this perceptions. When you go in front of a mirror, your reflection will be seen from through the mirror, but that also gives some kind of a feeling of existence for you. So that, so then your mind creates some kind of a faulty perception that I am existing. So I am existing. From that time onwards, from that day onwards, you tend to see the world with those existence feeling. Existence feeling in the sense, you, whenever you see an object, you will get some kind of a notion that I am the one who is seeing this, because you have already have that the existence feel that you are living. So what happens with the realization? With the realization, you will understand, you get to know this Dhamma, how this, the mechanism. Then what will happen? You will be, you will understand the existence, the so-called existence feeling is a creation. So, so you don't, then after that, what happened? The, the value that you have assigned to the chair earlier, then it doesn't come from internally towards it, because you know, when you, as soon as you chair, see the chair in front of you, you get the understanding, you are within, with the understanding, you know it is a mental projection, it is just a perception only. So there is nothing in it, that is not the real, this is the illusion. Likewise, you, with this understanding, the value that you had put over the things that you deal with will get, will get will gradually reduced. So what will happen? Then you tend to detach from the world that you deal with gradually. So similar thing happen to the I-ness also, the self, yes, the soul also. Earlier you thought that you are a real being, real living being. But with the understanding, you know it is a misconception. So I was in such a misconception that I am living. So it is a misconception. So I have been cheated. So that, so similar way, what similar to the similarly, the value that you put to yourself will also get dissolved. So then what will happen? So you tend to deal with the external environment as usual, but you don't assign any value to that, without assigning any value to that, because you know these are mental projections, these are mental fabrication. So I'm living in such a illusionary world. So then you will realize, if I am if me, my mind concept is not real, so have I ever been born? No. So will I die? No. Your birth and the death will also be a part of that same illusion. So you will realize there's no one to be born. There was no one to be born. There is no one to death even. So that's how you should excel the birth and the death. So in order to achieve this, you have to understand this mechanism, how this illusionary world gets created. It is very similar to the dream that you see in the night. So we are seeing the dreams at the night, and we think when we wake up from the dream, we are in the real world, but that real world is also a dream. So the world we deal with from the time we are born is not real. So that is that comes along with the understanding only. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Sankite Nibbidaya. So we know that the emptiness has to come from that angle with the understanding only. That doesn't mean that the emptiness that Lord Buddha says is not actually, you don't find anything in this world. He doesn't mean like that. The actual emptiness has to come from the understanding. Even though we deal with the external world as usual, so we maintain our relationships with our neighbors and the family members, we do our work, we go to work, we uh, carry out certain responsibilities, we take certain responsibilities as usual. So we do everything. We can do everything with the emptiness. What is the emptiness? Emptiness has to come from this understanding. We know very well, even though we do everything, the we are dealing with a certain perception. That's only. So yes, Randima, yes, Sakuntala, any
Yeah,
comment?
I think it's a very interesting discussion. Yeah, both of you had really wonderful explanations today. I think it was a very informative discussion, I would say. I think some interesting points came out on these dreams as well. So we understand everything is a illusion dream, but there are also like these dreams in the night. I think if tomorrow we can discuss, because today the time is not enough. Um, I think that also maybe, since both of you are doctors, maybe you all can add something more on that aspect. Like sometimes you see in deep sleep, so sometimes it's like almost dead like. So all of a sudden waking, you see in the morning. Sometimes it is like half dead like. Sometimes some film you see is running, some totally irrelevant, something you see is another film like. Then once a week like it's totally irrelevant film. So and
Yeah.
sometimes you see even a cockroach is in the mouth. It won't feel, right?
Yeah.
So what happens to the sensory organs? So even it sparks. So where is the consciousness? So I think maybe tomorrow, since we do not have time today, so we'll take some time to discuss about the dreams. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true. So we are the one who are telling
Yeah.
that the same person who went to sleep yesterday, getting up in the following day. So the people from the mundane world, they say, you are the one who slept last night. Then why did you wake up so early? So so it is not the thing. So we create our
And in
own
the
sankalpa.
awakening also, like it's take a couple of minutes to, you see, get the consciousness back, no, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah, also when you wake up from a bad dream, you
yeah,
feel very relieved, isn't it? Oh my gosh, it's only a
yeah,
dream, but you don't realize that you are waking up from one dream and entering another dream.
yeah,
yeah. And
yes,
also sometimes headache also come in some dreams.
Yes, yes,
yeah. Yeah, we don't know the more. So it happens one moment to another. So
yes,
that moment is one thing. In other moment, it will resonate in another thing. So that's why we call.
yes,
So yeah, we are moving from a bad dream to a good dream or reality.
yes,
So
yes,
so it is very difficult to understand, but that is the truth,
And now
isn't
when
it?
someone understand this Dhamma also, like they also like awaking from another dream, no?
Yes, yes, yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah.
it's
As it
almost
yeah,
same.
yeah. Anyway, we have to understand this Dhamma through this mental projection, using these mental activities, isn't
Yeah,
it? So,
yeah.
with the help of our mind, we tend to understand this Dhamma first. But once you realize it, it is felt. So
Hmm.
it goes to some kind of back end. So sits back row and it tries to see the mind. So the
Yeah.
mind behaves as previously. So what we do is let it to function as usual. So your feeling will be seated back row and seeing everything and tend to see everything. So it is very difficult to say, but that is the thing. That is the samadhi that so-called samadhi we will achieve after the internal transformation occur. So with this there is some kind of internal transformation happen. So that along with that, some kind of an awakening take place. That awakening makes us to visualize the behavior of the mind and the other faculties. So we can sit back and peacefully watch how these sensory faculties, mind, sensor work. That's all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. I think today our time has come to end. I can see Aran Mahansa is also joined. Terwan Saranayaran Mahansa. We'll try to have a discussion tomorrow. I think Dr. Ravi and Dr. Sakuntala, both of you maybe will clarify us tomorrow about the scientific angle and how these nerves and using whatever yours, it is your subject. So if you can like bring around something on that aspect, how these dreams happen and what's really going behind the sensory organs, why certain specific things we won't feel. So and sometimes it is almost dead like a feel, sometimes it's some film is running, so we can, I think, discuss that aspect, you see, relating to the Dham aspect as well. So I thank both of you for coming today and doing all your contributions in your busy schedules. We'll meet up tomorrow as well. Thank you, both of you. Terwan Saranai. Terwan
Thank you
Saranai.
very much, Mandima. Yeah. Thank you very much,
Thervan
Mandima.
Sarnai to both of
Teruvan
you.
Saranai. Therwan
Therwan
Saranai.
Saranai. We pay homage to our Aryan Mahansi, Therwan Saranai.
Ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Vela and Therwan Saranai. So we've been discussing Volume 6 of True Dhamma has awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. Today we're starting with page 90. What is the Dhamma? Is it something designed to make people lost in mentality and materialism? The Nissarana path of liberation that the Buddha followed is all about simplicity. It's not about taking the poor's money or dwelling in luxury. Aryan Mahanse, by acting simply, paved the way to help those who are truly needy. People desperate for basic necessities. For an example, today, people in the Nikkavarati area received food parcels. Those who were kind-hearted contributed wholeheartedly. Such people are rare to find. When you fully absorb this Dhamma, it's also called endless compassion and liberation, or the great mind of compassion. Every road of the path leads towards Nibbana. With liberation of mind, Nibbana can be reached. Give your mind and body rest and bring peace and rest to these innocent people. We do not need divisions such as Siang Nikaya or Amarapura Nikaya. This mundane world is entangled in madness and wild, wrong views. Buddha has only one Nikaya, the Buddha Nikaya. The Gautama Buddha Sasana is about liberation from the mind. Understanding the illusions in the mind and destroying them. To accomplish this, one must have liberation from the notion of an individual self. This is also the true understanding that there is nothing beyond sounds, shapes, colors, etc. When this situation is clearly seen, liberation from the subject or thought can be experienced. This is liberation from thought occurring in the moment, here and now, atitang natagammeya. Then you can see the true nature of that thought or subject. When you perceive the origin of the subject, you can always witness the cessation of subject. So this path we are talking about is called Nissarana Magga, or it's a path of liberation of the mind. This is the same path that Buddha described as well. This is a path of simplicity. It's the practitioner will eventually be simpler and simpler in his or her ways. So when you fully absorb this Dhamma, when you fully understand and see it within yourself, what will happen is the self, the so-called self, is diminish the sense of ultimate truth and reviving the
Buddothpado Ariani, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado Ariani, Buddothpado Ariani.
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light.
You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day.
Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak.
Buddothpado Ariani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Buddothpado Ariani, Buddothpado Ariani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song.
May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride.
Buddothpado Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done.
May your holy work never be done.
Buddothpado Ariani, Buddothpado Ariani, Buddothpado Ariani, Buddothpado Ariani.
slipping from mind's deep thirst. Liberation from fear and death. Freedom carried on each breath.
Wisdom of Asia, everglow. Buddothpado. Dispelling darkness, breaking night.
Dispelling ignorance with light.
Dispelling suffering as we rise. Compassion,
Opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind.
Truth no time can leave behind.
Truth of birth and death made clear.
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go. Buddothpado.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay. Working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with me showed up everywhere I'd go, even in the quiet hours. There was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend, just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Vela and Teruvan Saravana. So we've been discussing Volume 6 of True Dharma has awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. Today we are starting with page 90. What is the Dhamma? Is it something designed to make people lost in mentality and materialism? The Nissarana Magga, path of liberation that the Buddha followed, is all about simplicity. It's not about taking the poor's money or dwelling in luxury. Arahants say by acting simply, pave the way to help those who are truly needy. People desperate for basic necessities. For an example, today, people in the Nikavarati area received food parcels. Those who were kind-hearted contributed wholeheartedly. Such people are rare to find. When you fully absorb this Dhamma, it's also called endless compassion and liberation, or the great mind of compassion. Every road of the path leads towards Nibbana. With liberation of mind, Nibbana can be reached. Give your mind and body rest and bring peace and rest to these innocent people. We do not need divisions such as Yang Nikaya or Amarapura Nikaya. This mundane world is entangled in madness and wild, wrong views. Buddha has only one Nikaya, the Buddha Nikaya. The Gautama Buddha Sasana is about liberation from the mind. Understanding the illusions in the mind and destroying them. To accomplish this, one must have liberation from the notion of an individual self. This is also the true understanding that there is nothing beyond sounds, shapes, colors, etc. When this situation is clearly seen, liberation from the subject or thought can be experienced. This is liberation from thought occurring in the moment, here and now, atita natagammeya. Then you can see the true nature of that thought or subject. When you perceive the origin of the subject, you can always witness the cessation of the subject. So this path we are talking about is called Nissarana Magga, or it's a path of liberation of the mind. This is the same path that Buddha described as well. This is a path of simplicity. It's the practitioner will eventually be simpler and simpler in his or her ways. So when you fully absorb this Dhamma, when you fully understand and see it within yourself, what will happen is the self, the so-called self, is diminished. The sense of self is diminished. That intermediary role is slowly diminished, and what is left is endless compassion and liberation. And with this liberation of the mind or transcending the mind, the Nibbana can be reached. These divisions we see in the Buddhist culture, these Nikayas, they all belong to mundane plane that is entangled in madness and all kinds of wrong views. There's only one Nikaya or order for real, which is Buddha Nikaya, which is all about liberation from the mind by diminishment of the defilements, by understanding and realizing how the mind works, understanding the illusion. The destroying of the illusion is happened when it's understood and realized. This what when you realize it, what happens is the notion of an individual self is the one that's slowly diminishing. It is the same thing to say defilements are diminished. So we see the created world, the mentally constructed world that is beyond sounds, shapes, and colors, because it's all manifestations of vibrations. When we say sound, or when we say color, smells, taste, touch, different ranges of vibration is manifested or detected through the faculties. And when they all come together, it feels like this illusion is out there. So when you realize how it came into existence in the first place, its diminishment is self-evident. When you know how, if there's a car which is made up of all kinds of elements, seats, the structure, the frame, the floor, the steering, the engine and all that, when you take it apart, there's nothing to call a car anymore. You take it apart by understanding how it's made. Similar thing happens here when you understand and realize how the mind comes into existence. So that is the end of that discussion. So if we talk about it a little further, this whole Dhamma is nothing but understanding and realizing how the mind is created. And we come across this path because someone wants to know the truth, or someone wants to see his or her suffering come to an end, unbearable pain. So they're looking for a way out, and they stumble upon this Dharma. So this suffering, if we talk about this suffering, there's suffering in different forms. There's suffering when something that you like is broken, or some person you like is killed, or whatever it is. And then even after the death of a person whom you love, that thoughts about that person, you keep thinking about that person and it hurts, and they're still suffering in the form of thought. But the suffering the Buddha talks about, the noble truth of suffering, is the fact that you're attached to something that does not exist itself is suffering. That is the noble truth of suffering. And these 3 rounds of suffering, understanding these 3 rounds of suffering, it's 12 rounds for the whole 4 noble truths, Dvadasakarang Paripattan. In Pali, it's said like that. Noble truth of suffering, the noble cause of suffering, and cessation of suffering, the noble truth of cessation of suffering, and the path leading to the noble truth of path leading to cessation of suffering. So each noble truth can be understood in 3 rounds. So what Buddha preached was the noble truth, where the suffering and the cause of suffering and the cessation of suffering and the path leading to cessation of suffering happens due to believing that something is out there when there's nothing. When as a kid we were introduced to these labels, we keep talking about that something is out there and yellow is out there, and the label is given as yellow in the form of a sound. The relevant image is out there. That is what we've been told as kid. So that entanglement of that sound to that image creates a feeling. The feeling is already there, but creates the thought that something is out there, and it reinforces that feeling. Or what I'm feeling is out there. That what it seems like that's existing is red or yellow or mother or father or whatever it is. So, but even before these labels come to the baby, this babies usually learn to start talking at the age around 1 year, 1.5 years, 2 years maybe. Before that, it still feels like something's out there because of the inclination towards change, the Sasava nature. So when that mind is developed enough, even at the age of 7, this truth could be understood. The truth is, this world is created when we look at it. Just like what Buddha told Rahula. When you peep into the pond, when the dog peeps into the pond, there's a dog. If he doesn't, there's no dog. And so this world is created in the moment to moment. That is the truth. And when you understand and realize that truth is kind of debunked and it loses its power. These manifested vibrations inherently carries a power. In any vibration cannot exist without the power. There should be a force that's powering it. And that underlying power contributes to the pain that we experience, the internal burning in an emotion. When something becomes real, for us, this whole before listening to this Dhamma and understanding this Dhamma, this whole world exists. The so-called external world exists, and with respect to that, the so-called self exists. But in reality, there's no duality as such. There's only one kind of vibration, and the extension of that vibration, the same vibration, is felt as the self. This is a self-evident Dhamma. You can validate it within yourself. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. True enough, it's in a book. It was found in a book. But the person with the higher wisdom or the transcendental wisdom, the real noble friend, can uncover and make sense of the knowledge or the Dharma that's contained in the book, which is the Pali Canon, the 3 baskets. Until that, it's because this truth cannot be contained in a mind, cannot be grasped by a mind, because it transcends the abilities of the mind, and it transcends the way the mind works. Mind comes into existence based on a language. A language comes into existence to explain something, to say something exists. The duality, or to say that something exists or it doesn't. This duality. But this truth transcends the duality. How can you use a language which came into existence to explain the duality? How can you use that language and explain something that transcends the duality, which is an impossible task? And that is the beauty of this Dharma, because we are using that same language as a tool, and the real noble friend shows you the path to kind of sink deep down into the truth while using the dual language, taking you to non-duality. And that is not an easy task. Buddha said, monks, at dawn, if you want to see a rainbow in a dewdrop, at the tip of a blade of grass, then you have to look at it in this very specific angle or the unique angle. Otherwise, you're not able to see the rainbow in the dewdrop. So that's what RN say, or the real noble friend does. Using the dual language takes you to that, show you that unique angle to look at this Dhamma, to understand this mind so that you can transcend this mind. And there's the clear wisdom of truth, the philosophy in the form of intellectual knowledge. You would first, the message of the noble friend, first you would listen to it and you will understand it intellectually, but with the very clear practice that Aranvanse has expounded, you can see it within yourself first. With this, you see that there's nothing, the so-called external world is not real. How? Because when you say that is a mango tree didn't call it a mango tree. Mango tree is a label that's given by the convention. And that label is in the mind of someone. What is out there is just what you can see, the experience, the colors. We can't even see they're the colors, because colors are also a label. So, mango tree, dog. Does the dog know his name is dog? No. If there was a Tamil person, he will call the dog Nai or something. Or in Sinhala person who doesn't know English, he or she will have a different label. So whatever is the label that we use to call these things out there, no, it's in somebody's mind. We are attaching the system. Even though we say we attach, it's the system, how the system works. System started attaching these labels to a seemingly external object. So as we continue to contemplate on that, when we get upset to our kids or husbands or wives or whoever, or you go to a restaurant, you don't like the food, this tastes like that, this tastes like this, you contemplate on the truth. These ideas, they're not contained in the food. Oh, I don't like the way my husband treats me, talks to me, or my wife talks to me. These are not in these objects. And in fact, the fact that you call your so-called husband, or your so-called wife, all these labels are in the mind. It's a mental construct. So as you continue to contemplate this throughout the day with whatever the activities you do, contemplate as in to try to see this truth, inquire into this truth. Is it so? Is it true? I heard this. My noble friend told me this. Is that true? Does it make sense? You investigate, you inquire into that. With time, it sinks to you. It becomes your own first-hand realization that the so-called external is not real. It's a mental construct. And then comes to the next karma sthana, which is the mind is also not real, because when we in the wisdom of truth section, when we theoretically talk about how the mind is created through manifestations of vibrations, the visual component of the manifestation of vibration, meaning the colors we see or the experience of seeing, or the sounds we hear, when it comes to the auditory component of the vibrations, auditory manifestation. The sounds, they're also vibrations. And that's where the whole language, the labeling, even we think using the language. Even when we don't talk, we think with the sounds. Smell component of it, that's also different range of vibrations manifested. Taste, touch. Even when we think we are touching a table, only the solidity of a surface is detected, because we can't touch a whole table with one small hand. We think, the system thinks, I am touching a table, when in reality the fingers can only touch a limited area of the so-called table only. So when all this, even that is a manifestation of vibration. So when these vibrations come together, it feels like something is out there. And with respect to that, I am observing it. The labels, they're all this manifestation of the vibration. So this thought is also not real. When we read a book, whatever it may say, Kamal climbed a tree. There's no Kamal in whatever you read. Whatever you read is printed black. We can't even call it black, because then that is also a label. On paper is also a label, like white and black. But in the imagination, this Kamal, some guy, probably an adolescent, climbing, the act of climbing a tree. That's a thought. That's a mental object. Is that real? In that thought, are there any people? Are there any trees? No. So that is also, with that enough contemplation over a period of time, we begin to see within ourselves, even the thoughts are so-called thoughts are not real. And is there a person then? Is there a self then? The fact that the so-called self, the idea of the self comes into existence when we were kids, the initial thought is taken up by the system. If that is my father, if that is my mother, there should be a self here. So that idea comes from kind of logic. There should be a self here, not that there is a self. There should be a self who is seeing these things, who listens to these things, who smells these things, so who touches these things. And then when the reflection of the so-called self is checked in the mirror, there's a face to it. Now that image of the face is added to this whole entanglement, the individual notion of self. So, when you pay attention to what's happening, okay, the external is not real, the thoughts are not real, there's a system that's at work here. You begin to pay attention to the process, the mechanism, the system. You see that there's no necessity of a self, and without the interference of a self, everything happens. Gets up, gets ready, go to work. There's no continuous feedback from a self. Even when we thought there was a self, if you really closely pay attention, there's no self. Like when there's a thought or a mental object, mental image, that I need to drink some water. With that, there's a mental image of drinking water in a glass. Everyone has different mind images of the so-called self drinking. And the body is activated, walk towards the kitchen. The glass is grabbed, the tap is opened, and the cup is filled with water. And the water is drunk. And nobody decides how far to walk, how to keep the balance of the body, how should I open the faucet. Nobody gives any guidance about that. It's a bunch of mental images, and the task is done. Magically, it's done. You don't mistakenly go to a different room or overfill the cup or put the cup in the nose or whatever. This process is naturally done without anybody's interference. Where was the so-called self? Unless there's a thought, I am drinking the water, I am doing this, that thought is forcefully called upon to the system. That is what we call the self. And that is not required for this process to happen. That is what you understand with the third meditation instruction or karmasthana, that it is a process, that there's nobody doing this. It's happening with bunch of mental images, which acts like commands. And those two are essentially manifestations of vibration. So you kind of live, the so-called self kind of lives from one vibration to another. In between, the body is activated, eyes are activated, nose, tongue, the faculties are activated, the work is being done, the system is on autopilot. And there's no need for a self. There never was a self, there never was a need for a self, except for this wrong view that has created this self. And that is what we are seeing. There was no need for that. There's no need to claim ownership and say, I did this, I did that, try to show off and, try to set goals and run after them and suffer to achieve them, suffer when you can't achieve them. This unnecessary commentator and sufferer is never required, not required. But it's part of the system, how this system works, how this thought process has started working, how these initial thoughts came into existence. But the suffering was unbearable, so somebody, this process started inquiring into the truth about this world and came across this kind of glitch of the system, and now this whole process is kind of undone by understanding and realizing this. So that is what this path is, the one that leads to the total liberation from the mind. And yet, the system will continue. Just like how trees bear flowers, fruits, goes in the wind, dies when needs to, when it's out of its life, usable life. That's what we awaken to understand this system, realize this system. So I think that's all I got for this portion of the discussion. Therwan Saranai, everyone. Therwan Saranai Arana Hamsa. Therwan Saranai Randima.
Therwan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your very valuable explanation. Therwan Saranai Arana Hamsa. Therwan Saranai all Dhamma friends. Yeah, I think that was a very interesting explanation. So if anybody has questions, you all can ask. Mr. Justin, I think sometimes you raise questions so that immensely benefit our forum. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, or anybody. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Mr. Bernard.
Now, I have a problem regarding these neutral sensations. Now, there are three categories, pleasurable, painful, and neutral sensation. And the neutral, all these three are in the mundane world. And we often hear that we are standing on nirvana, and we don't know whether at that moment we are in nirvana or not. So that the difference between the neutral sensation and the first one, that is we are standing on the nirvana and we don't know what it is. Those two instances is the same or different. It is not clear. That is why I am asking it.
Yeah. Mr. Bernard, thank you so much for your question. So as you said, in the mundane world, life means really the variation between this happiness, suffering. There are sad moments, there are so-called happy moments. So some moments are neutralized. So there's no specific happiness or sad life. So only the difference here is like the mundane world is a illusionary world. They are a fabricated world where all these sensor created things became real. So everything has become real in that world. So world has become real, soul has become real. So the simple answer that we can give is like When someone understands this mind is not me, body is not me, and this is just a Quran, this is just a moment experience, illusionary world, sense created world, everything is forming in the present moment, like so. You see, the experience is different. So, as Hashi explained, the right angle, that right angle is very easy because with the right angle, it is the path is very easy because it is with the right angle. This entertainment drops because the entertainment is the only problem here because you see entertainment is the pleasure the pleasure or then need to maintain the entertainment or not being able to maintain the entertainment is the sad and suffering here. So whenever there is some entertainment from a thing, mind wants it again. So it's a never ending process. Mind looks for some kind of mental entertainment in the system, but you see, never the system will able to satisfy this mental construct. It vanishes and it wants to repeat again, like so. So the need for next one, like that is the system never-ending power. And once when someone caught up with that, it is in a never-ending process going behind the monkey mind, where it will look for some sense of entertainment in the system. So it's a very natural process, but you see, when this Dhamma is understood like, then it's very clear there is nobody to entertainment, and entertainment is not meaningful because there is no reality of any of the things found. So with that, it's more like insight given up because it's like more value not arising. So then it's a present moment liberation by the present moment awaking to the truth. So with that truth, you see the present moment is liberated from the worldly things, from the so-called soul. So it is not a thinking, but it is a happening thing where present moment is calm, tranquility and cool. It is because of that feel of the truth. It's not, that system is not in the blind anymore. So then in the present moment, you see, if there is no major power coming up from a particular thing, it can be like child or whatever, house or anything, let's say. So then there is no particular pleasurable or sad feel like. So it is the tranquility because it is liberated from this fabricated illusionary world. So it's done, the feel has changed. The feel is liberated. So, so there also, like you see, it's more towards the neutrality. But I can remember R.M. Mahansa has explained this in more detail. You see, than this explanation, because one in the path also, like when you see when this Dhamma is here, like because sometimes it is in uh, this can explain, I think, to another level, like, so I think Aryan Mahansi will explain. So that's all I can add here. Harshi, Sakuntala, and all of you also can add. Teruan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, I think you can give your
Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, I pay my homage to Aryan Mahanse. I may be using different words, but more or less explaining the same thing what both of you mentioned about it to as a reply. He mentioned two terms. One was that is sitting on the nirvana and looking for it, and other one is that what is meant by the neutral feeling. As Randiman was explaining, actually, neutral feeling means in mundane world, you take it as existing. You have a topic or you have something outside where you don't feel a pleasure or sorrow regarding that particular topic. You just feel neutral. Now, for example, if you look at something around you, you might, depending on where you are, you might see wall, a table, maybe trees. So regarding those, you don't feel a pleasure or sorrow. It's a neutral feeling. But for a person who has no understanding of this Dhamma, it is something actually existing. So you take it as something real in the outside world, which eventually or at the same time creates the self on this side who is seeing that or who is hearing that sound. So there are many things around us which are creations of our senses. We take as neutral, but if you have no understanding in the Dhamma, they are there. They are things actually. They are things which are persisting. And I can hear them, I see them, but I have no sorrow or pleasure towards that topic. That is mundane world. But what actually it should be is that whatever the topic that you come across, whatever the topic that is created by your sense level, it can cause a pleasure, it can give rise to a sorrowful current, or it can cause a kind of neutral current. What happens is here that the level of current is different. You label it as a high level of current when you are very sad or very happy, and the level of current created for a neutral object is much less. But in all three instances, you take it as something existing. So what you have to identify is that this level of current is the defilement. So taking something as existing is a defilement, which in Pali called moha. That means you take it as there, like a material which is existing, materialistic type of sensor information. So what you have to understand is this, whether it is a neutral feeling, but still it is in a fine way, it is your self-perception, or you can call it soul or self-existent, existent or the feeling of self. So you can call by different names, but all of them actually at the very fine level of Sakkaya Ditthhiya. For a person who has an internal change, or a person who is trying to understand this Dhamma, will see this as a different, in a different angle. So something pleasurable or something sorrowful will lead to a higher current, and you label it that way in a thought, and you might feel that the other one doesn't create a current. No, it does, but it is at a low voltage. On the other hand, you might see people in the society uh, who have no idea at all about this Dhamma, who are very neutral always. Whatever they come across, I mean, whatever the incident they are confronted with, they are very cool, and then they have a very neutral feeling. So, can you say that they have an transformation, or can you say that they have reached Arhat state? No, they are completely having the real world, real world. They assume that created world as real, but the person who is on this side is a very cool and calm character. So that is completely the opposite side of a person who is going in this Dhamma pathway. On the other hand, I think what Mr. Bernard was asking about the sitting on the nirvana, that as you said, our noble friend Aryan Mahansi mentioned that very frequently, and even in the discussions it is mentioned very often. Actually, what it means is that we look for something. Now, when we call nirvana, we try to achieve something like passing an exam, or passing a hurdle, or reaching some distant place, distant point. We look for something. So that means we don't know really what nirvana is. Nirvana is just that fire within you is getting less and less. So you are losing something that you thought you are having. The current which is generated with the sensor creations will diminish little by little, and then you are getting rid of something, something which was there, something which was burning in the system will gradually fade away. Actually, that is what happens. So as long as you are looking for something, you can't find nirvana. When you let go most of these things, only you can find it. So I think that is what is meant by that. So as long as you have a determination, as long as you try to do something, that is what happened to Ananda Thero during Lord Buddha's time. I think on the previous day, before he became Arhat, he was trying in his best by doing walking meditation and trying to reach that ultimate Arhat state. But as long as he was trying to do something, as long as he was trying to grasp or reach a goal, he couldn't do it. The moment he gave up, he let go his efforts, his mind reached that status. So, like that, we thought before we listened to this Dhamma of our Aryan Mahanse, actually we thought Nirvana is somewhere very far away, very, very far away, so many births to pass, and we have to wait until the next Lord Buddha will be born, and then we have to listen to Dhamma from Maitri Buddhun, that's Maitri Lord Buddha, and then only we can reach this nirvana state. But it was all an illusion and a misconception. Now we know that we can feel the relaxed or tranquility of the nirvana then and there in each and every thought, as long as that thought is not taken as real, as long as that thought is not given value. I hope I added something which will help to Mr. Bernard's answer question.
Yeah,
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai. I think, yeah, thank you so much. I think in the path also, you see this kind of entertainment. It's not the happiness, but we do not have any words to say like. But in the path also, these three experiences are there. I think in Mr. Bernard question that also included like. So in the path also, like, I don't know whether you can remember some time back, Aran has a question in the forum about about like there can be entertainment of the non-entertainment. There can be entertainment of the non-entertainment in the system. So we understand it is this entertainment is the one which drops, in the sense values not coming. So it is the nothingness. So but what happened, this nothingness, you see, the nothingness is felt, it is entertained. Then there is a form of a happiness, some entertainment is there. So, but you see, when this nothingness break, like sometimes this tranquility breaks. When that breaks, now that system doesn't like it. It got break. This tranquility is the one the system feels, and now the system doesn't want like. So then there is a kind of a opposite of the happiness like. But this is in the path. But the full neutrality is not those two. It's like, it's more like this nothingness, you see, is the nothingness. So there is no any kind of entertainment or no kind of ill feel or whatever. I mean, not, it is fully nothingness, is the neutrality. So I think this can explain, you see, in that context also. I just want to add that too. Yeah, Therwan Saranai Hashi.
Therwan Saranai Nandema. Thank you very much for both of your explanations. I hope Justin got justice to what he was trying to understand. And I think to adding to the point that Randima tried to discuss about, I think it's what happens is, in the absence of this pain and pleasure, that there's this you can't, that absence, you cling on to that, the so-called self cling on to that. If something is clinged on to, there has to be the self. I think the remainder of the the subtle self-perception is there in a very subtle way, in that clinging on to the absence of these absence of the suffering. I think that's what Aryan Mahansa calls Loturu Suvaya. So the bottom line is, in this path there are many pitfalls. So that is one of those pitfalls, the way I understand it. And one could get carried away thinking, oh, now my defilements are diminished. There's so much relaxation or tranquility or whatever they want to call. Yet there's a person to whom, there's a self to whom all this happens. There's a self to self whose defilements are diminished. So that there's a subtle self. So we have to see all this and see the hidden self in these encounters. And as we walk this path, initially these internal burnings can be detected easily because they are very prominent and much visible, therefore. But as we walk the path, they become very subtle, like Dr. Sakuntala mentioned. If it was earlier, before you start, initially when you started walking this path,
Teruvan Saranai, my dear listeners. Yes, earlier we happened to hear a nice, beautiful kind of discussion that was carried out among our certain followers of Buddothpado sermons. So what they wanted to highlight here is this nothingness is something to be achieved only through the understanding, only through the realization. So nothingness is not a kind of a state that the ordinary people say as nothingness. So if the word nothingness is told to someone who is coming from the mundane world, he will take it as kind of a empty feeling. Or in that noble kind of nothingness, you will find everything. But amidst of everything, the noble solitude will be felt. So that is the nothingness, so-called nothingness, which was revealed by Lord Buddha. So in that particular nothingness, everything would be there. Every object, every relationship, societal bonds, responsibilities, all will be there. But nothingness will be there also. So that is a supreme kind of nothingness. It can only be achieved only through understanding or realization this pure truth. So it is very different from the nothingness that is achieved through the concentration meditation. So once somebody sits to do or starts to do the concentration meditation, after achieving a certain state of dhyana, at the fourth level of dhyana, they will be attaining certain kind of nothingness. But it is not the nothingness which was meant by Lord Buddha. So Lord Buddha lived within the ordinary people, within the community, within the uh, mm, uh, within the society, but still he lived in the nothingness. So it is something that you can't think from a mind. It should be something that be felt. So that's why Lord Buddha said, come and have a look. You tend to feel this nothingness. So it is not the nothingness that you think. That's why in certain instances, in one instance, Lord Buddha asked the who is, I can't remember this, um, mm, yes, a certain monk. Every time you have to look at this world in the view of nothingness. So what does that mean? The view of nothingness is achieved through the realization. What you would realize, the way the self being formed. So if you could realize by understanding the way it has been formed, there's nothing to be taken as real. So that will be so helpful to look at this world from the supreme nothingness angle. So that's why Mogaraja was asked by the Lord Buddha to see the world from the angle of the nothingness. This particular perspective is very much important. How you achieve this particular, how you make, how you step onto this particular angle or particular way of looking this world is only through the realization. So in order to do so, you have to have the penetrative insight. So there is no place for the concentration meditation. Only through the penetrative insight you can achieve this particular state. So it brings about a certain kind of awareness to you. That awareness is not the awareness that is achieved through the concentration meditation. So people who are doing concentration meditation, they keep on focusing one or two particular stimuli. So again, what will happen? There will be a person who is focusing towards this particular stimuli. So what Lord Buddha said is something different. So there is nobody to understand the fact that there is nobody here to look at these particular stimuli has to be come through the understanding of the Dhamma. In order to do so, you have to have the penetrative insight. Even though the concentration meditation, there should be certain kind of a paving of penetrative insight. So from, if you developed that skill within you, everything in the world will be looked in that particular perspective only, the unconscious angle. So that's why all Lord Buddha asked Mogaraja to look at this world from the unconscious angle as as non-existing perspective. So it is a very much very concise piece of very concise piece of Dhamma that was preached by Lord Buddha to Mogaraja. Everything is there in these two words. Mogaraja, come and have a look at the world from the non-conscious perspective, from the nothingness angle. So how, the problem is what we have nowadays is how to achieve this particular vision, this particular this particular vision. So in order to do so, there should be a certain thing to be followed. So every Buddha who has been there in the past, so we get to know that there were 28 Buddhas so far. So last one is Gautam Buddha. So whoever comes as a form of Buddha, only one kind of Dhamma is revealed. That unique piece of Dhamma will be is revealed from every Buddha, each and every Buddha. That is none other than the dependent origination Dhamma. In Pali, it is known as Paticcasamuppada Dhamma. In simple terms, it is known as cause and effect Dhamma. It is not the action and effect Dhamma. Action and effect Dhamma was there even the Buddha was born. So most of the Nigantas, most of the spiritual leaders by then were practicing this cause, action and effect Dhamma. So they thought if they do bad things, they will return in the form of bad results. And if they do good things in this lifetime, they will give good results in their next births. So those things are known as Kammapala realm, Kammapala bhumi. But so thinking this is the truth, that is the truth. So they were observing certain precepts. So there are 5 precepts, 8 precepts, and 10 precepts, and all these things. So they kept refraining, killing the living beings. So that was the first one. Panatipata Veramani Sikkhapadam Samadhyami. That means I am refraining from killing the living beings. So the second one is the refraining from doing any stealing activities, doing any stealing things from others. So third one is the behave in good way, and the fourth one is refraining from telling lies, and fifth one is the refraining from taking alcohol or narcotic substances. So those things are the 5 basic precepts. So they were there even the time where the Buddha was born. But Buddha, after becoming a state of Buddha, he came up with something new concept, came up with something new. So that shouldn't be the same thing that was there in the society. So in the society they were believing this action effect Dhamma on those days, but Buddha revealed something that has not been heard before. That is the cause and effect Dhamma, Paticcasamuppada Dhamma, or the dependent origination Dhamma. The way how the self, the way to understand how there is no such a living being here. So, in order to follow this cause, action, and effect Dhamma, there should be a person. So, there will be a person who is refraining from staying away from killing animals. In that particular person, he will be there, as well as the rest of the worldly living beings will be there. So, in this kind of situation, he will try to observe these precepts. So in that particular moment, all the things have become a real thing for you, a real thing for that particular person. But what Lord Buddha said is, try to look at this world from the nothingness perspective, non-self perspective. So now you can, now it is easy to be understood. There are these two are two different kind of concepts. One concept was there even the Buddha was born. That is the action and effect Dhamma. But Buddha came up with a brand new concept, that is the cause and effect Dhamma. So what what have been hidden from us? What has been hidden from us these days, this dependent origination Dhamma. So even in the modern days, people are believing this action and effect Dhamma. So they think this is the message that was delivered by Lord Buddha, but they are in a huge misconception. Lord Buddha gave to this world something brand new. So that the cause and effect Dhamma was not there by the time Buddha was born. So today also we do not hear the cause and effect Dhamma very frequently. What we hear is in most instances the action and effect Dhamma. So in the temples, in the mosques and all the places, the spiritual leaders, including the Reverend Theros, they tell, do not do harm things to others, do not steal things from others, do not behave in a bad way in the society, and those things they tell. So they also expecting for us to do good things, and they will ensure us gaining good returns through them. But no one knows what will happen after the death. They just thinking they are building certain heavens, they are building certain hells. So people keep on people try to keep faith on them, and they were the most of the people were going behind these things. And ultimately what will happen, certain concepts will be established within the minds of minds of the people, the ordinary people, and they will go behind those religious people, spiritual leaders, offering flowers, offering intense things, and giving alms, and wasting so much of money, expecting to have good returns in the next birth. But no one knows what will happen after the birth, after the death. So it is, so see how this pure Buddhism got transformed into certain kind of a belief. So in the form of Buddhism, pure truth, pure Buddhism, so this action and effect Dhamma has come up nowadays. So everywhere you can see huge offerings, huge alms givings, huge um, uh, flower offerings and certain things uh, can be seen. Huge kind of temples, luxurious kind of temples. So all these things are will carry certain kind of a peaceful nature into the mind, but still what they have missed is the absolute message what was given by Lord Buddha. That is the way how the self got formed and the message of the nothingness. So, so actually, if you happen to hear this Dhamma, if you are listening this Dhamma, you are one of the very few people in the world that you hear the pure truth, the pure message which was given by Lord Buddha. What is Lord Buddha said is not the action and effect Dhamma, cause and effect Dhamma. Through the cause and effect Dhamma, what Lord Buddha wanted to highlight is that there is no living being here. That's why the Buddhism is known as Anatta Dhamma. Anatta means no kind of a soul. So, in order to get good merits, good returns in the following birth, there should be a soul which is propagating from one life to another. So, it is very controversial with the Buddhist absolute philosophy. So, what Lord Buddha said, there is no such a soul within you. But what people believe as Buddhism is something something called something that is migrating from one birth to another. So it is so pathetic. So we are in such a huge pathetic situation. So we have missed the absolute message. But through these Buddothpado sermons, you can again hear the truth. What is the truth? What is the pure Buddhism? What is the message that was given by Lord Buddha? Is the fact that there is no living being except the emptiness. So as I said earlier, emptiness is not the nothingness is not what the emptiness that is known by the ordinary people. If you tell the word the nothingness or emptiness, they will get a mental picture. They will create a mental picture within them, a place where nothing will be there. But in that particular noble emptiness, the everything will be there, but the only thing that is lost here is the self. So devoid of the self, everything will be there in that particular noble nothingness state. That's why Lord Buddha asked Mogaraja to look at this world in that particular angle. So what will happen here? So before I start this today's explanation, uh, I was listening to the previous explanations that was explanation that was delivered by Dr. Chandni. She said something very important. What is that? The letting go fact of the letting go, the act of the letting go. What is this letting go mean? So letting go is something that happens involuntarily. from you when you fully understood the truth. What is the truth here? There's no kind of a existing soul here. So in the absence or in a situation where an absence of a soul is found, so will there be a person to hold anything, even your kids, even your uh, spouse, even your family, even society, social status, even your responsibilities? There won't be a need coming to keep it with him or her, keep them with him or her. uh, Involuntarily the letting go will happen. Only thing what you have to see is there is no person here to hold anything. There is no person within us to declare certain ownership for anything. For so if there will be a no owner for everything, anything, the letting go it automatically happens. Why we try to keep everything around us? Because we tend to feel that there is a person here. I need my relationships, I need my belongings, I need my figure to be as same as previously, I need my job, I need everything to live this life. But once you realize that there is no person who is living within me, what is the point of holding these or keeping these uh, interactions or these things at, attached to you? So the letting go will automatically happen from you. That is the so-called renunciation. Upadane midunu sile, the the mm, the behavior which comes along with that is the what will be developed within you, the non-clinging nature. No attachments will be coming for anything. So that is the way how the renunciation occurs. So people nowadays, what people think is giving, you are giving away your uh, giving your uh, things to the people who need. It is the uh, it is more important. So they didn't know what Lord Buddha really said. In the absence of the self, if you realize there is no self here, so in the absence of a self, the who wants to keep these things uh, attached? So renunciation will automatically happen. That is the point where you start absolute letting go. Letting go will automatically happen. So there won't be any clinging towards anything. Even you don't feel like maintaining yourself even, because you don't have a self. So you realize, once you realize that you thought yourself as existing thing, then once you realize that it is a misconception, there is no point of declaring ownership to anything will happen to you. That comes along with the internal transformation. So internally your things will change. Your behavior will change. You will be attaining to a supreme kind of solitude. So when you are in the society, even when you are doing your job, so everything can be done as previously. Some in some instances more than better than the previous instances. You can perform your task because you are doing with a particular underlying realization. So that realization makes you to feel that there's nobody here, no one is here to do is. So what is happening to you is the weight of the thoughts that were there previously. Now these weights won't be affecting for you. So that you accept, you start to accept these thoughts as just thoughts. So the thoughts have no thoughts might those will be not containing any kind of a value for them, value in them. So whatever the things, so in an instance, if someone scold you, so again you tend to feel these are thoughts. So these are things that this is the way how my mind is formed in this moment. So there's nothing to be taken as real. So that's why Lord Buddha said this is chitte niyati loko. So my mind creates this world. So what is the point of getting angry towards these thoughts? So everything can be tolerated. So nothing actually with this understanding, what will happen is you can't find anything to be tolerated. So in the absence of the tolerance, in the absence of the things to be tolerated, what will remain? A supreme kind of a blissful nature will remain within you. So that comes only through the understanding. So first what you have to do is you have to understand your mind. So in order to do so, you have to understand the formation, the way it has been formed. So then you will realize the building block of formation of the mind is the thought. Then what you do is you are trying to understand the structure of the thought. So that structure will be unique for each and every thought. It will be the similar kind of a structure if you analyze each and every thought. So that understanding could be applied to each and of every thought that comes after that. So then of course it is not difficult for you to understand the way how your mind behaves. So mind is a rapidly flowing kind of thoughts. So due to the rapidity, due to the rapidness that thoughts come, you tend to feel that mind is as an existing thing. But if you are able to understand the impermanence nature of the thought, it would not be difficult for you to understand the impermanence nature of your mind as well. So then, of course, you will tend to understand that me, my mind concept is also hidden in the form of a thought. So in that particular thought, you will be able to see the impermanence nature. So from that point onwards, you tend to feel that me, my mind concept is also as another kind of a thought and nothing to be taken as real. So the value that you assigned to that particular thought previously now tends to dissolve, because so that is the point where your uh, right vision is uh, is turned on. So this is the place where your Sakkaya Drushti is faded away. So at least uh, for the knowledge, you have to know that you yourself, me, my mind concept is a thought. So now with the understanding, you know the thoughts have no value in it. It is just a mental formation. It is kind of an electrical spark. It has been generated with the perceptions that are received from different sensors. So again, there again the underlying power is generated with the initial kind of vibration. So there is nothing to be taken as a real this. So me, my mind concept is also worthless. So from that point onwards, you do not feel to assign any value to that particular thought even. So whatever the things that comes to you then after, you will take them as the things that not happen to you. So as I said earlier, if someone's called you, so you don't feel like it happens to me. That is the way how the mind is formed. It is again a thought. So there won't be a value for that. So everything happens into a certain system. So the in the absence of your own senses, there won't be a such a world get created. So world gets created within your senses. So now you start to understand how your senses behave. So what you initially understood is the fact that there is no such a self here, but it is initially for your knowledge. From your knowledge, you got to know there shouldn't be a person here. It is also a thought. So if it is a thought, so what about the rest of the other things? So again, analyzing uh, into deep into these things, you tend to understand that these rest of the things are also comes as thoughts. So again, there won't be any kind of a value in each and every thought. So in the absence of a self, would there be any value will be assigned to the rest of the other thoughts? No. In the absence of the self, what is the point of assigning a value to the other kind of thoughts? No way. Whatever the things happens, whatever the things you do, whatever the um, sufferings that came along, that comes along, there will be some kind of a strong personality that to develop gradually within you, because you are excelling the world, you are understanding the world. Now you can't, the thoughts can't anymore shake your internal tranquility, internal solitude, the stillness. So your that is the way how your transformation starts to happen. So what will happen next? You will be uh, gradually becoming closer to the supreme state of Nibbana. That means the non-vibrational state. So during this period, the renunciation will automatically happen, because you start to do it as a practice. What are you doing at the letting go? Actually, it is not done intentionally. It will automatically happen, because you know whatever the comes out towards you, they come as thoughts. So thoughts have no value. So the letting go will automatically happen. So so if you practice, if you uh, incorporate these practices into day-to-day life, so will there be any kind of chance for developing defilements within you? No way. Will there be a chance of developing an ill will within you? No. Will there be a chance of developing some kind of a hatred within you? No. Or delusion within you? No. Because with the understanding, you know that there is no one to perceive whatever the things that it comes as uh, the form of thoughts. So unknowingly, your defilements starts to dissolve, in the sense the power that was built with the notion of the self now starts to dissolve. So that can be felt. That can be felt. For even someone looking at you from distance, they can't see whether your defilements are fading or whether they are aggravating or whatever. Only you can feel it. Yourself is the one who is uh, convinced. So that's why this Lord Buddha said, this is a Dhamma that can be self-convinced, Sandittika Dhamma. So no one can say from looking at you, by looking at you, that you are uh, you are not experiencing these things. Internally, you are experiencing the way how your defilements are fading. So earlier you had certain attachments. So attachment made you angry. Now these things won't happen. So why is that? The attachments now go, tends to be loosened up, because you know, with understanding, there is no need of maintaining these attachments anymore. In the absence of the self, so what is the point of keeping those attachments? So what will happen? The letting go will, as I said earlier, letting go will tend to apply involuntarily everywhere. So even when you do your uh, day-to-day work, or even you interact with the people, even in the friends, even if you do your responsibilities, carry out your responsibilities towards your family, so everything can be done very with kind of a simple mind, peaceful mind, a tranquil mind. So no burden will be there for you. So so you had certain burning feelings previously while performing these tasks, but now you have no such kind of a burning feelings. So you are performing the same tasks as previously, but internally you don't feel like a burning kind of a sensation. Previously you had when you perform those tasks, but now you don't feel like that kind of a burning, because now you are starting to see this world as the from the angle of the nothingness. Whatever the things happens, whatever the things um, mm, things happen, you don't feel like it happens as happen. uh, you don't feel like it happens to you, because you know there is no self here. It only comes through the understanding. So the letting go will simultaneously happen along with these things. So you can keep your good work as previously. You can perform your task as previously, sometimes better than previously. And also you can do your responsibilities, carry out your responsibilities as previously. So nothing will change, nothing can change your internal um, solitude. Nothing can affect your internal solitude, because you achieved it all through the understanding. So this is self-convincing. So you didn't believe what Lord Buddha said. You didn't believe what Buddothpado Aryan Maharaj said. You didn't believe what Buddothpado Aryan Maharaj's followers said. What you figured out by yourself is there is no self here. You figured it out very well. Now it is very for you. So even though the people say no, there is self here, so you don't feel like there is self here, because you for sure you know there is no living being here. So that understanding is achieved only through realizing the thought, only through understanding the way how the mind is formed. Now, even though even even the prestigious leaders in certain religions come and say, no, there is you are wrong, this is the truth, and so on. But the unshakable understanding, would remain with you. That will enable you to stay away from the world as much as possible. The world in the center with the thoughts. So the thoughts anymore can't bring you suffering. You can easily tackle them. You can easily handle them. You can easily be responsive for them. You'll be so, and you will become a very responsible, reputed uh, uh, character in the society, because and also it can't bring you more ego for you, because there is no point. You, with the understanding, you get to know that there is no point of uh, uh, be proud of it. All the things are thoughts. All the things are mental formations. So what is the point of being proud of these unrealistic things? Well, that makes you to that will again facilitate your um, movement towards the supreme nibbana. So ultimately, what will happen after some times, gradually, as the defilements tends to dissolve completely, at the latter stages, you will be able to attain the state of arahattu. So, in the place where you have achieved as arahattu, there won't be a kind of individuality in that particular state, because initially you got away from that thought. So after becoming Buddha, the Upaka came and asked Lord Buddha, "Who are you? Are you a god?" Buddha said, "No." "Are you a Brahman?" Buddha said, "No." "Are you a devil?" Buddha said, "No." "Oh, are you a human?" Buddha said, "No." Then the Upaka asked, "Then, my Lord, who are you?" The state that was defined by Buddha is the state of Buddha. I am none other than the Buddha. This particular state cannot be categorized into any one of those states. It is a unique kind of a state where no persona will be there. That is the state of Buddha. So everybody who understands this Dhamma, who realize this Dhamma, will be ended up in that point. So in that place, everything will be there, but the internal solitude will be remain as permanent. That is the place where you get the static kind of super awareness. So the super awareness will be there with you always, will remain with you always. That will again enable you that will enable you to see the world as it is. So that is why everything is happening. So you can live without engaging into that worldly things. So that's why these worldly things would not be able to bring about any form of suffering to you. that is the end of suffering. So it is a beautiful kind of a Dhamma. So you will be able to see by your own, on your own, if you follow these instructions. So it will not happen in one single day. We have to follow. There's a certain kind of a process has to be happen within you. So it happens into the way how the nature um, does this. So what you have to show, what you can do is just to show the truth to your mind. The rest of the things will happen automatically to you. So what is the truth? Here the formation of the world, the the true nature of your senses. So if you able to see it by with an effort, you have to have a certain effort to show your mind this world is not true. So then of course this mind starts to take over the rest of the things. So from the mind initially you tend to see the world as not real thing. So everything you tend, the mind starts to see everything as thoughts. So initially the mind will do a certain task for you. So what will happen along with that? The internal kind of a awakening will happen automatically. This awakening will light up your path then after until the until you attain the state of nibbana. So it is a beautiful Dhamma, as I said earlier. So I welcome you all to be a part of it, be a follower of Buddothpado sermons where you can hear the pure truth. So I think this is enough for the day. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. So until then, keep in touch with Buddothpado sermons and good night. Thiruvan Saranai to all of you.
Ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veda and Thiruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing Volume 6 of True Dhamma has awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. Today we're starting with page 90. What is the Dhamma? Is it something designed to make people lost in mentality and materialism? The Nissarana path of liberation that the Buddha followed is all about simplicity. It's not about taking the poor's money or dwelling in luxury. Arahants say by acting simply, pave the way to help those who are truly needy. People desperate for basic necessities. For an example, today, people in the Nikkavarati area received food parcels. Those who were kind-hearted contributed wholeheartedly. Such people are rare to find. When you fully absorb this Dhamma, it's also called endless compassion and liberation, or the great mind of compassion. Every road of the path leads towards Nibbana. With liberation of mind, Nibbana can be reached. Give your mind and body rest and bring peace and rest to these innocent people. We do not need divisions such as Siang Nikaya or Amarapura Nikaya. This mundane world is entangled in madness and wild, wrong views. Buddha has only one Nikaya, the Buddha Nikaya. The Gautama Buddha Sasana is about liberation from the mind. Understanding the illusions in the mind and destroying them. To accomplish this, one must have liberation from the notion of an individual self. This is also the true understanding that there is nothing beyond sounds, shapes, colors, etc. When this situation is clearly seen, liberation from the subject or thought can be experienced. This is liberation from thought occurring in the moment, here and now, atitang natagammeya. Then you can see the true nature of that thought or subject. When you perceive the origin of the subject, you can always witness the cessation of subject. So this path we are talking about is called Nissarana Magga, or it's a path of liberation, liberation of the mind. This is the same path that Buddha described as well. This is a path of simplicity. It's the practitioner will eventually be simpler and simpler in his or her ways. So when you fully absorb this Dhamma, when you fully understand and see it within yourself, what will happen is the self, the so-called self, is diminished. The sense of self is diminished. That intermediary role is slowly diminished, and what is left is endless compassion and liberation.